Say
everybody.
funny, inappropriate things.
No, not inappropriate. Hello, everybody. Welcome
Homosexuality.
to this Broken Ground. This week in Broken
The
Ground or whatever. I
Jews.
don't know.
Shekel
Oh, we got some stories about that.
Shapiro and Team Moneybags.
And we're gonna have to be careful because we are gonna have to talk a little bit about the Israel-Palestine stuff because
Oh,
it's
do we?
ongoing. I have a couple things, and it's mostly just about.
Oh, that joke is quite topical then.
Well, it's mostly about how leftists are absolutely eating themselves alive over it because they can't figure out how they're supposed to feel. Which is why it's probably dangerous that we have with us tonight Bill, who will struggle to not say anything offensive. And we're also joined by Scrump.
Who is, in a former life, who is also known for saying things that are very offensive.
Yes. I think it's safe to say three of us are known for saying kind of spicy things.
Just a little bit.
I'll behave myself, don't worry.
I'll wait until the tier list YouTubers come around and let us know who's who in tier listings.
But if you guys are not familiar with Scrump's channel, I've linked it down below. I don't know if you want to tag you on Twitter, and I linked your channel in the description of the stream. I don't know if you want to. Have you been on this channel with us before? I think so. It's been a long time though.
I think I was briefly on one of the I was on for like 20 minutes, then I had to go because there was some kind of disaster that befell me.
Yeah.
I think something started leaking or something.
Oh no!
My 120-year-old house decided to fall apart a bit again. But
do you want to describe what you cover, what your channel's about, and such like that? What you do?
Yes. I guess it's still the Scrump Monkey channel, although we don't have the strongest branding. To be fair, it's kind of a holdover from previous stuff. But we do streams when we can. At the moment, we do them on Tuesdays. When we have a bit more time, we do them on Mondays and Wednesdays. But generally, we'll cover not quite current events, but we do a lot of UK politics, a lot of stuff from kind of a different angle. If you're into political analysis from a completely different point of view in many cases, you might enjoy it, although it can be a little bit research-based and dense, but people seem to like it. It's not quite as light and fluffy as some podcasts are. Evelyn, my co-host, has been described as the Black Pill Dinner Lady.
I can see
why. But if you want some kind of more complex analysis, it's kind of the place to go. Although we kind of do stuff all over the place. Because I have a show that I do every month called It's Okay, We're From the Internet with Trig, who is my other co-host, and we had quite a popular episode in October about 4chan. So we do all kinds of different stuff, to be honest. So it's a bit of a smorgasbord. So go check it out. There'll be something there that tickles your fancy anyway.
And much like Spoon and myself, I believe you consider yourself a monarchist.
In some ways, yes. Although I do believe that the whatever politics comes next will be very new. So I wouldn't shy away from the label of monarchist, but I think that maybe even monarchism isn't enough. We'll find something to go even further beyond.
All right.
This isn't even my final form.
Oh, that's pretty base. Scrump is basically the person that keeps me sane if I see dumb shit. And I go, can you please explain to me why these people act like this? And then Scrump like, oh, okay, there we go.
To be fair, half of it is me going, look, okay, these people believe in magic. And sometimes I'll just say really skit stuff. But I'll follow it. Me and Spoon have some extremely bizarre conversations sometimes.
Yeah.
But it all comes back around.
Very cool.
Yeah.
But I wasn't sure if monarchism was the correct term.
I do
go even further.
I do need a voice of sanity sometimes, because sometimes the shit that I see on a daily basis, I might go, I need someone to just tell me I'm not going insane.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, Zero Fuck says, how Alexander Dugin-esque. I once got to ask a couple of questions of Alexander Dugin, actually. There's a video out there on Russian VK of me asking Alexander Dugin basically like a bunch of questions about racial integration. It's kind of funny. And to my surprise, he actually kind of cucked out on the answer and fell back on the idea of biosphere. But anyway, that's a different story from a different time.
He's the Russian philosopher, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Yeah. They blew his daughter up for no reason. That was very sad. And I haven't really heard from him since.
Wow.
But
I heard about that.
Anyway.
Well, since
the blaseness with which we breeze through that is kind of disturbing to me.
Yeah. Since three of us lean either sort of towards monarchy, I mean, Bill or considers us monarchists, and Bill being a man of indescribable politics, I did think since I had two stories related to the royals, we'd maybe start with those.
I think Bill hates democracy, though.
Bill hates everything.
It's like saying I hate the DMV. Of course I bloody do.
So if you pull the screen up that I'm
Yeah.
sharing, and just 2 little stories here.
I also have 2 screens, or they basically may as well be 3. It's because 71 inches of screen. I have to turn my head. It's very uncomfortable. Some first world problems for you.
I've been thinking of just going the one big monitor route.
Just don't do what I did and get a Lenovo. This thing's a pile of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. In my day job, I'm an engineer, so I'm often comparing drawings. So
right.
I do need
then
an
oh my god,
ungodly
then,
amount.
yes, I would say get a 40-inch 4K because you can split it, and the resolution is high enough. How good's your eyesight?
I need to get. To be fair, I need to get my eyes checked, and I think my last prescription on the best, but it tends to be okay.
Yeah, because my desk is this enormous monstrosity that is almost 2 meters in width. I think it's one.
Spoon bragging about the size of his desk.
No, it's 18. I had to because I had to put a 40-inch freaking screen on the bloody thing, and then I had all the space. I'm like, I want to put another screen, and I've done video editing before with like Maya, and my good god, it is handy as shit. Especially when you do video editing. If
When you
do
get to that
video editing in
size,
Premiere. Oh,
You
fuck
might as
God.
well just bolt it into the wall and be done with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then I'm gonna sound cringe now, but then I have to the angle in my neck and where I'm
Anyway,
sitting.
monarchy.
Anyway, so
It's
King
too much.
Charles wore a black poppy rose to honor the legacy of the contributions made by African, Black, West Indian, Pacific Islands, and indigenous nations to global wars inclusive of World War I and World War II during Remembrance Month.
So people who didn't appreciate his empire, basically.
Well, isn't that the point of the poppy in and of itself? Like, why are you separating them? I don't know. This is just some weird virtue signal stuff I don't even understand. And it's so minor. I just saw it today and I was like, oh, that's really dumb. I don't know if I have anything really to add to it because I don't know how much
Hang on.
Charles even has anything to
Can you
do with any of this.
Let's look at the actual stem. What part of it's different from the regular? Because the regular one has a central like black piece as well.
Yeah. I was
It's
getting curious myself.
here. You can see it.
Oh, it's the enamel pin below.
the enamel pen. Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I'm going to be real. That this doesn't really smack of like some like pleasantries thing. This smacks of weird club.
Yeah, this was from a.
It does a little bit, yes.
The 9th.
So he's
I
got
don't
a
know why they're
blacked
still
poppy.
So he's got a black poppy. Yes.
is that a regular poppy and they black it up, or is it actually a?
I mean,
there's many questions here.
Also, the center of it does not look like a poppy. It looks like a rose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually thought
Poppy-
the same thing.
It's a black rose. Maybe he just likes Pirates of the Caribbean a lot.
Right. Yeah, I just there was a lot of there was some.
He likes to role play as Jack Sparrow.
But yeah, I just thought that was a bit cringe. I mean, it's about what to be expected by any modern
It's
political
just King
leader.
Charles, what to expect.
Yeah.
King Charles is a monarch of ritual humiliation incarnate.
Yeah.
He is there to remind the British people that they do not have a monarch.
Which, yeah.
He pals around with the WEF. What do you expect?
Right. But Harry and Meghan are mad again, which is the only other story.
Oh God! The thing is, I don't watch television.
Nor do I.
Apart from stories I'm researching and like weird keyword searches, I barely read news articles that we're not covering or like on stream. So I haven't encountered like Harry and Meghan for what feels like years, and it's very
lucky
bizarre
sod.
when I hear about them. It
I just-
feels
yeah.
odd.
I came
Is it
across
possible to learn this
'cause I look
power?
right, because I when I go to prepare the streams, I go through a bunch of news aggregator websites of like what happened in the last week or
Mostly just sit around and poll and wait for something to come up.
yeah, I do that too. I mean, Poll is basically a news aggregator, so it counts.
It's not as good as it used to be.
No,
Back in
That's
the
basically
80s.
how Styx gets the news, because he says if you're ever bored for content, go on poll.
which is true, but it isn't as good as it used to be. So is this a new one? Says
It's because it's
that
really obvious Fed boy posting.
sources close say that the pair have labeled the Savage episode as an outrageous slur. It's about 20 seconds, so I think even we can play it if it's in here.
Outrageous.
No,
slur.
not Family Guy. I do not trust those motherfuckers.
Okay, I think it says what's in it then.
Ma-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba.
Does it not have the quotes? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, here it is. Okay.
It's a pretty
The
accurate
episode in
drawing, though.
question- Yeah, wrote
Yeah,
a
it's
couple.
like the least savage their depictions
Right.
of anyone has ever been.
It's not here when you hear the thing that was in the episode. It's completely harmless. rumored to be worth 100 million.
Why is her neck
fun of their
bigger than
Netflix deal.
his in this shot?
She just looks.
She looks like a
Fluffy.
doll.
Yeah.
She doesn't look
She looks
normal.
like Quagmire. They looks like they've adopted,
Oh my
they've
God, she
adapted
does.
Quagmire's
Does a bit.
head for hers. That's probably where they started.
Probably.
Looks better in the
Should
cartoon
Peter-
than she does in that freaking picture.
True. Yeah. Shows
Maybe
Peter
she
Griffin.
should stop wearing a bloody like tablecloth. Good grief, that dress is ghastly.
It is hideous. Peter Griffin on an adventure to become a TV extra to make money. I'll go it alone, just like Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, he says. Then the scene cuts to animated versions of Harry and Meghan lounging by a pool where their butler comes with a stack of envelopes. Sarah your millions from Netflix or Netflix for no one knows what, the butler says, to which Harry replies, put them with the rest of them. Markle then urged Harry that the pair needs to create a $250,000 sponsored Instagram post for Del Taco. The clip ends with Harry seemingly expressing some regret over leaving his privileged life in Britain as he announces, I shouldn't have left the made-up nonsense. That's it, and this is what they're apparently furious about.
That is the most by numbers like Harry and
I know.
Meghan cutaway skit. I'm offended at Family Guy's like they're still making Family Guy.
Yeah.
Shockingly.
I'm not doing a bit. Like I genuinely didn't think they were still making Family Guy. I thought like they released like Seth MacFarlane's kids. After he they let him make that second Ted, they made him make that second Ted movie.
Yeah,
which is kind of funny because he wanted to make the first one as a passion project, and then he made him make a second one.
Now that you mentioned that, I can't recall when there was a new series of Family Guy.
I
Like,
mean,
it
this
advertised
is new,
ever.
so I guess it's just on all the time. So
I
it's
like the
never
way
on
that
off
every
air.
British person in American television has to be made with fucking buck teeth.
Yeah, well,
They look
They
more like
didn't- they
Asian.
didn't in
rather
this
than-
To be fair, if we go back to
even
that
the
picture
most
of
mild.
of King Charles with the, I believe, a member of some politician from an Asian country, he does have even narrower eyes than her.
I'm just annoyed that they're obviously also reusing the Patrick Stewart model that they've got for American Dad for the butler. God, Family Guy. Family Guy just makes me
that's
sad.
just Patrick
Oh
Stewart.
God, yeah.
Everything about this seems to be recycled assets.
But it's again just silly that they're
That's more hair than Harry has had inside of 15 years.
true.
Because
And
like
they threatened
Family
his
Guy had
facial
a
hair.
South Park, right?
yeah.
So maybe they'll threaten to sue Family Guy as well. They wouldn't be the only ones threatening to sue South Park right now.
Well, Family Guy used to have it went through like a really edgy phase, and then it just kind of got tired of itself almost. Because it literally just used to be like, "Hey Lois, remember the time I denied the Holocaust?"
Yeah.
Good times.
There'd be like a Mort Goldman joke, and then it'd cut to commercial, and that was Family Guy. It was like, what the fuck do you want?
And
It's Family Guy.
They had Brian Fuckatroon.
Yeah, they had they famously had like the 5-minute vomiting scene and things like that. It's Family Guy. The fact that it's not offensive is what's offensive here.
I agree. The fact that this is so milquetoast and yet there's still because that's now their. Well, I think it's Megan's job, right? Is to be perpetually professionally offended.
Well, certainly not to bloody act. Have you seen her work?
Yes, unfortunately. Oof.
Yeah, also, what the hell's going on? It used to be at one point, if you were British and in Family Guy, you'd look like something at Jim Henson's fucking workshop. Look at it. He looks down. He looks better than he does in real life.
Yeah, it looks downright normal compared to the reused Patrick Stewart model they have on screen here.
He does look like a ginger Beavis.
Oh, true. But speaking of them threatening to sue South Park, which of course didn't go through because no one can sue South Park. They always have won when people have tried in the past. It does also seem like Kathleen Kennedy has been threatening to sue South Park over the whole Panderverse thing.
After them portraying her in the nicest way
Really?
anyone has done in her entire career.
I mean, I actually tried to make her sympathetic, but she's such a vile bitch that it's like, no, I'm
Again,
so angry.
They're still making South Park?
Yeah. Oh, they didn't
Yeah.
see. They had a huge 1-hour-long special that came out like
They mostly do specials now.
Yeah, like 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
Yeah. But
We
2 weeks
truly
ago.
do live in a twilight of culture.
That's
Yeah.
true. But it was actually a pretty good episode for the most
It was
part.
the first decent thing that they made that was in any way culturally relevant for like 4 years, probably.
For a couple years, and it was
What
just
if-
about how it's become ubiquitous culturally immediately, which is that Cartman gets swapped with Kathleen Kennedy from an alternate dimension, or something like that.
They were making fun of the multiverse theory that every fucking cliched Hollywood jackass tries to crack out now when they are stuck for ideas.
And Kathleen Cartman Kennedy has this catchphrase that's just put a woman in it, make her gay, and make it lame.
Yeah.
And that is
Put
now
a chicken and make her lame and gay.
Put a chicken in it, make her gay, and make it lame. That's
And
now become
that's become a meme.
ubiquitous, meme that everybody in like the cultural sphere is repeating because it's so accurate to all of this modern slop in Hollywood.
Perhaps we should broach that subject
that
when we
would have
get to
been-
the Marvels later on.
Much more useful like 4 years ago.
Yeah, I was going to say that would have been really on the
Yeah.
pulse about 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Well
Right.
done, Matt and Trey.
But that's
Fucking
what I
Christ.
saw a lot of people saying too. Is that like, yeah, this is accurate, but yeah, it's 4 years.
It's way too late.
It was a 4-year run up to swing a squeaky hammer into the temple of culture.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
Let's move
It's like
to,
you
I guess,
had a
American
hammer
crap.
to hit a piece of ice 4 years ago, but now
Right.
you have a brick wall. It's just like it's a
Yeah,
dent.
it's just stuff everybody knows, and it is kind of ironic that it came out a week before the Marvels, which then we'll talk about very briefly, has been
Yeah.
the biggest flop in Marvel cinematic history. which
Imagine
Marvel
if
is
you've been
claiming
in a
isn't.
imagine if you've been in a coma for 10 years though, and you're like, oh boy, what new entertainment's coming out? And there's like a new episode of Family Guy, there's a new episode of South Park, there's a new episode of The Simpsons, there's another Marvel movie because they've been making those for more than 10 years now.
Yeah.
Like you'd be thinking like, oh, nothing's changed while I've been in this.
We're in
coma.
like a weird cultural thimble winter. It's
Yeah, you'd-
perpetual
Yeah.
ice and misery.
It's like, oh, when I went into the coma, Joe Biden was the vice president. Now he's the president.
Now he's the president. Here he is.
Oh boy.
Oh, great. It's going fantastic. So here's some MSNBC cope. I found this pretty funny. Because I don't even know how they're defending Biden at this point. I mean, I know that we're coming up to an election, so they have to.
I just
tepidly,
imagine what you
constantly
just
support
said.
him.
Just
What?
waking up from a coma and then you realize, oh my god, Trump was
Nothing's
president.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I would unironically hit the Family Guy like Walt Disney jokes like, "Are the Jews gone? No, put me back under."
Damn.
Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da.
Yeah, see? Again, when Family Guy could be edgy.
That very few of us and very few in the media really pay enough attention to the weight that this president carries each and every day. You mentioned most of it.
What?
Right now,
That's not a nice thing to say about Kamala Harris.
Dragging her along like
she's
an
eight-
anchor.
Dragging him down.
What's most of it is just the teeth catching the ground. Jesus Christ!
Probably,
I'm
yeah.
gonna be honest. I haven't seen anything from her in months.
I know it's been a massive.
They're keeping
improvement.
her hidden. She's like in like a side room somewhere. They've got her like
No, they're
licking
quiet.
envelopes or something.
I think
licking the
so.
bloody windows.
The whole thing, like, Joe Biden
They-
is like he's
she's-
mentally enfeebled. They're doing elder abuse to
Right.
him. He's being treated
Yes.
like.
Yes.
Do you remember how they treated what's the Marvel guy called Stan Lee? It's like they treated
Yeah.
Stan Lee
Oh,
in his
yeah.
final. Sign the autograph, Stan Lee.
Yeah.
He's,
Yeah,
"Oh, I
show
don't
up.
know."
We're gonna put you in this movie. I mean, he was making appearances in those way after.
He reminds me
That's
of,
what it's like with Biden. They're like,
yeah.
sign the executive order, Biden. He's like, okay.
He reminds me of
Who's
either like
going crazy?
late Tim Reagan or Woodrow Wilson.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Someone else is completely running the ship.
Well,
It's-
clearly,
well,
but
it's-
they can't trot
Who's that?
Kamala Harris out though because she was lowest rated in terms of the Democratic primaries. Nobody likes her. Nobody
Yeah.
wants her. The only reason she was picked as Biden's VP
She
is because
dropped
she's a woman and
out
she's brown.
before
Yeah.
before they
She
even got
was-
to her primaries. For God's
Yeah.
sake,
she
in
was
her
the
own
last-
state.
Yeah, because she
Yeah.
sucks.
Yeah.
And everyone hates her. So, but she's a woman and she's brown, so she ticks some boxes. But
I
that's
know why
why
Kamala Harris is there.
Biden.
I can reveal this to you. It's
Oh.
so people are more motivated to keep Joe Biden alive.
Yeah, that's
I
yeah, that's
think
absolutely true.
I've heard that theory before, and I think there's probably something to that. It's
I mean,
just
that's
like,
it's very Spiro Agnew.
Yes.
And Richard
Very,
Nixon,
Yeah, you kill
yeah.
me, you'll get Agnew. Because it was like that with Trump. Trump was like, you kill me, you get like
You get-
You get my
20,
pence, you
40,000
get warmongering
pence
moron.
over there.
yeah.
Well,
You know, Pence
ACDC
turning
for the
fruits into
LGBT.
vegetables.
But what a complete and utter letdown Pence was. I mean, I remember.
Oh
back
god, that's
when
really good.
the 2016 election was happening, and I was making all the the Pence electric shock memes and stuff. But he
Yeah, 'cause
ended
they're
up
actually
being a
funny.
traitorous. Yeah, but he was a complete wet blanket. And
He
and-
did turn out
and-
to be a wet.
Everyone's response was to say, you're a scumbag in a completely different direction than what we were told. This is lame.
It's hilarious that he is still pretending like he's running for president as if he has snowballs chance in hell on that one.
I like it how he got less popular when people stopped thinking he electrocuted gays.
Yeah, that's hilarious, actually.
Boo, we thought you electrocuted gays. Boo, this is somehow worse. Boo.
If he drove an armored personnel carrier through a Medicine Sans Frontier like medical camp whilst blaring like the greatest hits of fucking Charles Manson, he would be more popular than he is now.
Yeah, that's actually
at least there'd be some edge to him. It's just I'm so unimpressed by this. It's so clear that both Kamala Harris and Biden were just like candidates that were put there because they're out of ideas. They are completely out of.
Well, what do they have?
They're hollow.
Spoon and I have talked about this many times. Is what did the Democrats have? Gavin Newsom. We'll get to that in a little bit.
Yes.
What's America have? Are you going to get Trump again? Is he going to sit there, make bass noises, and be completely bypassed for 4 years like he was for the other 4 years?
I mean,
are they going to just tell him there's no troops in the Middle East? Like
the Wailing Wall isn't going to headbutt itself.
My only hope was that if he gets back, if Trump does get back in, that he will have learned a serious lesson about. I mean, I don't know how you couldn't at this point, and he did get a little bit better as his. I mean, obviously he's a million times better than Biden, but he got a little bit better as time went on. But also the pressure bore down on him harder and harder, which made it more difficult for him to operate.
Yeah, he at the end of the day, he is a New York Democrat. Do not trust him utterly.
No, obviously not. But what do we have at all? Like DeSantis? No.
I do like the idea that Trump is vengeful.
That's my
only
hope there.
I like that he scares the shit out of people. Like, well, they're like, would you arrest your political opponents? Well, Biden has tried, and it's like, that's not a no. I kind of like that answer.
Shall we get on with the story? What this story is?
Right. Let's just and that, by the way, that's what the View clip is about. Is
someone of 45 years of age couldn't do what Biden does every day? What the hell are you smoking?
Listen. Yeah.
He is carrying 2 twin towers of tyranny.
What?
What verbiage is that? He's carrying 2 twin towers of tyranny.
What does that even mean?
The Clintons?
Two twin. Is someone going to fly a plane of liberty into these 2 twin towers of tyranny?
Well, Hassan is in the trend section.
That's true. What is the 2 twin towers of tyranny? His legs that give out every time he tries to walk up a flight of stairs.
Or that.
Basically, the other Bibi Netanyahu in Israel, who is perhaps the biggest obstacle to a two-state solution that exists today. So the president has that on his plate. He's got a meeting tomorrow.
Like when we've started using Benjamin Netanyahu's like pet name.
It's weird. They're trying to it's like Uncle Joe. It's very Uncle Joe Stalin.
But
some of them looks really creepy behind him.
He's because the left is very anti-Israel, so he's following that. I mean,
the left is anti anything that's successful, so yeah.
How Israel's largely successful because of the United States, though.
True, but they consider the Jews upper echelon.
If it wasn't for the US, I mean, who else would they steal yellow cake from? And have a completely illegal, illicit nuclear weapons program that is completely unchallenged.
Let's continue his little screed here.
Hey, Ron.
President Xi, Premier Xi in San Francisco, he's got that on his plate. But he has every hour of every day something that comes across his desk.
Can't even see.
None of us can comprehend the weight of the presidency. Every hour of every day. And as he would tell you if he were here today, it's amazing how
only
every
if it was written on a
country
speech
in the
in front of
world
him.
looks to the...
But the thing, he's asleep half the time. He walks out, he mumbles for 5 minutes, and then he stumbles
and then he
away.
fucks off. Yeah. And
then he fucks off.
I don't think Biden quite knows he's president most of the time.
I actually agree with that.
He's a great... Both him and Trump, though, are great adverts that the presidency is now meaningless and the levers of power lead nowhere. Because he talks about Trump being vengeful, but it doesn't really matter if Trump's vengeful or not, because he's weighed down by the permanent bureaucracy. I mean, what's he going to... Is he going to fire every civil servant in Washington?
That's what he'd have to do.
There's millions of people in the America is this massive machine, and they're like wheeling out these big cogs of it. Like BLM was that, going, yes, America does not like white people. America discriminates against white people. It's out in the open. What are you going to do about it? And people just kind of went, well, going to do nothing. we might vote a little
him out.
bit.
We'll vote harder next time. I mean, the problem is that the basic structure is so, as you said, incredibly convoluted, bloated. There's a 1,000 heads to the Hydra that it would be impossible to cut them all off. So I don't know what.
There's a bowl of wrath when you need one.
Besides name himself king, which would be my preference.
Preferred solution, yes.
But that's not going to happen. So
I heard
anyway,
who was the one guy, Andrew Clavin from the Daily Wire. He was on trigonometry, and even he just said America has about 100 years left, and then something else is going to.
I think that's being generous. But
yeah, he basically
that's being rather generous.
Yeah, he basically just said that the collapse is inevitable.
Now, to be fair, I've read writings from every part of America's history, and there were people saying we're 10 years away from collapse. We're 10 years away from collapse.
Well, they said that about Yellowstone, and when it does happen, we're going to be going around going, "Oh fuck."
Yeah.
Well, that was
however,
weird.
I really do
It's
think
basically going to be that.
that things are declining rapidly.
Well, the problem is that a lot of those people who were talking about things collapsing in 10 years were right, and that those things did collapse, but it didn't cause a systematic collapse. It just caused a decline. And a lot of people are out there talking about, World War III, stuff's happening. And I don't know. I guess I'm one of the most cynical people on the internet, because all this stuff with Israel just feels like repeats. I remember 2008, 2009. I'm always like Operation Iron Fist, or whatever they called it. I can't remember what there was an operation they did in Gaza in like 2008, 2009, where they did this. They did this already. They invaded Gaza. It all went a bit wrong. The international community went, tut, you shouldn't have killed all those civilians. And they went, well, and it all kind of went away again. But and that's really where this is heading.
They've done it every 10 to 20 years. Since the establishment of the State of Israel.
Listen, that white phosphorus was getting up to its sell-by date.
Oh god, yeah, they did. They dropped white phosphorus on them in 08, 09. It's just unfortunate there isn't going to be this big cataclysmic event. Someone isn't going to stand up and go, "America's over." America's basically already over. Nobody knew in the Roman Empire that the Roman Empire had collapsed. If you ask them, if you went to Rome and go, "Hey, has the Roman Empire collapsed?" They go, "Oh, no."
Yeah,
Biden is a perfect president for the current era of America. A shambling carcass held together with medication and just lies.
He is the personification of America, yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's like a fucking Fisher King at this point.
Anyway,
I would say
Eric von Kuhnert-Lenin.
I did like Vivek Ramaswamy, who straight up just said Biden is not the president. That's pretty ballsy thing to admit on stage. It's pretty funny.
Sorry, I think all three of us have interrupted you now.
Yeah.
Sorry, and you were saying?
No. I don't have the exact quote, but the gist of his message was that if you were to talk to a Roman living during the Pax Romana of 80 AD at the time, even though Rome had known many systems of government, because Americans have only known our one system, we struggle to envision anything outside of it that's not also anti-American and thereby anathema to the traits we associate with Americanism, namely freedom and liberty. Yet, if you were to skip ahead 200 years and speak to a descendant of that aforementioned Roman in 280 AD, he would still scoff at the idea of Roman monarchy and insist that his state is a republic. After all, they have a senate, although they also have an imperator, which means general, and a princeps, which means first man. And the fact that these words sound like emperor or prince are merely coincidences of language. So there's that. It's in the end of Liberty or Equality, where Kuhnert-Lenin overlays that whole idea that there isn't great collapses in the way that we think of them retroactively, right? That even the Romans living through the collapse of their own society wouldn't have seen it as, like, it wouldn't have felt instantaneous because it wasn't instantaneous. Society changes so slowly over time that even when you are in the midst of a collapse, you don't necessarily see it, the forest through the trees. Anyway, back to this dude. Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
United States for help, for solutions, for just almost anything you can think of. Every single day.
No one goes to Biden for any of those things. That's what he goes to other people for.
Yeah, exactly.
Every newspaper in the country about President Biden, within the first 2 paragraphs, they'll point out he's in his 80s. No kidding. Mm-hmm. He knows how old he is.
No, he doesn't.
Do you think he does?
No, I don't think he does.
You couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Do you think Biden knows how old he is?
I don't think.
I don't think he knows his own name unless it's written in front of him.
We got a little meme here in a second, yeah.
45 years of age couldn't do what he does every day.
Yes,
but
he could.
does it.
Yeah.
This is, my God, the cope of this is...
Here's a question for you though, because I've spoken to people who live in America and consume this news. Do you think that anybody, even in the Democrat camp, even the dyed-in-the-wool vote for a donkey Democrats, believe this?
Vote blue no matter. No, this is cheerleading.
Some of them do.
I think there's probably a small fraction who are true believers.
Do not underestimate how incredibly stupid the average American voter is.
That's true. Well, don't underestimate how stupid the average person is. But
yeah, but
I think
the voting is the fucking worst.
MSNBC is a propagandist network for the Democrat Party. I know that they say Fox News is for the Republicans, but not in the way that MSNBC is for the Democrats. All that MSNBC is there to do is to be cheerleaders for the Democrats. But here's Joe Biden, who's doing way better at the age of 80 than anyone at the age of 45.
I've seen this one.
Yeah, because it's hilarious.
I haven't seen this.
He looks so proud of himself. Oh, it's just what a farce. I mean, it's beyond comical. This looks like a comedy sketch with the music playing in the background.
He's still fiddling with it.
It's blatantly like 3 sizes larger than he needs, so they can get it on easier as well.
Yeah.
Welcome to America.
But he is doing way better than any 45-year-old possibly could.
We don't need an inquest. We need a fucking exorcist at this point.
The thing
and
is,
then
though,
an Undertaker.
In terms of like American hegemony globally, it's only really 5-6 years ago from the high point. I'd say really the high point of American power globally was under Obama and under Trump in many ways.
Yeah.
In that there really wasn't any challenge to them at all.
Yeah.
Why would any country on Earth, why would anyone feel threatened by with Joe Biden as the leader of America?
Well, the thing is that America is still very deadly and still very threatening.
Oh, absolutely.
But it's the thing is, it's this weird hollowed out structure in there's some people who are even more paranoid than I am who think it's an appear weak when you are strong thing. They think there's some weird Sun Tzu stuff going on, but I don't think that. I don't think that.
No, it's Zhuge Liang. It's opening up the gates, showing yourself in the middle of an empty like castle, and inviting everyone in.
The whole thing, though, is that really it's the permanent security state that runs things, and has run things for a very long time, as we saw with all the PRISM leaks and all the DHS leaks from Twitter, and everything basically that comes out of the US government is the fact that the security apparatus is in charge. But you have this. I don't think they'd do it if they could avoid it, but like I said earlier, they didn't have any better ideas than Joe Biden. That's how bad things are. It's this weird mix of this residual power that another generation built, and this absolute farce that is forward-facing American politics. That is something that I don't know how. Maybe you're right, Spoon, in that people are so inculcated in this, people are so absorbed in it that it's like the people who are like the QAnons, who believe that there are lizard people on the dark side of the moon, and that Trump's with them, and is a body double currently, and is really the president. He's going to come back. He's going to initiate Nuremberg 2.0, and they're going to get rid of all the Democrats. There are people who believe that. I've met those people.
Like MSNBC is cope.
It is, but those people are actually schizophrenic. Those people are insane.
Okay, Scrump, they may be schizophrenic, but they also write articles with those same fucking points.
Maybe it is just the fact that there's a Democrat QAnon out there, but I can't think of anybody who has a functioning brain who can go to a job and do a job, and do it, with all their faculties intact, who would watch the MSNBC piece and be convinced by it.
I think it's more a case of everyone looks at the screen, looks at the people who are watching it with them, left and right, and goes, I better not say anything, otherwise I look a cunt.
What it is that it's, in my opinion, I think that it is only about reaffirmation of existing beliefs. That you want to avoid cognitive dissonance because it's psychologically painful. So people who voted for Joe Biden, they go and watch programs like MSNBC to be told that they're right, not because they don't even think that they are right, I don't think. They just want to be told that they're right so that it reduces the psychological discomfort that they feel every time they open their wallet and realize that every dollar pays for less and less every single day under the Biden economy. Even though the Biden administration keeps telling them that you're richer than ever. The economy's doing great.
His question,
I do
his real
love
question,
that, by the way, and the fact that I've seen so many fucking articles in the last like 2 months about we need to correct the messaging about the economy. It's like, dude, do you even realize how fucking retarded
Don't
it
need
is?
to correct the economy. Just correct the messaging, right?
Honestly, I'm really torn with like, is this rampant incompetence or is this like legitimately
It's
just a
incompetence.
group of like middle management motherfuckers who are secretly way higher up in the power structure than we know, gutting the country to
I
so it can be
believe it's
retooled?
It's both.
Yeah,
What's happened is
actually,
there's a
probably.
large amount of people who are incompetent within the power structure, and it's allowed people who are high to mid-level to be able to feather their own nests. That's what happens when you get collapse, you get corruption, and that's what we're seeing.
Yep.
Oh
So
yeah,
there
you
was
and I had
a
a
new
conversation
poll.
about that.
There was a new poll that was conducted. This is from out of Politico, so it's strictly embargoed. Trump, if the election were to be held today, or whenever, on Monday this week, Trump would beat Joe Biden in the Electoral College by 292 votes to 246. Biden is still on course to win the popular vote by 49 to 48%. So
I don't believe that.
That's barely. That's not majority. That's plurality, right? Or did I get those two mixed up?
If you move California and New York and just removed it from the voting tally, I think Biden would get crushed into oblivion.
Now, this, of course, is implying that there's no,
Shenanigans.
fortification happening. No fortification, but it's not looking great. Joe Biden would beat DeSantis. Look at this one. 359 electoral college votes to Biden compared to 179 if it was DeSantis.
DeSantis has basically fallen out of the map completely.
Yeah, well, because he's after
tripped
that
his heels.
Booth scenario. Yeah, his heels.
I do find it hilarious, and I was watching Vivek on Patrick Bet-David's podcast, and he said something that I agree with, is that the Uniparty basically just went, we can't, because like DeSantis had so much money backing him, like an insane amount of money backing him, and it was just burned through at an enormous pace, and it couldn't move the dead weight that is DeSantis, because DeSantis has no charisma at all. Like, he is an unbelievable, boring personality. Now, Nikki Haley isn't much better.
Oh,
But
Nikki Haley.
but Nikki Haley
She's been on
is
these like rants about getting rid of internet anonymity. So
yeah, dude. She is
can go
a
pound sand.
psychotic warhawk. She's like Clinton.
Can't stand her. Yes.
She's
awful.
she's no different than Clinton. She's the exact same freaking personality, same policies, same psychotic warhawking bitch. And you will notice the Uniparty she is in the news constantly, even though she is piss poor in the polls.
Wasn't there some debate between those two and Vivek literally turned around and was like, listen, if you want McCain in 3.5-inch heels, you've got
Yes.
two options right here.
Right, yes,
Pointing
yes.
at DeSantis and...
Yes, and
And listen, I don't
great shot.
trust Vivek. I don't trust him.
No.
But he says some pretty cool stuff that I still enjoy. I enjoy watching the show, I suppose. So here's these are the breakdowns for the swing states, and you can see on some it's quite close, and others their margins are rather wide. But important swing states like Wisconsin, Michigan, these are within 1 percentage point of who would necessarily take them. Looks like Ohio would be going strong for Trump, but it's not super surprising for me. I guess.
I think the thing with Vivek is I like him, but what I find suspicious about him is not because of him; it's because of the structure he's in.
Yeah,
because
I would agree.
Yeah, because if you look at what he wants to do, like he's very like quick talking, and he knows how to punch and punch back. He's very good at the counterpunch. He's an intelligent guy. He's definitely not stupid. But I only find him suspicious because you sort of look at it and go, well, he's just saying things that are popular. It's like, yeah, that's kind of what
that's what politics is.
Yeah, that's democracy, you fucking morons.
Yes, that's how democracy works.
That's how your stupid system works, you jackasses. You can't freaking just say, well, he's just saying things in public. Like, that's how you get elected, you twats.
Yeah.
Kind of. What's happened is that electoral politics in both Britain and America and really the rest of Europe has become so disconnected from quote-unquote popular sentiment that people appealing to mass sentiment, which is now very counter-regime. It's very counter-progressive in most areas.
Actually,
yes.
Even just saying you're going to do what people want, even if you don't end up doing it.
It's a surprise to people. A surprise to people hearing, like, it was like Trump as well. Trump was just saying popular things. He was just being a populist.
Yes.
And people were falling over themselves because really for the past 20 years, they hadn't heard someone speak like that to them about politics. They'd gone through, the Clinton administration, there'd been Bush Jr., there'd been Obama, and all of those had been...
Sentimentality.
Yeah, they've been
and we're
weird
not- we're
single issue
self-censored,
candidates in certain ways too.
Yes.
And they'd ignored a lot of people's preferences and all kinds of issues. But I think Vivek Ramsey is basically there because Gary Johnson can't be. He is
Gary
effectively he's a libertarian candidate. Vivek Ramsey is a libertarian candidate. The Libertarian Party, the arse has fallen out of it because
Yes.
they ate themselves trying to stop the Mises caucus taking over it.
Which was so stupid. Speaking of stupid, shall we move to The View, which was on the watch together, so I'll stop sharing my screen.
Oh God.
Oh dear, I think I've not seen The View or clips from The View since about 2015.
Oh, I enjoyed torturing Spoon with it almost every week.
Okay, so
Just because
you,
it gives you a fascinating look. Again, much like that MSNBC clip, it gives you this fascinating kind of look into what people who are so indoctrinated or inculcated, whatever word you find more applicable, into this
Drunk on
leftist
stupid.
paradigm. Yeah, drunk on stupid paradigm, and what media they consume. And I don't know. Again, the question is, do they actually believe this, or are they just using this as an excuse to lie
they're
to
just
themselves?
basically
So,
puppets. But the thing that
no, the people who watch it, not I don't know what. I don't think Joy Behar knows where she is either. Probably she just says stuff.
I would
Speaking
say
of,
something
do you want me to go to
that yeah, it's on the screen. Something that occurred to me recently, and it's after I read parts that play by Aristophanes, the assemblywoman, or I think it's just the assembly, where where he writes the satirical play about what would happen if you give women power, and they basically go full communist. Like, like literally centuries before communism is even conceptualized. And then it made me realize the current regime's paradigm shift is not because of women per se. No, it is without men to keep women in check. When they get power, they just go completely drunk with it in a stupid way. Like, women do not know how to handle power.
Logic. Women don't think logically. They think emotionally.
Yes.
And there's an evolutionary rationale for why women are like this. Okay, we're not designed to. We're not supposed to be the decision makers in terms of large scale social problems, solving the problems of the
that's
time.
what men are for.
That's for men. Women are supposed to take care of children.
Yeah.
I hate that in the modern age we have to intellectualize this so much, because pre-1950, it just used to be like, well, she can't do that. She's a woman. It's just like, well, why not? It's just like, well, she's a woman. You know how women are.
I blame the field of communication.
People just used to
Don't
know
blame
that...
my field, Bill.
Yeah, because your entire field is stating the fucking obvious. Case in point, what you're posting. Women should, like, here's all these reasons why women shouldn't be in the workplace. Well, basic... Like,
have you noticed
it's not basic information anymore, though. It's become hidden under the veil of modern bullshittery.
Yeah, by the way,
what facilitated the bullshittery?
Women. Speaking of,
but the reason I find that so fascinating, and this is something that I hate about the manosphere thing, that to me is just fucking cringe, is listening to them talk about male issues, and when it comes to women, they make it sound like what they are talking about is gospel. It's like, dude, just read anything of the Stoics. No, none of what you're saying. This is like old wisdom. It's like, oh my goodness, like we've discovered. Like, this is like really, really old. This is not in any way new. It just seems hidden to you because of the fucking politics that we live in. But in reality, this is basic shit.
Yeah, democracy is cringe. Read some Aristotle, okay?
Yes.
There's the whole thing. You mentioned like the manosphere, and I remember talking to them being like, look, your entire bit is that you want women to take personal responsibility, but also believe that women are incapable of taking personal responsibility. It's like the whole thing is a contradiction. It's like, yes, women are stupid and can't take personal responsibility. That's why we need to make women take more personal responsibility. I don't understand it. I don't understand the whole like MRA hatred of women thing. It's just like, it's like getting mad at a dog for licking its own balls. Yes, women are emotional. They don't have the decision-making skills to do certain things that men can do because they're not men. Don't get mad at them. It's like asking, a cat to ride a unicycle. It's not going to be able to do it. It's all,
not in its nature, yeah.
And it is. It's completely out of nature. In the same way that men freeze sometimes when they're asked to, change a diaper or look after a child or do something that they're
it's not in their nature.
They're not as they're not pre-programmed
second
to do.
nature too. But I mean, like, I think that personally speaking, I think that women can enjoy certain intellectual pursuits, but you can't put them in charge of anything. We
No.
absolutely, and that's been the problem. Like, you know, you could have your Marie Curies, right? You can have women who engage in intellectualism, but
You can have your queens.
You can have but queens raised since birth and educated in the art of statecraft, so that's
Olga of Kiev, etc.
right. You get your
right.
Olga of Kiev, you get your Vickies. However, the vast majority of women are not queens and are not going to be raised since birth for a certain role.
Unless you're
That's
black, which case you all are apparently.
so that's out the window. And again, you know, I would be very but I don't know. This is now so hypothetical to imagine that it's impossible to calculate. But I would not. I feel like my life would be. I would be upset if I couldn't. If I was disallowed from studying academia. But then if I had never been introduced to it in the first place, I don't know. Would I be happier? I don't know. I have no freaking clue. It's impossible to calculate.
I would say Timothy is just why all these different fields saying different things, because these different fields don't talk to each other.
Yeah, well, I've talked about that a lot.
Aiden alone has solved several fairly heavy duty questions in the field of communication purely because she applied something from a different field to it.
It's astonishing sometimes.
All of these different departments hate each other's guts and if they could, they would slit each other's throats and drink each other's blood. That's why all these different fields are saying different things and contradicting each other.
Basic power structures.
They all look down on each other. Like psychology looks down on communication looks down on communications, which rightfully so. But see, look, I just did it. Because I'm like, well, fuck journalists.
I studied mechanical engineering, so it's all just Jewish psychobabble to me.
True, to be fair. Speaking of, let's listen to Joy Behar.
So yesterday, Donald Trump sat down for an interview
on
Univision, where he laid out...
Yeah, Spoon, when are you going to bring a nice Jewish girl home?
It seems like the first
Spoon,
really, the smoker's voice is just, yeah.
I had it up. I
legit sounds like Krusty the Clown.
It's Krusty the Clown, yeah.
Oh,
Spoon, when are you going to give me some Jewish grandkids?
You sound like one of Marge's sisters from The Simpsons.
Howard.
After he gets out of prison, is revenge.
After he gets out of prison is revenge. Gee, it's almost
I
like you guys have victimized him.
That'd be a fucking great movie.
It sure would.
Mel Gibson plays Trump.
That's Donald Trump. Out for revenge.
Here's an idea. How about, speaking of people who need to go to prison, how about we talk about her plastic surgeon? Because they appear to have done it with a shotgun.
As I say, you can tell she's had something done lately.
Yeah.
You say they've weaponized the Justice Department, they weaponized
because they have.
the FBI. Would you do the same if you're reelected?
If they do this, they've already done it, but if they want to follow through on this, it could certainly happen in reverse. It could certainly happen in reverse. What they've done is they've released the genie out of the box. If I happen to be president and I see somebody who's doing well and beating me very badly, I say, go down and indict them. Mostly what that would be, they would be out of...
I mean, that is what they're doing to him.
That's what they did to him.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, but these are the political games that you're going to play. How can you then be like, oh, shock, horror, and clutch your pearls?
A statement like this is meant
would do it back.
A statement like this is meant to beat the grass and see where the snakes jump out. It's meant to get them to incriminate themselves.
Yep. Exactly.
Business. They'd be out. They'd
And also, it's funny.
be out of the election.
I thought the genie was in a bottle. When did it get in a box?
I like the way that's the bit you focus on.
Call up the genie and get the genie to wish away your fucking chest hair, love.
Losing it.
He's losing.
So are voters
You
still
can't
going
see
to
it now, can
respond to his constant whining about being a victim?
I don't know, but
you did it.
You did that.
You did
what
this.
The hell are you talking about, woman?
Oh my gosh! You made him into a martyr, and then you're crying that you martyred him, and that people now see Trump as a victim because of the actions of your political group.
Also, like how we had to color code everyone so they make it look like the world's shittest season of Power Rangers.
Like I was Scrump this. From your perspective, just seeing, and this is not just them. This is basically any structure that I've seen. It seems to me when they have an idea that's failing, they don't know how to stop.
No, it's always out of control trains, I'd say.
And it comes across as really stupid.
Also, why did they make the View logo look so much like the Ingsoc logo?
It is a bit. The thing is that what they're commenting on, they're doing commentary on like 3 different layers of political theater, They're reacting to an interview with Donald Trump, who's talking about his political indictments, which are a reaction to the fact that the system's not happy, that despite him not having any power at the helm of it, he got to the helm of it, and that sends a bad message that you can't, that maybe somebody could get up there. And it's all just, it's like we're 17 people down in a game of Chinese whispers. Yeah. And again, in America, if you're like, unless you are actually like an 80 IQ woman, unless you're somebody who
or just a woman
sits at home all day. I know this is who this is aimed at, but this is odd to me because this feels. Have you ever watched children's television program or programming? Sometimes you'll get very rarely that is meant for people with disabilities, which is very bizarre.
Yeah, it is like watching a show for children, though. Or something.
It's very odd because it's really obvious. One, because it's geared towards women, and I'm not a woman, but still, it's very odd because it's obviously not made for me, and it's made for. You can kind of build a model in your head of who this is made for. It is made for somebody who is just on the cusp of being like intellectually disabled.
Also, like, what time is it on?
Midwit's too.
Like noon,
it's
isn't
in
it?
the morning.
It's like daytime television. Like, who the fuck is watching The View? The chronically unemployed.
It's wine. It's women who are at home with their
people
cats
in prison
and their bottle of wine. Yeah, and
benefit
like
cheats.
But I think that it's very much meant to make, like you said, maybe not 80, but let's say like 90 to 100 IQ women feel very smart and cued in on politics. That's exactly who, I've said this many times, but when my friend who went from like a normal person into a non-binary, transgender, extreme leftist within about a year, what she told me was the only source of news that she trusted was Teen Vogue. And what I was shocked by is because she was valedictorian of my school. Of my high school.
That doesn't speak well of your school, by the way.
So, like, no, it doesn't. But, like, so we're talking about someone who's not actually stupid. But
you got to take into account who writes curricula.
Woman, right? Okay, and yes, women write curricula. But it appeals to that kind of weird midwittery of wanting to feel clued in without actually having to think about anything seriously. It's just, I'm gonna have the gals we're gonna sit around the table and have our morning coffee and we're gonna talk about politics and then I'll feel intelligent. This is all a self-esteem endeavor, I would say.
Well, a lot of people who make this stuff, because I also know people in the TV industry a little bit, both in the US and the UK. A lot of people who make this stuff, they know what they're making is slop. Mm-hmm. But this fits into the political process in a way that you have to keep bored women politically engaged.
Right.
This is the real horror of democracy. That in order to have democracy, in order to have people quote unquote politicize, you have to make things like this. It's like, can you imagine reducing the complexities of statecraft into this like crayon drawing that you're showing to a cat lady who is watching daytime TV in a dressing gown? Like
the visceral, accurate image.
It's the process of crushing down this great tradition, this high tradition of statecraft, into this lumpen form, this mutant form of daytime TV entertainment, where it doesn't fit. Political analysis doesn't fit on television. It's never fit on television.
That is the most depressingly accurate thing I think you've ever said to me.
The View is literally trying to sell Hoi 4 to Candy Crush players.
Well, a lot of people, a lot of people ask me, it's like, why don't you simplify down what you say? Why don't you simplify down your content? Why don't you simplify down something that will make it so that what you're saying is less esoteric and is more direct and is much more spelled out? It's just like, well, it loses its flavor, it loses its character. It's like having, Shakespeare reduced down to the language of like Spot the Dog. Or a grade,
basically
kindergarten book.
Conducing chess down to connect the dots.
To be fair, Shakespeare was actually written specifically to kind of do both those things, to entertain the plebs and to entertain the upper crust at the same time by having
yes, but
that's why he was
Strum's got
but that's why he's the bard. Okay, you know what I mean? And
like,
what I would say real quick, because I get that comment all the time as well, Scrump, from both viewers and from other creators, which is that like you need to simplify it, you need to make it, then you do better in the algo and stuff.
Yeah.
And my response has always been, well, I can't. If I simplified it down, then it would lose the
complexities.
the actual meaning, the complexity. It would be lost in translation.
Complexity needs flavor.
If I simplified my stuff down, I'd get arrested.
Well, this is what like Hobbes's Leviathan, or something like equality, or I can never remember the name of it.
Liberty or equality.
Liberty or equality, the challenge of our time. It's something like those texts. This is what you have to do to it to make a suburban, like, black mother in Alabama who's at home during the day drinking wine coolers understand politics. Like, this is what you have to do to politics to turn it into like a mass thing.
Popcorn.
And it's awful, and I hate it.
It doesn't have to be informative. It just has to lead.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to. It's not intended to be informative. It's intended to be propagandistic. But it's the other intention is to make the wine mom think that she's intelligent. It's pure
while she's drunk off her fat
so that's why it's on at 12 and not before, because they got to wake up.
Unfortunately, I'll have to go relatively soon because I have an early start tomorrow. I didn't realize I'd have. I'm not going to go right. I've got at least half an hour. But I just wanted to ask you, Aidan. I've suspected for a long time, and a bit of a jumping off point is the view that in terms of IQ, the IQ has shifted in terms of the way it's measured and the way it's portrayed since the 50s and 60s. Because I did a lot of my own research into this stuff, and I took a few tests from the 60s and 50s and some from today, and I found there was almost a 10-point delta between them. Do you think that they have watered down intelligence measures to try and adapt to current populations? Because I've seen that. Yeah. Do you think that's been done on purpose?
Oh, that's unquestionable. If you read the literature on it, that was on purpose. It was because the point of the IQ test is to keep the average at 100.
Oh, yes, of course. It's something I've been trying to explain to people, because a lot of the literature also denies this. They say,
but if you actually go and read when they're developing the scales, their actual like internal development notes, it's like, yeah, well, we're trying to keep the average at 100. In order to keep the average at 100, they have to change the scale measures.
Yes, thank God. That's what I found, because there's all kinds of the double speak in it, and they try to say it while not saying it. But that's why I refer to this as aimed at people at 80 IQ.
Yeah, but when you know
really,
how to read that stuff, you can see what they're actually saying. Go ahead.
When it was developed, and when it was more popularized in, say, the 50s and 60s, when that really was the height of IQ testing, was the 50s and 60s.
No, now it's offensive.
Yeah, now I'd say, would you say about 10 points is about right?
In terms of it's interesting. The Flynn effect, in terms of the rise in IQ in non-white populations in the United States, that has occurred. They like to claim that that's not real and it's fake, and or I've heard that, and then I've also heard that, well, that's just because of education and not because of nutrition. It's because of nutrition mostly.
Oh yeah, Scrum. That's what I spoke to you about.
I'd say a large part of that though can be explained by the drift you just described. If the IQ of those populations over that time has gone up by 10 points, and the scale has been changed by 10 points.
Yep.
Then that seems to explain the delta, but there's very little stuff that will discuss this directly. One of the only people I know, and I've spoken to him a few times, is Ed Dutton, who talks about this stuff.
Dr. Dutton's probably the best person to talk to about it. He looks into it in the most detail. Okay, fair enough. It's probably exactly what you said, which is that it's well, we know for a fact they've changed the instruments over time. They've changed the instruments to try and tweak them to make them more accurate. But what in reality has happened, if you go and read again, like the logs from what they're talking about, it's because they have to keep because of the way that the scale is designed, the average should always be 100. So if we suddenly find that the average is not 100, it's 90, then we have to change the scale to make the average 100 again, which is not a good instrumentation. It should have been keeping the same exact original scale and reusing that scale in perpetuity, because by the very nature of what IQ is, it shouldn't change drastically over time unless there's something else going on in society. It should be maintaining at that average of 100.
Especially when you're not discussing the fact it's a weighted instrument.
That too, yeah.
Almost, it's never brought up in any media whatsoever, the fact it is a weighted instrument.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why.
Because they don't like IQ at all in general, unless they want whatever.
That's being slightly facetious, Hayden.
Yeah, I know. Let's go back to the View for a little bit, and then just dip out whenever Scrump, because we've got all kinds of stupid stuff to look at.
Yes. He's weaponizing government against his opponents. Boy, are we in trouble.
Speaking of too many wine coolers.
What the hell are you talking about, you stupid bitch? You fucking did that yourself.
That's what you... This is... Oh God,
also, look at that jaw set. One, that is Trump's jaw set. Secondly,
Yeah.
That's the face you make when you're going, okay, I don't think anyone realised I slammed back 2 liters of like box wine.
Yeah. But it's like
that is the face of someone who's had a goon bag deep into the morning.
What an insane thing to say. Trump's threatening to abuse the powers of the government to go after his political enemies. Oh, you mean like you did? Yeah, okay. That's like what you did and you all celebrated it. So this is why democracy is cringe.
It's like Nixon's enemies list, you know. In those days, he had a whole list of people that he was going to go after, and then, of course,
doesn't it feel like? But you all wanted to go after Trump, and not just Trump, but all people who were.
You invaded his house, you jackass bunch of bitches.
Your whole shtick has been no more. We got to go after these MAGA Republicans and take them out. But don't. Oh, how dare you come back after us? It's so
slimy.
It isn't the. The bully goes just picking at you and picking at you.
One might say they cry out in pain as they strike you.
Yeah, weird. Weird how they cry out in pain as they.
What group of people does that one belong to? I feel like it's familiar.
Don't worry.
Can't remember.
Repeating it.
Just read a book
about how history.
I think they wear small hats.
Sonny, you have never read a book that's not a romance novel.
History is cyclical.
Oh God, what you just said is disgusting for so many reasons.
And every century or so, or every couple decades, this type of thing keeps on happening. It feels like McCarthyism. It feels like Jake Edgar.
McCarthy was right.
Like you did
McCarthy
with
was
the Jan
right.
6?
He didn't go far enough.
Also, McCarthy was not responsible for the Hollywood listings. That was someone else.
1, McCarthy was right. 2, you mean putting people on lists like you've been doing with the Jan 6 people? I just saw an article today about how they drove armored trucks into some random small town trying to track down some guy who posted crap on Facebook or Twitter.
Oh yeah, I saw that on Twitter.
That was I didn't even include it in this.
They preach from a $12 set wearing 12 grand jewelry.
Where they just absolutely ridiculous double standards because they don't care. No one watching cares either.
Hoover's list. Anti-Semitism is back. Anti-Semitism.
Thank God.
We're back, baby.
I think, though, that
they're called a comeback. We've been here for years.
Education has failed a couple of the generations, and they don't realize that this is history.
You get to whinge about that. You have Whoopi Goldberg on every week.
I know.
You've seen before, and if you don't know history, past becomes.
That's a good fucking
point.
point.
Know history.
Just because you're fucking featured in it.
Prologue, and that's why
She's
we're
black.
seeing
No, she isn't.
that somebody like Donald Trump is going to be.
But don't his supporters?
We already know he was going to be the nominee the whole fucking time.
Yeah,
the rest of you jackasses were just using the presidential fucking skit as a way to basically
were pushing
rinse
for
money.
Ron DeSantis because they don't want Republicans to win. That's all.
Did you notice that she used basically entirely stock phrases there?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
There's no original thoughts.
That was amazing. That was a complete run of just platitudes. She managed to say canned platitudes for an entire sentence.
But that's how these like leftist ideologues operate. They don't have any original thoughts. All they have are slogans.
And talking points, yeah.
Well, when you go hear any of their protests and stuff, it's just sloganeering. You go and ask them any serious questions, and they'll just repeat the slogan. It is actual pure NPC mentality. They don't know what anything they say actually means. They don't know why they believe in any of these things, other than because it's the right side of history and we're the good guys.
Scrump,
it's
these people have on freaking
mentality.
These people have freaking placards that say like "Queers for Palestine,"
which is hilarious,
and reproductive rights. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Get old white men out of office. Meanwhile, we'll take our advice on politics from someone who gave her first blowjob to Tutankhamun.
See that he turns on people who are in his corner. If you dare to go against him even this much, he goes bananas on you.
That's
Mike. She's talking about Mike Pence, right?
Who just Trump.
Who turned on him that he went bananas on? Like, all those war hawks that were trying to drag us into war with Syria.
Also,
that Trump didn't want anything to do with. Yeah.
Why is that bad?
He dealt with them a little bit. Well, from her perspective, I guess it's bad because she supports the current
regime.
Apparatus, the regime.
Yeah, if you get someone who betrays you, of course, you just need to coddle them and keep them in the cabinet so that the left can continue to exert control over you by proxies.
It's not just the left; it's also the neocon bastardized quote unquote.
When I say left, I mean the superstructure.
Superstructure, sure. Yeah.
That's a dictatorship. They don't see the signs.
It's a dictatorship.
Dictatorship.
Fascism. It's fascism. If you don't vote for us, it's fascism. If you don't engage in our one-party state politics, it's fascism. That's weird, Sonny.
By the way, loyalty is how literally any form of government operated for most of the human species. To think that, like there was a bit in that in the one that we did with Jim and Molbug when they were discussing, and he has a quote from Taine with regards to the French Revolution, the author, and he said something like, when the Jacobins, when they were in control of France, and he said, like, why isn't anybody taken over? And he said, there isn't a man that can command the loyalties of 100 Frenchmen. Something like that, and...
Jesus, put that one on my tombstone.
Yeah,
right.
And he said like the people of France are as atomized as the dust on the road to France. And I remember Mobo just saying like, Jesus, Mary, Mother of God, there isn't one American that can command the undying loyalty of 5 Americans, let alone their own families.
But exactly.
Yes.
But that's why democracy is a farce.
Yes, because it's just about people like I'm in this. This is something that people don't seem to understand: is that democracy is a structure with human beings. And the way that it works in a monarchy is that you actually at least have an incentive to rule well, because you have to pass it down to an heir. Like, yes, maybe people are trying to kill you, but that's the regime. And any regime has an element of security it needs to secure it, otherwise it'll get penetrated. That's just law of power.
So, there's only so much you can do when there are like snakes in the grass all around you. I mean,
yes,
Aurelian restored the globe, but got taken down by his own Praetorian Guard because they were, backstabbing traitors.
But the best way to describe it, I think, too, also is that a monarchy follows the natural order of power structures, which is the familial structure. Whereas, comparatively, if democracy is a system without any kind of longitudinal responsibility, so these women can sit here and I don't know. Do you want to keep watching this, or do you want to move on to another topic?
Ask the chat.
Chat.
That's a very democratic.
Yeah, how do you feel since your time is limited?
All I can see is like the crayon. All I can see is the producer just like drawing these crayon drawings of like politics, like, holding them up at the camera. So I don't know. It's I find this more depressing than most other things. So I've got myself another drink. But all we'll hear is the same talking in circles.
Yeah, they're gonna talk in circles for the next 5 minutes, even though it's only a 7-minute clip, which is why I didn't think it would be that long. But since your time's limited. Let's move on to the Pelosi attacker standing trial.
Oh yeah, he was in court.
Yes, he sure was, and we've got what he had to say. Let me share my screen.
Because it's completely normal to open the door and then find an 8-year-old man in his underwear versus another man standing next to him holding a hammer in your in your foyer, basically.
Paul Pelosi there at the world's worst Peter Sutcliffe LARP event.
Fucking Peter Sutcliffe mentioned.
Reset the clock.
Reset the clock. It is currently real Sutcliffe hours. Stop. Hammer time.
If I had a hammer.
If I had a hammer.
So listen to some of this stuff, though, guys. It's crazy. So the grand plan de Pepe, 43, revealed to a jury on the third day of the federal trial against him in San Francisco on Tuesday morning.
Zoom in a bit.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a bit.
There we go.
Some of us have fucked up.
There we go. What is this? A stream for ants?
Yes.
Well, it looks good on my screen, but I have to see it. Whatever. De Pepe, accused of bludgeoning Paul Pelosi and attempting to kidnap Nancy Pelosi.
I like the way you call them De Pepe. I've done that as well.
Oh, it's De Pappy. Oh.
Yeah, it said say De Pepe. It's funnier.
It's De Pepe. It's going to be De Pepe from now on.
Hey, I'm
not changing it. The Pepe.
He's a Mexican immigrant.
Is it De Pepe? No, De Pepe. I'm going to say De Pepe.
Just say De Pepe. It's funnier.
Like Pepe. Faces life in prison for charges of attempting to kidnap a federal officer and assaulting a family member of a federal officer.
What?
He has pleaded not guilty. Yeah, life in prison.
He didn't even kill somebody.
Well, you got to remember, it's always if you don't succeed, you get a harsher sentence. It's just like how if you talk shit about someone whose kids got killed, you get charged more than if you killed the kids yourself.
Weird, right?
Yeah. Did we ever get confirmation whether they knew each other or not? Because there was that whole thing about them saying they knew him, them saying they didn't know him.
There's pictures of him in the same room as Pelosi.
Yeah. So it appears that they may have known each other. It looked okay. Just who did we get into a huge argument with this about, Spoon? Was it Dev or was it Adam and Sedge?
Probably Dev.
I think it might have been Dev who we got into
Everyone's
a big argument
favorite railway worker.
Who we got into an argument with this over this, which was
Should have mentioned it earlier. We mentioned benefits cheats.
Well, where's the exact proof? And it's like, okay. Could you try to use some deductive or inductive reasoning as to why this guy was in his house with his pants off? They both had their pants on.
Sitting there and going, well, this doesn't look fishy. It's like someone sitting there going, yes, I believe that Epstein did actually kill himself.
I guess so.
Like, well, where's the proof? Why won't the regime recognize the fact that the regime's agents are weird degenerates who have weird living gimp people? Why won't they do that? Where's your official source? Shut up. Shut up, you absolute retard. I'm sorry. It's just like, well, Epstein didn't. No one acknowledged it. There's no proof Epstein goes, shut up. Fucking shut up. It's so tiresome.
I have noticed
it really
just going, we're halfway done with the strip poker. Let's move on to Russian roulette with a fucking claw hammer.
I mean, that's
I love the way that Adam and Stitch is like that. It's like if the proof isn't like explicit in front of their face in black and white, they have no capacity to be skeptical of anything. And it's like, dude,
it's not a video of Joe Biden saying, hey,
I paid you money so that I can corrupt my kid, like that kind of shit.
Or not that specifically, but I was working directly with the prosecutor in order to whatever. I was working directly with the Ukrainian government or indirectly with the Ukrainian government to make sure that our guy got set up as president. If you don't have a video of him saying that explicitly, it doesn't matter how much circumstantial evidence you have.
We literally have a recording of Joe Biden saying they stole the election.
There's also was it 50% for the big guy? The thing that always gets me though are the emails in the Hillary email leak talking about the Nephilim. You want to get some skit stuff?
That's the schizo stuff. But I mean, the fact
There's
that
a Nephilim.
Moloch.
There's so much with that Ukraine stuff, and it really was. It got to the point when I used to talk to Adam and such about the Ukraine stuff. I try not to anymore.
I wonder why.
And I avoid any streams where they're talking.
Well, you should do because they're all dead. Like they've actually fought to the last Ukraine. They've done it, guys. Europe is saved. They found him. They found him and they've killed they've done it. The last Ukrainian.
The average age in the trenches there is 43, which means you've lost 2 whole generations of Ukrainians.
It's like the last Metroid is in captivity. Peace has been achieved. It's like that. It's the last Ukrainian has been fought with 2. Peace has been achieved. We've done it, guys. We've done it. NATO's won. NATO's won because all the Ukrainians are fucking dead.
I had a conversation with Dev about this. He actually thinks Russia wants to establish the Soviet Union 2.0. Based on what? I don't fucking know.
I mean, I think they probably want to reclaim what they think is their clay, which would include Ukraine. Mm-hmm. That's largely access to the Black Sea.
But that's not the Soviet Union. I don't think they're going to go full communist.
No.
I saw who was it that I was watching? Who was it I was watching a couple of days ago?
More imperialistic.
It was I think it was Chris Christie on the Republican stage. He said he called Putin a communist dictator.
Okay, sure.
Shut the fuck up, you fat sack of shit.
The problem is the Soviet Union, though, compared to modernity, had really good aesthetics. I mean, I know it was a miserable place. That was a giant machine on human suffering.
With some really decent firearms, as opposed to the AK-12, which can barely fucking fire.
Yeah.
But
the Chinese are using, which keyholes at 10 feet.
There's the whole thing. Modern Russia does function somewhat like the Soviet Union did in some ways, because it has a lot of creaking institutions.
It's all wrong with Bratva.
To many people, and to many people in places like Belarus and Russia, there is a lot of nostalgia for the Soviet Union, because things were better for them under the Soviet Union.
I've seen the research on it, actually. Yeah.
There's very little middle ground. They did use East Germany and Poland and Hungary and all these places, client states, and that's why it was better for them, because they had client states. Mm-hmm. But still, there's this idea that it's a world that believes in nothing. I mean, the Soviet Union was a lie, and it was a terrible lie, and it was a horrible communist machine of human misery. But at least it had some higher goals and higher aesthetics. At least if you deluded yourself,
something to believe in, even though it was atheistic, it gave people something to believe in that was a higher power outside of themselves.
But we don't have, there's not that anymore. Russia is, I'm not, a lot of people think I'm a Putin fan. I'm not. Russia is devoid of meaning. Russia's like the West in that is a post-everything society. It is a post-meaning society. And it's very rich, really. It's a good soundbite. It's very rich of Putin to talk about the empire of lies. When really he's one of the outposts of it. He was put there as a strong man to stop the embarrassing Yeltsin years. And he is this
was a literal drunken idiot.
Yeah, he is a rogue outpost of NATO. He tried to join NATO and they wouldn't let him.
Yes, he did.
Because they have to have a kicking boy. They have to have somebody fucking kick, and they thought that was Russia. And Russia just got sick of being kicked. But I'll stop ranting about Ukraine and Russia.
Correct. You're completely correct.
It's just the Soviet Union, I think, would be an improvement in certain ways.
Listen, I only accept two rulers of Russia, Tabaritsky and Baron von Ungern-Sternberg, and nobody else. And the first one I can give or take.
I will say I do like him as statesman in like the propagandistic sense. Like he gives good speeches and he has a way to like rally even Westerners behind him, which is impressive. Because he does have a good gimmick.
Where is
his name?
Comparative to what, Zelensky? Oh, absolutely.
Oh, just anyone in the West. Like he is the only one in the West that looks like he has a pair of balls. Just like on face value.
And it is a it does work for them in that sense.
Like
I think you're also probably right though, Scrump, in that it's still falling down the same pathway as the West, it's just at a slower rate.
They've got some horrible demographic decline coming up of their own.
So does
everywhere has, to be honest. But it's just emblematic. You have all this like horrendous geopolitical tragedy going on, but in America you have a guy called everybody calls him DePepe. I've never heard anyone call him DePape on the internet. I've only ever heard him called DePepe on streams. Which is
it's too difficult. Let's get back into DePepe then.
We have a mentally disabled man here who was basically employed by the Pelosi.
I know Pelosi was trying to get inside.
Visibly mentally disabled.
Living gimp.
Just some gimp that I'm sure that Paul,
So someone said there was one report that apparently was not real, even though Elon Musk shared it, which just made it so much funnier. Where they basically said that Paul Pelosi is gay, and he has been for years, and it is like an openly spoken about secret that he basically fucks around when Pelosi is not around.
If your wife was Pelosi, you'd be gay too.
True. I mean, you've seen the wicked lich of the West. So, Pepe broke down into tears, blew his nose, and held the bridge of his nose as if in pain, various parts of his testimony, including recalling when he used to have strong anti-Trump vibes. So this is important because when this all came out, people went and looked at this guy's social media history, and all it was just shitting on Trump. And so they were like, this guy's screwing Paul Pelosi. But DePepe told jurors on Tuesday that his plan included luring one of his highest targets, a sexuality and gender academic named Gail Rubin, who's a crazy lady, known to the court as Target 1, to Pelosi's home, using the speaker's celebrity as a draw, then continuing on to target Gavin Newsom and several other public figures, and ultimately President Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden.
God, we shouldn't get him out of prison. We should release him back in the fucking wild.
Does this not sound
Give this man a promotion.
Yes, immediately.
This is schizophrenic nonsense.
No, that's a man with some good sense right there. That's good target.
Oh, this is a man who's given a script trying to cry people with good sense.
Yes. The grand plan was to expose everything at the end with Hunter Biden.
Sexy.
DePepe told jurors. Sure. See, like, this is obviously a script, right? Like you said, this is a script. This is not anything realistic. This is some kind of thing that,
it's funny, though.
Do you not want to go to jail for the rest of your life? Read this. Once DePepe exposed what he considered the truth, he planned to ask President Biden to pardon all the people he considered criminals. That was the grand end of my plan, to get Joe Biden to pardon all the criminals for all of their criminal conduct, DePepe said.
How the fuck?
You can't pardon someone unless they're found guilty.
Isn't this freaking insane? He
How
said
the fuck did you get to that?
Because this is some weird shit they gave him to read, yeah.
Let's run down that list real fast. Just staccato fire.
Here we've got our list. Here's our list here's his target list.
Pervert.
Tom Hanks, Hunter Biden,
Pervert.
Adam Schiff,
Moron.
Mike Pence, Bill
Traitor.
Barr, Bernie Sanders, and George Soros.
What the... Bernie
George
Sanders?
Soros doesn't even live in country.
Why is Bernie Sanders on that list?
I don't know. Why
did Bernie
Pence
do?
on there?
Well,
he's
you
guilty of
see,
being
it's
a
the millionaires and the billionaires.
Yeah, right.
Well,
look,
just the billionaires, because
I'm once again asking you for your support.
Once again.
Wasn't Bernie Sanders done for tax fraud a while ago?
No.
he was caught having a third home and being basically a fucking like landlord into himself.
Anyway, unfortunately, I must depart now.
All right. Well, thanks.
I must
for hanging
go
out
now.
with us.
My planet needs me. It was good to be on. Thank you for having me on.
Return. With a V. Thanks for hanging out with us, Scrump. It's always great to talk to you, man.
I'll do a little bit of shilling. If you want to check me
Yes.
out, I am on YouTube. We also have a Substack that I will be putting out more on. I've done the thing where I've written like 20 different things in parallel, not finished any of them, which a lot of people tend to do. But there will be more on the Substack with more written pieces. I have a big video coming out tomorrow, which is it's an audio version of one of our Substack pieces, but it's called The Holy Mountain. It's a little bit out there, a little bit esoteric, but I think people will enjoy it. So do check that out. And again, thank you for having me on. And
thanks.
Yeah, good luck talking about the Pelosi game, because that's all I know him as.
The Pelosi guy. Thanks for showing up, man. And yeah, I'd love to have you on anytime, or just hang out and do whatever.
Okay, talk to you, man. Bye.
Cheers. All right. Thanks again to Scrump for joining us. On the stand, DePepe accused one of his targets, Ruben. Is it Dave Ruben? Doesn't actually say.
This is the Ruben you just read about a couple of moments ago. Gail Ruben.
Oh, Gail Ruben.
Yes.
Gail Ruben of trying to create pedophilic molestation factories out of schools across the United States.
They're just called schools.
Yeah, exactly. That's just what they're called now.
It's like when that time that David Cameron mentioned baby farms offhandedly in some discussion he was having, and everyone's response was, "What do you mean by baby farm?"
What do you mean by Ruben, a University of
Pedophilic
Michigan
molestation factories,
anthropology.
otherwise known as the Don't Say Gay bill.
Yeah. University of Michigan anthropology and women's studies professor has been the target of conspiracy theories from extremist YouTubers, writers, and podcasters for her groundbreaking academic work as an anthropologist, writing about feminist and queer theory. In other words, bullshit. Rubin also testified in court Tuesday under the pseudonym Target One and said her workplace took measures to ensure her safety after she learned from the FBI that DePepe had intended to lure her to the Pelosi home. DePepe had a slip of paper in his pocket with Rubin's address and phone number on it. Oh, how convenient. When he arrived at the Pelosi home last year. This is all just such a fucking setup.
Wait.
How can anyone take any of this seriously?
So wait, let me get this straight. You were going to break into the house of probably one of the most powerful people in the country, and you were somehow going to make a phone call from inside that house while Paul Pelosi is there, and wait for the person to come to the house. And how did you think that was going to end?
Well, because none of this is real, Spoon.
Yeah, I'm aware, but I'm reading this like I'm in my head. I'm running this scenario. Like,
try to work it out.
Fuck did you what? How did you
try to work it out? You can't, because it doesn't make any sense. Now, this person probably is schizophrenic anyway, but this doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make a lick of sense. Rubin confirmed it was her address and an older phone number. Oh, how interesting, that DePepe had intended to call after kidnapping Pelosi. Actually,
that's the reason why he beat her, because he couldn't get access to the phone. That makes more sense now, actually.
DePepe said, I was thinking of going to her house first. The reason was proximity.
In just your pants?
Closest to Bart, she said of Rubin's home. Ultimately, though, her home seemed too well fortified, and he settled on visiting Pelosi's first. Yes, Pelosi's house, less fortified than some random feminist. This is just so...
Pelosi, who has deep... But those who don't know, Nancy Pelosi was the instrument who literally broke the law to give Jim Jones of Jonestown the role of like housing administrator of San Francisco near the start of her career. She has literally thousands of dead bodies on her conscience that we know of. And her house is less well fortified than some rando fucking academic.
But here's where it gets, where it's actually headed to, right? DePepe's fascination with Rubin sprang from podcaster James Lindsay. Please put doctor in front of his name, thank you. DePepe said, referring to the right-wing media personality.
James Lindsay is not right-wing.
Well, I'm going to tell you something about this in just a second here. This article comes out yesterday, right? Okay, this article comes out yesterday, and this is all the stuff from the trial that's been happening. James Lindsay reads her papers, and what I got is she's trying to turn our schools into molestation factories, DePepe said, repeating unfounded and baseless accusations that have long been shown to be rooted in bigotry against the LGBTQ community. Okay, fuck off.
By the way, anyone
have you read this stuff? They talk about wanting to groom kids.
By the way,
overtly.
You will notice anyone in the regime, in the media, when it comes specifically to this, if they use language that's like, especially this heavy, when it's like repeating unfounded baseless accusations rooted in, like when they get like this trying
citation.
To... But it's not that, just the way that they try to lump it so heavily. Like, this is not something you touch. Like, yeah, it's clear that is actually what you're trying to do.
Guess who was banned from Twitter today?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, Hayden.
James Lindsay.
Oh, what did he do?
I think it's this.
Oh, is it?
We don't know.
Sure?
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. But James Lindsay's been banned from Twitter. A day after all this deposition stuff comes out, where he's saying that he
Caution,
was
this account is temporarily restricted.
Restricted, whatever.
May have potentially violated the rules.
And this happens the day after this guy comes out and says that he was radicalized by James Lindsay.
Oh, then maybe the reason why.
That's a coincidence? I don't think that's a coincidence.
James Lindsay couldn't radicalize a fucking cockroach.
I don't know if I have Dr. Lindsay's email. We always talk to each other through Twitter.
He's blocked me on Twitter.
Yeah, I know. I don't remember what you said to him that made him pissed off at you.
I don't. It was my older profile. He's not blocked me right now. I've noticed Harry does not like him. Harry from the Lotus Eaters basically called him a coward. Like, straight up. Just like said, you're an intellectual coward.
I've disagreed with James on multiple things. He's a mathematician,
but Harry is based monarchy boy.
Yes, Harry's probably more based in the basedness scale on our side of things, yes.
Yes.
Well, unquestionably, actually.
Yes. I think Harry is one of the few people that I would actually... I would consider... I would think he's probably the most based person next to Callum in the Lotus Eaters.
Yeah, him and Callum.
Yes.
For sure.
I
mean, I like
Jonathan.
Jonathan, but Jonathan's behind the scenes mostly.
Oh, Jonathan Wong?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll tell you right now. He and I are he's the only other person who shares my views.
We went out to dinner and like Bill and Jonathan like clock each other as that like, I see you two are a man of martial mentality.
Society needs violence. Splendid. Yes.
Yeah. You're basically that Hadrian clip with the Jews.
Yeah.
Hey, I didn't need to be diddling twinks to know exactly what my bread's buttered on.
He told the jury he came across most.
Did we play that clip?
Political.
Almost every single video she makes, so I don't see why not.
What, the one from
Boycott the Revolt? Yeah.
All right, let me just play it real quick.
Because it's funny.
Hadrian. Here it is. Chad Hadrian. Yeah, okay, we'll just play this real quick.
Because it's funny.
This is Dovahaddy. You can. This is re-uploaded by some other guy because it's a link. But this guy's name is Dovahaddy. It's
good. He doesn't have a claim like that.
Dovahhatty. If you would like to watch Dovahaddy, please do. Mode. His videos are very fun and based. There we go. Dovahaddy.
Agents tried to restore peace. They were pushed back by 500,000 rebel Jews. Bar Kokhba purged Judea of all non-Jews, Romans and Christians alike, along with their wives and children. When news of the massacre reached the emperor, Hadrian went mad. He sailed for Judea, followed by 12 legions, and started killing every single Jew he found. No mercy was showed, no
Getting mad at
quarter
stuff
given.
right now in
Hadrian
Palestine,
would settle
but,
with nothing less
Well, this founded it.
Can't
than the
compete
complete
with
destruction
Hadrian,
of
dude.
Judea.
But this event literally founds Palestine.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
City of Palestine.
So here's the history of Palestine, guys. If you didn't know.
This literally fulfilled the apocalypse scenario
Yes.
for the Jews
Yes.
in the Torah.
Yeah, in the Torah.
So if they could stop trying to repeat the process, because I hate to break it to them, it's not really hard to find an incredibly psychotic paedophile in Italy to do it again.
So here's a brief history of Palestine.
How's that for a foundation there?
Result is sight of broken victory.
Judea Delenda Est. Yeah, just
Oh, those days.
that was anyway. Back to this. So,
Hey, Palestinians, if you ever need a morale booster.
I guess.
Consider joining the Italians.
Okay, listen to this
God,
one.
if
This
Rome
is from
ever needs a new legion.
KQED. I don't know who the hell KQED is, but they clearly have a bias here. He told the jury he came across most of his newfound political ideas after listening to mostly right-wing political YouTubers for entire weekends at a time, and a minimum of 6 hours per day on weekdays, including
Liberal,
Lindsay,
liberal, and
Jimmy
liberal.
Dore.
Okay,
Yeah, okay,
dude.
liberal James Lindsay, left-leaning liberal Jimmy Dore,
Jimmy Dore's a
and
leftist, for
Glenn
God's sake.
Glenn Beck, isn't Glenn Beck currently in like a massive argument with Israel because they won't approve his dual citizenship?
Yes, because he wants to move to Israel because he is so in support of them. Yeah.
To which I say, maybe we should check his fucking hard drives because everything I've learned about Americans fleeing to Israel is they tend to be diddling someone.
I don't know about that. I used to like Glenn Beck like 10 years ago, but it's been a long time. I used to
Well,
listen to
he clearly wasn't watching Shadowversity if he picked a clawhammer.
Yeah.
Political screeds.
Political screeds. It's crazy.
Oh,
They're
you
trying to
can't
really
read
bury
screed
Jimmy
without
Dore.
re.
They really are trying to bury Jimmy Dore, which I,
I
find
don't know
bizarre.
why.
Because he has
He's easily
occasionally-
subverted.
because he has occasionally not insane takes, so he needs to
He's
be
very
destroyed.
anti-war.
Yeah, that's why. He's anti-war. There you go. You got it, Spoon. That's
Mm-hmm.
it. He's anti-war, so Jimmy Dore needs to be destroyed. These
Check his
podcasts
hard
introduced him
drives.
to unfounded ideas that Tom Hanks had R-worded a young girl that Rep. Adam Schiff was somehow linked to child traffickers. More traditional right-wing attacks on Democrats would mix in with his more extreme conspiracy theories. Why
What
did
an
you
odd thing
include
to
Jimmy
say.
Dore and James Lindsay in this? I effing love Hunter Biden. He's like so blatantly corrupt. He doesn't even try to hide his nepotism, Pepe said in the witness stand. I mean, I agree with him on that. He doesn't even try to hide it, but this is the start.
Again, this is
But he's been told to say this.
literally the same process that historically nobility would have what's called natural jester, people with a horrific mental disability, and have them just say what everyone was thinking.
Yeah, they want.
But as in a way to highlight, to kind of hang a lampshade on it and like decry it as not the case.
And the whole point is that they want to have this
Oh my
totally
God,
crazy person say that.
Are they
that,
blaming Gamergate?
Uh-huh.
Oh my fucking god.
We are.
Are we in
10 years out.
2016 again? It's like
It's been nearly.
Send me back. I have a gorilla to save.
Yeah. It was video games that
Michelle
first led
Obama?
to Pepe down the rabbit hole of far right-wing personalities.
No,
who he
Mr.
said-
Floyd, just use a real note.
who he said exposed the truth to help him see both sides of the story and current events, and eventually led him to believe in wide-ranging conspiracy theories. Pepe said he had been looking up video game tips on YouTube when he first encountered information about Gamergate, a nearly decade-old social media harassment campaign led by misogynistic male gamers. They can never let it go. They can never, ever.
Oh, wait. It gets better. It gets
go.
better. He had
Ever.
it says later on, reflecting his roots in conspiracy theories, he had a grey Nintendo Switch in his backpack.
Oh my god.
This motherfucker was going to try. They are alleging this cocksucker was going to kidnap one of the most
Nancy
powerful
Pelosi.
women in the Western world.
Who
One of the
had
most
never-
horrible lichdom
Who
enjoyers,
has no,
and
no
then
private security.
bang out a couple of levels of fucking Super Mario Maker.
Exactly. Okay, he then began intensely researching their many spurious claims about feminist media critic Anita
All accurate.
Sarkeesian. Yeah, they were all accurate, which led him to discover additional targets, DePepe said. I'd look up a strategy to defeat a video game boss, and it'd be a totally different person. And then sorry, I have to skip those ads. And then people would talk about how toxic Anita Sarkeesian is, which she is, over and over, DePepe said. I wanted to find out what was going on. I wanted to get both sides of the story. That, DePepe said, has led his research deeper and deeper and deeper. This is a setup. This guy is trying to get out of life in prison, and it is cartoonish. It's those same YouTubers, podcasters, and others, DePepe said. And by the way, this is you know what this is about. This is a push to demonetize, to deplatform, to deperson people. That's what they're going to use this dude for. They want to use him. I
have a very important note
to get out of jail.
Kids at home. Mm-hmm. If you find yourself in a situation where like local authorities are demonizing and dehumanizing you, they'll soon have a better idea about it when the first person you send, you crucify. Nail them to the front of the house. It'll keep the rest of the feds at least. No one wants to be the second guy crucified on the house.
Yeah, he had a gray Nintendo Switch in his backpack alongside the zip ties and rope.
All switches
That's
gray.
because he was there for a homosexual tryst. Okay.
No one rocks up to what can only be described as a kidnapping op with a fucking with a GPS trackable handheld gaming device.
Yeah. Before DePepe's testimony Tuesday morning,
if it was a PSP, I'd believe it.
Yeah. Neurosurgeon Dr. Michael Huang testified for the prosecution. He described in gory detail, how parts of Paul Pelosi's skull were shifted by the impact of DePepe at least 3 hammer blows.
That's some foreplay for homosexuals.
This is literally the Abraham Lincoln bit from White's Kids, you know?
Yeah.
And that's how Abraham Lincoln died of being hammered in the ass.
Yeah. One photo displayed in court showed Paul Pelosi's head from the side, which would appear to be a large portion of the front of his skull flattened from the injuries. I've seen the video. He's not even bleeding. Like, there's nothing. He's just hanging out with the guy. And a roughly 4-inch laceration going across the back right part of his skull, which was shaved. DePepe said he hadn't gone to the Pelosi home that night intending to hurt Paul Pelosi. No, you went, well, maybe to hurt his butthole. Just his wife. He said that he was willing to go through...
He was going for a different kind of hammering.
The then 82-year-old because the old man was stopping him from prevailing in his plan against evil.
Wouldn't be the first time you didn't throw him either.
Hearing the medical report about Paul Pelosi's injuries was really chilling, DePepe said from the stand. Yeah, because I feel like this is all fake.
Okay, you're using a claw hammer. Yeah. Against someone who is, in his 70s or 80s?
Is he 82?
He's 82.
82. A hammer swing from a claw hammer with serious weight behind it would basically tear off his fucking frontal cortex.
After he assaulted Pelosi and saw him lying on the ground breathing heavily, I felt scared for his life, he said.
Oh, okay. Get the fuck out.
Paul Pelosi has literally had sex rougher than January 6th.
Recently?
Yes, apparently so.
All right, let's get to the super chats since I didn't want to get to them because I knew that Scrump had limited time. We'll get to them now. Hasselhopper for 10. I did talk to him a little bit before the stream started because he sent this before the stream. What's up, Aiden and Spoon? We'll be chilling in bed after surgery, but listening in. I don't know how a waifish Welsh wren and an uppity unctuous utensil managed to stream, but it's appreciable. Thank you, Hasselhopper, so much. And I do wish you the most speediest of speedy recoveries. I don't know what kind of surgery you've had, man, but please get well soon. DRT is King for 2 says, Mike Pence dropped out of the race a week ago. Oh, did he finally drop out?
Yeah, as did Tim Scott.
Oh yeah, I saw Tim Scott dropped out, but I just saw it today. Gary Thomas for 5 says, hey y'all, sup Scrump? Scrump's left, sorry. If you had a message for Scrump, he had to go. I'll relay anything to him, though. Also, is there a good example anyone can think of a modern-day monarch?
Pinochet.
I mean, a real monarch with a country and
not
a
exactly
throne.
Modern.
Not exactly modern.
It's like saying, what's a good common, recent dictator and saying Franco?
Yeah, not really one I can think of.
I mean, if you look at Spain right now, they could use a Franco.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
well,
for sure.
Isn't it currently undergoing a coup because of the fucking, as per usual,
they do that
fucking,
all the time, though. Castillon or whatever.
The fucking
Yeah, I
Just like that neck of the woods.
I actually discussion with a friend of mine. He lives in the Netherlands now, but he's Dutch, and or at least he's Spanish.
I work with the Catalonian and the scum of the earth.
He's Spanish. Sorry. Right, there we go. My apologies. But he was speaking about like his parents. I think his grandparents, and they said that they preferred Franco. Because Franco, he said like they actually liked the fascists because the fascists actually run the state well.
These are trains run on time, I suppose. DRT is King for 5.
I mean, they did in Germany as well, just for different reasons.
Dev's good work, as usual.
DRT is King for 5 says the Palestinians are the greatest hurdle towards the two-state solution. They're destructive towards everyone, not in support of Israel. No, not in support of either party. That's kind of I guess that's my position. And then if you say stuff like that, people like lose their damn minds at you. It's like, I'm not really in support of
either side. The people who
side.
lose their damn minds at you don't even know how to spell Palestine, let know where it is on a fucking map.
Troddle for 2 says, I'm just going to dismiss polls after Red Wave 22. Very true. Very true. I think that's probably reasonable. Kizza for £5 says, the king has blessed the stream. Thank you, Kizza. Scrump, we need to do that robot war stream we talked about 2 years ago. Women are retarded, hence no rights. Yeah, I agree.
Agreed.
Kizza for another 5 says, speaking of the manosphere, Aiden Spoon, you should share the clip of me explaining how modern women are unfeminine, spiteful mutants. If you send it to me, we can watch it. DRT's King for 5 says, how was Senator Joe McCarthy responsible for the House Committee on Un-American Activities? Joe McCarthy was killed unjustly, just like JFK. Yeah, they're trying to set up, I mean, I don't know. Well, yeah. The current McCarthy, who I'm not a big fan of, apparently just like punched another Republican like in the liver, allegedly, or elbowed him. I don't know if I believe that, but that's the claim. DRT's King for another 2 says, Connor the Ears Tomlinson is also a good noodle. Yeah, I like Connor. He's a nice guy. He's very standoffish, but when I actually got to meet him, I was like, oh yeah, he's a very nice guy. But he's just
very poshy.
He comes across as very posh and very proper, but he's a totally normal dude. I think he just gives off that vibe. But
he doesn't strike me as the kind of person who would drink lager.
No, but he's a very nice guy from my.
He seems the kind of person who would drink sherry.
I was a little worried at first because he does come off as very standoffish, but but no, Connor's a lovely person. Slosher for 20 Canadian says, James Lindsay does not like our kind. I brought up Oren McIntyre in a super chat on a live stream he was on because he was saying something very similar to Oren. His mood changed rather quickly. Okay.
Yeah, he does not like the right wing. Do you know why? It's because he sims for like not traditional, but like classic liberalism shit, and he does not have an off switch. Like,
I think you're absolutely right.
Whoops, sorry.
Shut on me. It's because like he thinks like, oh, like gay rights and everything was a good idea, and it's like, no, you don't understand power and how the regime actually moves. So it's, as far as his perception of power, he doesn't have any. He's not politically astute in that manner. It's why someone like Paul Gottfried, which is someone that Harry told him to speak to, would fucking destroy him. So yeah, that'd be the reason.
I don't know. Okay.
I do, but you want to be friends with everybody, so you don't have firm positions.
I do have firm positions, except on people that I know, and then I don't have firm positions because or people that I like, and then then it's. I mean, I can be critical.
Yeah, that doesn't have a problem with political reality, though.
Okay, I'm going to read this last super chat we got here. I really didn't have to go pee, so I'm going to give you guys this article. Migrant family journeys back to Venezuela. Yeah. More leaving Chicago as winter looms. The American dream doesn't exist anymore. Gee, basically, I wonder freaking why.
Maybe it's because the Americans are now a filthy shithole because it's surrounded by people who look like you.
Weird. The last super chat here is from DRT is King for 2 says, Gamergate is the ACW of the modern day left. I have to pee so bad that I don't know what ACW stands for, but I will be right back. Hang on. All right. Go ahead and look at this article, guys. Bye.
This is over the past 5 months since arriving in Chicago. That's your problem, you went to Chicago. Andrea Carolina. Sevilla's parents have been unable to enroll in school, even though the reason they left everything behind in their native Venezuela was for her to have access to better education.
So you moved to Chirac?
You went to Chicago?
You poor sons of bitches, I now feel bad. Like Like that. Oh my goodness.
That's like escaping Afghanistan to get to a safer zone, then ending up in Syria.
Yeah, fucking hell.
Fucking
I could not think of a worse place to go for education than Chirac. You would be better off going to Iraq than to Chirac.
Yeah,
I went there, and legitimately, it's the only place I've gone to where buildings were actively falling in on themselves just from neglect, whilst people were occupying them.
God damn. It was a Section 8 hydrogen, was it?
I didn't know. It was. I spotted it whilst we were getting an Uber someplace, and Chicago is legitimately a fucking unlivable shithole.
Oh, yeah, it is. Also, what does ACW stand for?
It's a wrestling association.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
I was going to say, it's an awfully strong stance to be taken on the Arts Council of Wales.
So, how far have we gotten through this?
Second paragraph.
Okay.
In Venezuela, it says he was lucky that he could even attend school, many others, and to have food that you don't kill with a rock. Because Venezuela, they were apparently killing zoo animals because they didn't have any food. The other teenagers started working at an early age to help out their families who often face extreme poverty. Yes, that's what you should do. You should get children into working conditions, not to school, because school makes you cringe and gay. Quite literally at this point. But she did not have the same luck in the city as the one she dreamed of visiting. The family went from sleeping on the floor of the police station.
because I was filling up my drink. Are you in favor of child labor here, Spoon?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
The children, they hunger for the mines.
Yeah, they hunger for the mines.
Okay, honestly, what do you think?
Oh, no, DRT's King says that ACW is the American Civil War. As an American, I'm not surprised. I am not surprised Aiden didn't get the acronym. No, it's just I didn't... I did make the connection.
That's an awfully strange acronym for the War of Northern Aggression.
Yeah, that's how you could... DRT, you could have said the word Northern Aggression, then I would have understood you. I could continue with this while I fill my drink without making a loud noise.
Child labor is based. Seriously, if you could say right now your kid can go at an apprenticeship at a very young age or go to school, what do you think would be better for them developmentally?
A Gojo. Okay. Just send them out into the wilderness, have them kill fucking wolves for a living.
Oh, it's AEW, not ACW. That's the one. Thank you for that. I knew there was something off about the acronym.
How is that good?
You know what? After you just said that you're base child labor, I think after this I want to watch the video. I want to react to the guy.
Which one?
I want to get through. Let's get through these
three
things.
Oh,
these three things
the
of
idiots?
the. Yeah, let's get through these 3 articles I have, or 4 articles I have about.
I feel like you have more to say about him than I do.
Because it's so funny, guys. It's so funny. It's the funniest shit I've ever seen. Well, not the funniest shit I've ever seen, but it's way up there.
We've got a lot more on the docket. How do we get through that, and then we'll return to it.
Yeah, I think that since Spoon just said that he's in favor of child labor, though, that would probably lead into that guy's video. Well, but let's continue.
And you don't?
And I'm not in favor of child labor? Yeah, I'm not in favor of child labor.
I think child labor is more productive for a child's development than it is to go at the state-sponsored commie, please fuck my ass now kind of mentality they have right now.
That's not a fair comparison.
There's a difference between labor and apprenticeship, really.
Yeah, an apprenticeship. And how young of a child are we talking?
Where was Gojo from? I think Gojo's 12.
This is a question for Spoon. How young of a child are you talking? How young do you think is appropriate for child labor?
At what age can they hold a hammer?
Jesus Christ.
No, ask Pelosi. You'll know.
Yeah, I'm sure Paul
What's the
Pelosi
youngest possible age someone can hold a hammer, Paul? You tell us. He's the expert in the field.
Oh, fuck. Oh,
give him half a chance, they'd be out in the fields too. They'd be singing songs.
Oh my God! What's happened to the stream?
To appropriate a line from a much better song from a different industry, give me a spade and I'll give you a hole.
No.
Oh God. Bill and I make a good comedic team.
I'll try my best.
Yeah. I wasn't even fucking expecting that. God damn.
Bruh, let's continue with this. But she didn't have the same luck in the city she once dreamed of visiting. What
I'm
a
actually in
surprise.
tears.
You dreamed of visiting Chicago? Fuck me, Venezuela's worse than we thought.
Venezuela's so bad, I dream of Chicago.
Matt, musicals have a lot to answer for. I want to do I want to make a right-wing remake of Chicago called Chirac.
The family went from sleeping
If
on
you
the
have
floor of a
gunshot
police-
noises needed, you won't have a fucking problem getting those.
Yeah, the family went from sleeping on the floor of a police station to a crowded shelter to a house on the far south side, then back to the floor of a police station.
Are you on
after
the
her
south side of
stepfather-
Chicago? Fucking hell, no wonder you have a problem.
Michael
Jesus wept.
Castellon.
If I heard someone was from the south side of Chicago, they would be able to get refugee status back into Venezuela.
39 couldn't afford the rent. He couldn't find a job that paid enough without a work permit, he said. In other words, he was working illegally. And then he's like, I can't afford... Interestingly, though, she was able to afford hair dye.
Yeah.
That's
You sure that isn't just blood?
No, that's hair dye. On November 3rd, and by the way, I can speak to this. Do you know how much that shit costs?
Too
per
much?
bottle? Like 20 to 30 bucks.
I wouldn't know.
That doesn't look like a home dye job, though. That looks like it was done at a salon.
Because here's the thing also is that, okay, let me put it this way.
That's a salon hair dye.
To bleach, because doesn't matter. You got black hair, you got to bleach it first before you can put color in it. The bleaching kits cost 20 bucks. I know that for a fact because I have a whole bunch of them. I keep them around all the time because I constantly...
That's why our room smells like a fucking sarin gas attack.
Because I constantly bleach my hair. Because I like the way it looks, and I'm allowed to like the way I
also,
look.
you get upset because
L'Oreal
people
or
keep
something.
saying you're Jewish.
Or whatever. No, I like the way that... Look, it's like, I could... Yes, people tell me all the time, like, Aiden, it doesn't look good on you. I'm like, I probably know that it doesn't, but I like the way it looks. I like the way it looks on me. So...
Have your hair black?
My hair is naturally black.
Exactly.
But I like it white.
But it looks better black.
See, everyone says that, but I like...
This is going to get clipped out of context and
like
confuse a lot of people down the line. You realize
I
that,
like the
right?
way that my hair looks when it's bleached white better. I like the storm look. That's what I'm going for. And now it's so long and it's been white for so long. I just like it. Whatever. I like it. However, in order to get that kind of color, you gotta spend at least 20 bucks on a bleach kit, and then like another 10 on a coloring kit.
We need to do something manly now to divert away from this overly feminine
I'm just
moment.
saying. That
So a
people who are
Gojay,
so
rather than
poor-
fuck child labor, get a Gojay on the go. I want every child out there in the wilderness with spears.
So basically,
Harassing the
the
wildlife.
trial of Spartans go through.
Yes. Literally 1-to-1.
There you go.
Gojay's.
What was the trial? There's a special name for it.
That's a Gojay.
That's the one.
Mm.
Or Gogi. I'm not sure how it's pronounced.
my point is-
I don't consider the Greeks people, so I never really learn the pronunciations.
My point is,
Is it because they're not really people because they're gay?
Well, here's the thing. Every time I run into a Greek, I just call them Albanian until they get pissed off and leave. So, so I don't really take the time to give a shit.
Okay. The point is that if you're so poor and so desperate, you don't have time to do this shit with your hair, right? But whatever.
Well, they had to go through Texas to get up there. Could you imagine?
You had to go through Texas. From there, they would go. They set out to go back to Texas. This is after they left, and then would go back to Venezuela, the country they fled to seek asylum in the
They
United
would have had to
States.
go through several
bunch of other
other
countries.
nations to get there. So by definition, they are not refugees. They are migrants.
Yep. They're among the countless number of migrants, which the
There you
Chicago
go.
Tribune calls them, who have chosen to leave Chicago in recent weeks in search for a better life. They're
Also,
looking
you had to
for
go through
warmer
most of the
weather,
fucking Bible Belt to get there.
more resources, or to reunite with their friends and family in other places. Then why are you in Chicago in the first place?
Why'd you go to Chirac? You could have gone anywhere.
Because you were hoping for government money. That's it. You were hoping for Gibbs. You knew Chicago is a leftist city, and you were like, if I go to Chicago, they're going to provide for us.
There's no
they're
such
gonna
thing
give
as
us money.
a blue state, only blue cities.
Exactly. One family of 5 left for Detroit because another migrant
Ugh.
told them there was work there. That's not it. They
What
told you there
lying
were
pieces
Gibbs
of
there.
shit told them that?
There's not. They told you there were Gibbs there because it's a leftist city. That's what they told you.
Like I'm sorry. If you're a migrant living on the breadline, you could go to Detroit and set up a separate civilization. There's enough room and empty houses there.
Sloshing for 5 Canadian says, Aiden, I don't know if you've ever heard this. Heard Tim Pool say this, but he's from the south side of Chicago.
I've never heard him say that.
I've never heard Tim Pool say that he's from the south side of Chicago.
No.
I've never heard that.
I've never heard him say he's mixed race either.
I've never heard that one either. DRJ's Game for 5 also says, Spoon, I agree on aesthetics. All the women should never see the sun. Vampire pale skin for my dream waifu.
No, I like my women tanned. This is why I say I'm not a very good racist. If you look at my demographics, I'm like, yeah, I'm a horrible racist.
Yeah, very bad at it.
Why am I surrounded by people who like brown women? What kind of degeneracy is this?
Okay, no. This is not the same thing. Bill.
I'm being facetious.
Yes.
Spoon, calm down.
Before you insult my taste here, good sir.
One man went back to Texas where he will join his cousins after trying his luck in Chicago.
She has jungle fever. I have yellow fever.
I just like the aesthetic of white hair and dark skin.
I mean, in your sexual fantasies, you fucking weirdo.
I grew up with Storm, who I thought was the coolest
This is not about your freaking hair. It's about what gets your jollies off, you twat.
Yes, but no, it's not jollies. It's just when I make characters and RPGs and stuff, I always give them dark skin and white hair. If it's a woman.
And makes them look really gay.
Well, so does Seth, but I don't think you're making some boo-boo.
For God's sake, the guy you showed me in freaking Cyberpunk looked like a fucking Black Milo.
My lady in Cyberpunk. Now I have to bring
Looked
it
like
up.
a Black Milo. He looks like a Black Milo.
No, hang on.
And probably takes as much cock as well.
No, only the one guy. Only the cop. I only fuck cops and
you fuck a pig? Jesus Christ, woman.
Hey, Cab, I disavow. All coppers are bastards is a long-standing Anglosphere saying. I refuse to let it be co-opted by a bunch of non-humans.
The Pakistani girl was very pretty. Shut your face.
Where is the stuff? Where did I put all this? No. I know I have a thing here.
She was smoking hot. Shut the fuck up.
Did you get to meet her folks at their family reunion?
I'd rather not speak about that.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Okay, out of just sheer respect is the reason.
I'm not expecting you to give actual details.
Here's my character from Mass Effect 3 when I replayed Mass Effect 3 last year.
What the fuck did you do? This is like cultural appropriation 101. What the fuck have you done with this? This is an abomination.
Here's her confessing her love to
Garrus, of course.
Of course she goes for the bird person.
No.
Keeping it in the racer.
Here's the character. I still haven't finished Greedfall, so here's my character in Greedfall.
The fuck is
we were Solomon Kane and shit.
Here's my character in Hogwarts Legacy.
It's like the two ends of the fucking horseshoe theory, the witch and the witch hunter.
And here's my character in Cyberpunk 2077.
See, that's a gay Milo. Or a gayer Milo.
It's already, well, I guess he's not gay anymore.
We don't know whether you want to be Akira or Shakira. I'm sorry, Spaniard, you're not white either.
Oh, fuck. Oh, shit.
We need a Texan Reconquista.
Oh, where were we? Okay. In the past month, at least 40 people, including Sevilla's family, have left Chicago from the 1st District Station on the near
More
south
people
side.
probably get shot in Chicago on a daily basis than 40 people leaving it.
True. With the help of Catholic Charities of Chicago. The American dream doesn't exist anymore, said Castillon, as he laid on a blanket on the bare floor of the station the afternoon before they left. There's nothing here for us. Then why'd you come here in the first place?
Yeah.
Gibbs.
Exactly.
All in pristine designer gear.
Yeah, exactly. Are these people look like they're starving to death to you?
Hey, give Ela Klein her fucking hat back.
Yeah,
she needs it to go kill more Palestinians.
Migrant said they are realizing the city is at a breaking point. No shit.
No, I can't gloss over this. What's with this weird Jay and Silent Bob fit they both got on?
For real though. I mean, what is this like? Like you don't look like you're starving. You don't look like you're like.
Why is she rubbing his belly like he's pregnant?
I don't know. Oh, that is weird. No, I can't unsee that.
Looks like a tall Gary Coleman.
Not only is there no more space in the shelters, they also acknowledge that some residents in Chicago oppose the opening of more shelters for them. Weird. Why would they be opposed to that? Because the city's at a breaking point, and you still want more? Castellon said that despite the dangerous trek to get there, often begging for money and sleeping in the streets to cross several borders, the journey had not been worth it. You didn't get the Gibbs you were looking for, did ya? Absolutely. Bye. Okay, bye.
We should
Goodbye.
build a wall around Chicago and convert it into a new Disney World.
His attempts to settle in the city
You've got enough
failed.
rats.
He said
Can
he
we do
never
that
felt
with
comfortable.
California?
Yeah.
No, California was burn. California did under est.
Yeah. He said he never felt comfortable in a shelter, so he just wasn't comfy enough.
No, in other words, you're a drug addict.
Well, in other words, probably, because, yeah, the reason you can't stay in a shelter if you're a drug addict. But, okay, so he wasn't comfortable in the shelter. The hot meals, stipends, and good jobs you heard about from other immigrants never materialized.
In other words, free shit.
Gibbs, free shit. He's like, where's my free shit? But obviously, he didn't really care enough, so they just went back home, didn't they?
If you're going back home to Venezuela, a place where people, as mentioned previously, were beating farm and zoo animals to death with bricks to get something to eat, then clearly, one, we've exaggerated how bad Venezuela is, and two, you clearly don't give a fuck.
Yeah, you don't.
Why should any? Okay, if you here's a little, yeah. First of all, yeah, that's a clear obvious thing. Secondly, if you don't give a fuck, why should anyone else? You rootless parasite.
Exactly. Yeah, you are a parasite. You are a fucking parasite.
Just like everyone else in Chicago. I'm surprised you didn't fit in better.
The father didn't consider that once in the country, the family wouldn't be granted asylum immediately and even get a work permit while they wait. Again, you're a parasite. It could have been misinformation, he said, or that the benefits that those who arrived in the city before him are no longer available because of the amount of people here now. Yeah.
There you go.
When you flood the country into these leftist cities trying to get free shit.
Also, you notice
eventually
how
it runs out.
Chirac, pretty far north.
Yes.
Why did they flee south again rather than go up into fucking California, reflexively, up to Canada? Why didn't they go to Canada?
Because they had the resources to go back home.
Also, they wanted a warmer place.
Yeah, they had the resources to go back home. They weren't actually starving. They just wanted free shit. They wanted free shit.
I think they should deport them to Canada on principle.
Yeah, deport them to Canada. Canada supposedly loves these people and wants them.
Let the snow beans deal with it.
But even after hearing that temporary protected status program was expanded and the process to get a job permits could be accelerated, he decided he was exhausted and chose not to wait.
That sounds like someone fleeing persecution.
I thought the process was faster. In other words, you wanted immediate Gibbs, and then they were like, well, you gotta wait.
Ignorant parasite, because everyone with half a brain cell knows that the American asylum system is notoriously slow. Yeah. That's why everyone just hops the fucking border, because it is paralyzed with the sheer weight of an influx of these fucking yeast people.
They're illegal immigrants. They're not here legally. And then he's like, wait a minute, I've been here for 5 minutes. Where's my money? And they're like, well, you're gonna have to wait months. He's like, I'll just go back home to Venezuela.
Wait, how the fuck has the south side of Chicago not picked these people off?
I don't know. Because obviously his life in Venezuela was better than the life in Chicago. They just went there to try and get American money and then bring it back to Venezuela anyway, obviously. Then couldn't get the money instantaneously. And so
Chicago Tribune, what are you seeking? What are you looking to gain from this story?
Yeah. The state of Illinois determines who is eligible for relocations to other states. Then Catholic Charities assists in helping them make travel arrangements. Because the Catholic Charities was trying to help move them somewhere else because Chicago is apparently overburdened. So where were they going to send them? California? Probably. Something like that.
Chicago already has a certain demographic problem.
Yeah. But some migrants are choosing to leave.
If you know what I mean.
And we do.
And many more still arrive every week in what could be considered a revolving door for taxpayers. Yeah. For example, Catholic Charities of Chicago is using Illinois taxpayer money to transport the migrants who want to return to Texas or to other states, while simultaneously the Catholic Charities of San Antonio and the city of Denver are using federal taxpayer money to send new migrants to Chicago. So they're just shipping them around, back and forth.
It's just the revolving door of federal taxpayers' money.
Oh my God.
The whole thing's a fucking op.
It's just
Just like ice. For
But
fuck's
these
sake.
people, they don't need any of this now, do they? They clearly don't. Or if they were like desperate, if they were this desperate, they wouldn't be like, I'll just go back to Venezuela then.
From Rick, does Aiden like Jade Cargill?
Yes.
Who's that?
She's a WWE, I think, woman.
I don't even know who she is.
Yeah, look her up.
How is it the two fucking wrestling fans don't know who that is, but you do? Oh, that's why. Because she looks like Storm.
That's why.
She's a buff black lady with white hair.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Yeah, so I love how I knew who she was and you two didn't.
Reflexively.
Thanks, Rick, exposing me. Castellon said Chicago wasn't exactly what they expected when they arrived in June, but the father was determined to succeed, he said. Except you weren't. You left as soon as you couldn't get immediate money. The family was first taken to the 1st District Police Station, where they stayed for a couple weeks before getting transferred to Wright College with hundreds of other asylum seekers. The family lived there for about a month before moving into a house with another migrant who was renting the apartment through a city voucher program that offers up to $15,000 for up to 6 months of rental assistance. So $15,000 for 6 months.
Also, the way they're phrasing that, it's like they're trying to cover up the fact that was a sublet agreement.
Well, yeah. But
Which is illegal.
$15,000 for 6 months? The cheapest apartment I ever lived in was that shithole I lived in Morgantown when I was in doc and grad and doc school, which cost me $450 a month. And it was a real shithole because it was next to a road where the trucks pulled their air brakes. So all day, you can't sleep at night and you get...
Well, they mentioned like someone offered to rent an apartment to them for $750.
Right.
Where's that 15 grand going? If there's people actively offering apartments sized for a full family for 15 grand?
For $15,000 for 6 months. $15,000 for 6 months? I mean, that's what? I can't do that calculation off the top of my head because I've dyscalculated, but 15,000 by
that's
6
20
months
worth.
Well, no.
At that price, it's 20 months, it's nearly 2 years rather than just 6 months.
No, what I'm saying is $15,000 for up to 6 months is an apartment that costs $2,500 a month. So they weren't okay. They weren't, happy with an apartment that cost $2,500 a month. That wasn't good enough. They eventually met someone who offered to rent them an apartment for $750, a lot less. I guess I don't know why they didn't want to go in the $2,500
Working construction job, being paid cash.
Yep, of course he's being paid cash because he's an illegal immigrant, so he can't be paid.
But
legally.
Work was heavy and pay was not enough, so he left. So he is in most jurisdictions not eligible for unemployment because he willingly left the job with no impetus other than just it was too heavy duty.
Look, $750 a month is not a lot of money. Okay, in terms of like, but that's the.
You will not get a apartment over here for less than twice that.
No.
In pounds.
No, I like in a big city like Chicago. Like I said, the horrible apartment I lived in Morgantown was $450 a month, and it was a real shithole. And that was it was a 3-room apartment. It was a bedroom, a living room, and
but
a
it was
kitchen.
it was by a main trucker route, so.
It was in a horrible location where it was constantly.
Like the trucks going by would shake the building.
Yeah. Yes, it shook the building constantly.
So it would not actually pass compliance.
No, but it was built before the trucks started using that road, so whatever.
Doesn't matter.
But still, that was a house that was for one person. That you could not have a family in that house. I was an apartment. Although, oh my god, the people who lived upstairs to me, they got I know because I talked to my landlord about it, and they got a government assisted funding so that they only had to pay him like $100 a month essentially to live there, and he just had to take it based on the other funding that the government was supposed to give him. And they had like 4 kids in the exact same apartment style. 1 bedroom, living room, and a kitchen.
Oh, that's nothing. I've known places over here, it's 1 bedroom, there's 20 Latvians in it.
Jesus Christ.
That's insane.
Yeah. Guess what? Fucking slumlord's gonna slumlord.
Yeah.
They will
my
put all these
landlord was a
people
great guy.
into fucking like sardine can apartments.
No.
So they can ship them off to work in like the restaurant industry.
Here's the thing. My landlord was a great guy. The guy that you gentleman is a good guy who I lived with in that shithole apartment. The reality is that he had grown up in that house actually, and then they built that road next to it that turned it into a shithole. But he owned a couple of small places like that. That was actually the house he grew up in, though. So it must have been weird to have to rent it out. But I talked to him about it a couple of times, and he said he literally could not turn down those people who have all these, we're on the government dole, so because this house or this apartment is cheap, you have to let us rent here, and we can do whatever the fuck we want in it. And they were just loud and awful all the time.
The one thing I hate more than landlords, the government.
Two-room apartment. Yeah, exactly. He didn't have a choice. He had to rent it to them. He did not have a choice to choose to not rent to them because they were on the government dole. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff like that too, guys. Unable to pay rent, the family returned to the first district station where they waited for about 2 weeks before packing their belongings, mostly collected through donations. What does that mean? Packing their belongings collected through donations. You mean the shit that you brought with you?
Yeah, the free
so
shit.
Then they got more money. They got more free shit while they were in America.
I'm saying, like, most of their belongings were not theirs anymore. They were just like freebies they got given.
Yeah, free shit that they got, and then they just went back to Venezuela.
So they came over to Chicago, got a bunch of free shit and left.
Yep, and left. Yeah.
Knowing they could probably flip a bunch of like the designer label stuff to enough to live in Venezuela quite happily for God knows how long.
Look, I know people hate landlords, by the way, too, and a lot of landlords are scumbags. A lot of many, I'd say probably the majority of landlords are scumbags. But the guy that I rented that shitty little apartment from was a nice local man who was literally renting me his childhood home. You know what I mean?
Personal knowledge of people trumps prejudice every time.
Mm-hmm.
Prejudice is not a bad thing.
It's kind of normal, actually.
Yes, it is the basic state of mankind. However, you should allow personal experience to prove otherwise.
I mean, he would do the way that he did it. It was actually quite interesting because he really didn't want to be taken advantage of by the government. So when he would advertise his apartments on Craigslist or whatever, or in the local wanted pages, he would put he'd say, if you want to contact me about this apartment, you have to solve a riddle. I'm not joking. Like, it was a little riddle he put in it. And he's like, if you can't solve this riddle, I'm not going to fucking talk to you. Now, when the government comes through and says you have to rent to this family or whatever because of whatever, that's annoying. But, I mean, he was a cool guy. I mean, making you solve a riddle to be able to afford his cheap-ass apartment.
If I went to get a new place and someone said, you need to solve a quest for me, I'd be like, okay.
Yeah, what a cool guy. Again, that's why I liked him. And he was so attentive, too. I could call him at any hour of the day, pretty much, and be like, hey, something broke. You know, and he'd come by and fix it the next day. He was awesome. Local man, liked him a lot. He took care of me because I didn't have anybody.
We should be moving towards a quest economy.
Yeah, we should.
We know the gamification makes everything easier, so why not? That's why working a drudge job is a drudge job.
Just you gotta find a good landlord like that who's somebody who actually gives a damn. We just want to be home, he said. If we're going to be sleeping in the streets here, we'd rather be sleeping in the streets every day.
Wearing an American flag hoodie.
I know.
The
Look at this
fucking
guy.
balls.
Is this him? No, this is somebody else. He's another asylum seeker, though, from Colombia. That's not Castellón.
I don't give a shit.
When they got the news, they've been...
Okay, I'm sorry. It's a different colony of yeast I'm looking at. Fuck off.
Listen to this. In the first few quarter days...
You should be scraped off the tongue of society and dumped in the fucking garbage like you are.
Influenced the family's decision to contact the staff at Catholic Charities, pressing for plane tickets that would put them closer to a border town to find a way back home. So they got on a plane.
Furthering the idea that modern Catholics are literally just cash cows for everyone else to suckle at.
So they didn't even have to walk. Just got put on a plane, sent back to Texas.
Conversely, let's see how the modern Israeli state treats actually Catholic
this is
pilgrims.
Disgusting. This is truly sickening. The feeling of disappointment and impotency, interesting word.
That's what we should do. We should send them to Israel on a pilgrimage. Since they're so Catholic.
The Castellón felt is shared by many of the migrants, said Barayan Lozano, head of the volunteer group of the police station response team in the first.
Your name's Brian. Fuck off.
Yeah.
It's like Denis Villeneuve. Your name is Denis Milanova. Go fuck yourself.
Dennis An asylum seeker himself, Lozano understands firsthand the experience that migrants go through, the environments
That's
they've
why you
escaped
were
from their
hired.
native countries, and their expectations for the United States, which may
More
have been
tokens than a
influenced
Dave and Buster's.
by social media and word of mouth from the first group of migrants who arrived in Chicago. What do you mean first group? It's never stopped coming. It's been a constant fucking stream. There may have been more resources when I first came here in 2022. First stream of migrants in 2022? Are you out of your fucking mind?
That's why it's called Chirac, we're sure.
Even though many, including Castellon's family, are leaving, others still hope to eventually find shelter in hotel rooms, get access to public services and cash assistance, or live out the American dream on the public dole. Yes, the American
and on
dream.
The pavement, apparently, as well.
Yes, to live out your American dream on the dollar of the American taxpayer while you do absolutely fucking nothing. A proposed ballot question asking Chicagoans whether the city should keep its designation as a sanctuary city has roiled the city council in recent weeks, and immigrant and black-led groups together Thursday morning across the street from City Hall to urge solidarity, not division, in response to the migrant crisis. That's really funny because I see a lot of black people saying they don't want these South Americans coming here because that's their dole money. So.
Well, if you're working in a gang and you need some sweatshop workers or some like actual slaves, it's really easy to grab someone who's new to the city from like Venezuela who's used to working as a slave and just having them do it.
Like many people, we're just working for a better life, except you're not. You just want free stuff. I'm grateful to God, and I'm just following a dream to be able to afford to offer more to my family, said Anna, a Venezuelan teacher who came to Chicago in September because she could not afford to live on the pay she was making at home.
But Chicago's notoriously short on teachers.
The teacher spoke in Spanish through a translator. How does she teach in Chicago then? What does she teach?
How'd you not get your ass kicked by the cops?
How do you teach in Chicago when you can't speak English? What do you teach? Spanish? You still have to be able to speak English to teach Spanish to English speakers. What the oh my God.
Also, why the fuck? Like, okay, I need to ask this. When the people advocating for this group are people who don't speak a lick of English and who are all benefits cheats, and the other half are the people who cook crack in a microwave.
Yep.
Like, why should we give a shit? Why should anyone give a shit?
Look, they're brown. Be sad.
Yeah, I'm sad that they're here.
You're supposed to feel bad for them because they're brown.
Aiden.
I do, because they have to exist that way.
I'm here to continue to advocate for Chicago to be a sanctuary city, for there to be resources for everyone, for us immigrants. No, let's be clear.
Call it what it is, a containment board.
For you. You want resources for you.
The help we deserve. Get the fuck out of here, you slimy parasite.
The help you deserve is off a rooftop.
This is so grotesque. Look at how greedy these people are. Look,
that's an awfully anti-Semitic thing to say, Aiden.
I know that things aren't fair in life, but guess what? Nothing's fucking fair in life.
Oh,
it's not
my
fair
God.
to you.
Guess what? I work in wholesale foods and have done since I left school. I don't want to hear a fucking word about what's fair.
Yeah, exactly. Guess what? You know what? Yes, I was born in the United States, so I was born with some privileges that you born in Venezuela were not.
Yeah, you're a white
woman.
woman.
I was born in fucking West by God, Virginia. You know what privileges I don't have compared to people who were born and grew up in California?
You have functioning bones?
Oh, until you said California, I said IQ above 100.
No, it's better than that, but I'm not gonna get
bloodstream unpolluted by vaccines.
Yeah, but I mean, like in terms of I'm saying the average person who lives in California or New York, who is an American born there, is born into a family who makes a whole shit ton of money compared to my fucking family from West Virginia, and we were in the top, I think, 90th percentile in West Virginia, which is not hard to do. My dad was a government employee, and so of course made more money than 90% of West Virginians, half of whom are fucking unemployed.
Judge her, Fed.
No, my dad's not a Fed.
Fed.
He worked for the Social Security Administration.
The irony that your father is a Fed, but you aren't Fed. Your sandwich, asshole. Props to her, she did eat the stew I made. So.
I did eat. Oh, and Bill made some stew. It was delicious. It was very yummy.
That's kind of disturbing to me.
What, that Bill made stew?
No, that you need to get a round of applause for fucking eating food. That's like legitimately terrifying.
Eating's hard.
Eating is not fucking hard, for God's sake. Just close your mouth and get a funnel, Bill.
I made for myself yesterday. I made or chilies, or whatever they're called. The
Tortellini.
Not tortellini. The stuffed pasta shells.
Conchigli?
I don't know what they're called. I can't remember.
Just call them stuffed pasta, you fucking pretentious fuck.
What you're describing sounds like sex position.
She went out into the field and pecked at the ground until the worms came out. There we go.
What you're describing now sounds like sex positions for rats.
No, I had manicotti.
Same thing.
They made a cream for that now, you know. Let's face it, Aiden. You're about as comfortable around food as fucking Spoon would be around Demi Lovato's house.
I love cooking. I just don't like eating.
Gross.
Like how your visceral response is about Demi Lovato and not the joke about her doing heroin. What's she doing with that lighter?
I'm ready for more of this.
I'll start running, Spoon.
They're cooking me. Fuck off.
Lozano says there's a lot of misinformation flowing within the asylum-seeking community about what's actually happening in Chicago.
For instance, they're getting told there's jobs.
Yeah. And Gibbs, as snow and rain have come with the colder temperatures. Yeah, it's fucking Chicago.
Is that really the phrase they went with? Fuck me.
The reality for migrants...
Snow and rain have come!
Sleeping outside of police stations has grown dire. Mattresses are wet. The smell inside tents is stinky. Oh, sticky, humid, and pungent. They eat standing up,
Are they whoring in tents outside a police station?
Apparently.
Yeah.
The word of the
Jesus Christ,
situation in
that's not a
Chicago
lot,
is beginning to spread. Lozano's spread, which I almost read as Lizzo. Hossein Nawa, 22, a young man who could work a job anywhere, decided to give Texas another shot and returned earlier this month after sleeping in a police station in Chicago for more than 2 weeks. So he lived it out for 2 weeks. He came to Chicago even though his family in Houston he has family in Houston because the ticket was free. He wanted to see what the buzz was about.
Can I get
like
gifts
Castrillon, he heard there was food, shelter, and other public benefits. Let's not be clear. We don't care about this. You care about this. Public benefits.
These people are all just fucking parasites.
They're all parasites.
If I want to take a trip to America, I have to pay through the fucking nose.
It's how can people? I don't. It actually.
It's expensive to get to America if you're not brown.
I actually can't. I can't even comprehend how people can be. How can you live with yourself? How can you fucking live with yourself?
Well, when you can't picture an apple in your brain, it's really easy to gloss over things like morality.
I guess so.
This is why my theory is like, everyone says like, hypnotherapy does nothing. Well, I think that's the case because you test people who have an IQ of about 40 and they can't picture things in their head, so that shit can't work on them.
I think if you were to ask somebody about an IQ of a 40 about an IQ test, they'd probably eat the fucking crayon.
This is no time to start throwing shade at the Marine Corps.
He grabbed a pink backpack, waved goodbye to Lozano, rushed to a white car that took him to O'Hare Airport to board a plane back south.
Not a taxi, a car.
A car, yeah. He was driven to and from, seemingly all paid for by the state. The same day, Diana Vera, her 3 children, and daughter-in-law boarded a bus to Detroit, hoping that a cousin would take them in once they arrived. We heard there are lots of jobs over there. Oh my god. Have you looked at Detroit?
Someone is lying to these sons of bitches, I really gotta say.
Apparently their own family, even if you don't have a permit, which none of you do. The mother said as she brushed her hair while sitting on a blanket on the floor of a police station that had been their home for nearly a month. These people haven't been staying here, though, for like months and months. It's like, I've been here for 2 weeks and I haven't got my Gibbs yet. I'm going back to Venezuela, right? Like, that's what I'm getting from this. Like,
I think there's fear quite like willingly going back to that place.
But well, they're willing to do it after like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. First immigrants arrive at NYC's Floyd Bennett Field, only to scoff and leave isolated site after just one look around. Disaster waited to happen. Look at this shit. So here they are, coming in droves.
Mincing off into the sunset.
Do any of these people look like they're in rags to you? They've all got, like, proper bags, proper coats.
From rumors I've heard of the many people haven't been through rags.
Do any of these people look like they're in desperate need? No, none of these people look like they're
luggage than I do.
They've got luggage. Yeah, they've got better luggage bags than we do, honestly. My luggage bag.
Only because you've got that hideous fucking box.
Don't call
thing.
my bag hideous. I love it. I
It
had
is
this
hideous.
I had
Oh
this
my-
beautiful.
It looks like a couch.
Big luggage bag that's got this floral embroidery on it that my stepmom gave me.
On your
So-
busy way to a vacation where I get nothing and you just get to swan around.
But the problem is that the
As soon
wheels
as you
on it
said
are really
flower
like.
embroidery, I went like, yeah, okay, Bill is correct.
It looks
But
like
the
a fucking
wheels-
couch. Not only is it flower embroidery, it's dark tones, all like dark greens.
It's
and
like
reds.
greens and dark reds and stuff. Yeah, it's very pretty.
Gross.
It's
It
beautiful.
looks like a 1970s sofa.
It's beautiful embroidery, and my stepmom gave it to me, and I love that.
That
bag.
okay? Pause it.
Mhm.
Behold, Americana,
Burlington.
Bazinga NYC.
Bazinga NYC, also a
Not in
Burlington fucking
service.
bag. Bazinga NYC, also a Burlington Coat Factory fucking bag. Like, oh my god,
With popped collar, fucking.
these are the people that are
Gucci-ass
they're
fucking
dying. They're
clothes.
dying if we don't let them in.
I wish they
They'll die.
were.
The first batch of migrants, New York Post. The first batch of migrants were bussed. Excuse you. To Floyd Bennett, a field makeshift tent city in Brooklyn on Sunday.
It's first batch singular, so was.
Oh, you know what?
I was just about to say the same thing, actually.
It's actually arguable in the grammar. First, because batch is a plural.
Migrant,
So
migrants
batch
plural. Batch
of
is a
migrants,
singular. A
plural.
batch is singular. Batches is plural. Get fucked.
The first batch.
Data
was-
is, data
okay,
is,
no,
data
no,
is.
No, you're right. You're right. First batch was, but first batch of migrants. No, you're right. You're right. I was wrong. I was
Data?
wrong.
It's possessive.
You're right. If we go by batch, then it's correct. Dozens of migrant families arrived at the controversial remote housing site. It's a freaking stadium just set out there to take care of these people who don't look like they're starving to me. Don't look like they're in any desperate need to me with all of their freaking Skechers and branded fucking gear.
Who goes on like the lamb from their country in
Insane.
sandals?
I know.
This
Oh,
this
yeah,
ain't
sandals.
This isn't
In
fucking
sandals.
Bethlehem, asshole.
She's wearing fucking flip flops, dude. Yes, she's escaping something. I'm
She's
sure.
got a
She's on
fucking tote
vacation.
bag.
Yes, she's on vacation. Jesus Christ.
All's missing is the fucking Gucci bucket hat.
I know. Dozens of migrant families arrived at the site. We weren't told where we were going.
You say families.
Yeah, it's not. These are like families to you? I see very few
individuals.
children. I see very, very few children.
And if I saw children, I'd get them fucking tested just to be safe.
Mm.
Put them to work in the mines.
We were okay. We're going back.
What happens to most of them on the fucking border?
Yeah, I work in the Bronx. My kids go to school in the Bronx. For us to live out here is ridiculous. We're going back. Well, but you don't actually live. You're living somewhere that you're not supposed to because I don't know. We're going back. He fumed. Another migrant father, bus to the field, said he has been living at the Roosevelt Hotel in Midtown. So they're my kid. I work in the Bronx. My kids go to school in the Bronx. Where you're living in temporary housing. You're living in somebody else's place. You're living in a hospital. You're living in something like that in a hotel.
Also,
you're
how are
living
you
in a
not able to
hotel.
find housing in the historically Puerto Rican Bronx?
Exactly. They're going to take us back to the train so we can back to 45th Street. He said we didn't know we were coming here. They just said they were taking us to a shelter. I can't stay here. This is crazy. In other words, you don't give a damn about where, like, you don't care about your actual health or safety. You just want nice
Look at the fucking
things.
designer brand sneakers.
I know. Look at this. Look at this.
One motherfucker with Crocs, everyone else is like
Adidas.
Yeah.
Nikes. I see Adidas and Nikes. Get fucked.
all that's
But-
missing is the black Air Forces.
Yeah. About 2,000 asylum seekers from the U.S. border with Mexico are expected to eventually be housed at the site.
Motherfuckers in flip flops.
Yeah, which has, because she doesn't give a shit. Which has drawn widespread criticism for everything from its remote location to fire safety concerns. State Assemblywoman Jamie Williams, whose district includes the national park, was at the field Sunday and spoke with a man who told her that he was the city's health and hospitals. He was with the city's health and hospital system and had talked with some of the migrants. When I asked him why did they leave immediately like that, he said the people were scared. The New York, the poll said, okay, they weren't sure what they were doing here. They don't want to be here.
Did
They
you
asked to
misread that as
leave.
Paul said?
Yeah.
In a very different statement from them if it was
For
Paul, I
sure.
can assure you.
They said it's so isolated. How could I possibly get back and forth to work? Because you don't work. That's
don't-
why.
Legally, you don't. You're getting paid cash under the fucking
You're
table.
getting- yes, exactly. getting my children to school from here by insane. Your children shouldn't legally be able to be in school because they're not American fucking citizens. It's a disaster waiting to happen, she added of the situation at the budding tent city.
If you're referring to the people, you're correct.
It's one of the coldest days so far. There's going to be a frost tonight. It's not ideal location for anyone to live. There's no supermarket. There's no infrastructure. But you're giving them food, aren't you? This is again, like, okay, I don't even know how much I want to go through this. Look, we get the idea. You're freaking parasites. I'm gonna get through the San Francisco thing. I really want to watch that video, but what happened to you? The video response to you, Spoon.
Bill is gonna snap and kill you.
Yeah, I know. They're clearing out the homeless people. San Francisco gets ready for arrival of world leaders. Look out, local Santa Cruz. Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping are to meet next week at the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit. San Francisco in the spotlight. Let me turn this
Biden's
on.
gonna get on his knees once again.
Yeah, hang on. I need to turn the pictures on. There we go. So this is what San Francisco normally looks like. But weirdly, Gavin Newsom went through and cleaned the whole shit up.
Which tells us two things. One, everything to do with the homeless in San Francisco is a choice.
It is a choice, yes.
Yep.
And secondly, that Gavin Newsom is more than willing to either boat ship out or do other unwholesome things to homeless people if it means keeping appearances.
Fresh paint, street cleanings, homeless sweeps, colorful art, workers like Jacobs beautified the city days before politicians, executives, and journalists from around the world descend on San Francisco for the Asia Pacific Economic Conference from Saturday to November 17th. The international event is expected to bring more than 20,000 people to the city and attract thousands of protesters. APEC is made up.
How much of an absolute fucking cunt Gavin Newsom is.
Oh yeah, but he's supposed to be.
cartoonish.
He's like the only person who's supposed to be like a person who could.
And he
compete
openly admitted it
for
as well.
Democratic
Looks
nominee
like a
president.
fucking transmetropolitan villain.
Yes. He looks like a gay version of Gordon Gekko.
He does a bit.
From Wall
APEC is
Street.
made up of 21 member economies, including the U.S., China, Japan, Russia, and China. The members account for nearly 50% of global trade and 40% of the global population, giving the U.S. a big
So
platform.
we'll call these people monsters on news, and then we'll welcome them in
And
as
then welcome
guests.
them. Yes.
And clean
You
up our
can go-
entire
And
fucking
literally
cities for them.
solve our homeless problem overnight for the sake
Isn't
of
it
people that we
fascinating?
call history's greatest monster.
Isn't
the
it
second coming of
fascinating
Hitler.
that yes, for Vladimir Putin's representatives, we will clean up our city, which we've just allowed to be a homeless refuge. Here we go.
Putin
Well, you
has
also-
unironically done more for San Francisco than Pelosi has in her whole career in one singular day.
They
Or a
want to
husband,
clean
for
up
that
this. Yeah, they want to clean up the city's image
Well,
and use this
have a sickle
conference.
muzzle, have the hammer.
They want to clean up the city's image and use this conference as a way to draw back tourism, she said. These efforts will never work because folks don't have a disappearing power. And this is what I want to know. What did they do with the homeless people? What did they do with them?
They either
People-
they had to have shipped them out to some other district, or
Obviously.
the alternative is too horrible to consider.
Yeah.
Is it?
What did they do with them? People out here are out here because there's not enough
They got
housing. No, they're
Clinton.
out. They're out there because they're drug addicts.
Yeah.
And you give them money to be drug addicts on the streets of San Francisco. In 2022, 7.7 thousand people experienced homelessness in San Francisco. About 43%, or 3.3 thousand, were staying in shelters, according to city data.
I mean, those are the people who
reason-
actually clean, at least clean-ish.
Yes. Cleanish.
So
Yeah,
about
'cause they're-
50-50 between people who are clean
they're-
and are just in really fucked situations and the people who are drug addicts.
or just pure drug addicts.
I have an
And even
idea.
these people are largely on drugs too, but they're like
Send them to
trying get
Venezuela.
clean. What?
Send them to Venezuela.
Yeah, send them to Venezuela.
Send them to
There you
Israel.
go.
Oh
there
my
you go.
God.
Then just send them to fight for Israel. Homelessness
No,
has been a
not to fight.
contentious-
Pilgrimage.
Exactly. Homelessness has been a contentious issue in San Francisco. In December, a federal judge temporarily blocked the city from clearing certain homeless encampments without offering shelter. The court order stemmed from a 2022 lawsuit the Coalition of Homelessness filed against San Francisco, alleging that city workers are
There
trying
is
to
a
drive-
hobos guild. No, hobos are actually working people who travel.
Yes.
There is legitimately a beggars guild in San Fran.
A
That's how
legit
bad things are. There
freaking
is a
beggars guild.
beggars guild.
That city workers are trying to drive homeless people out of town and are seizing and destroying their property. It's not your property because you don't own. Oh my
No,
god!
if it is
Isn't
their
this
shit
amazing?
that they are using to get by, and they are like shredding their fucking like they're ripping up their.
They're saying the San Francisco street is their property.
No. The way they're expressing this is phrased like it is like ripping up their fucking sleeping kit. That's fucked up. If that's the case, fuck 'em.
If they were doing that, that's fucked up. But no, what they're saying is that the San Francisco street is their property.
The way it's phrased makes me think that they were going to unattended sleeping bags and like destroying them.
Maybe.
There. If that is the case, that's fucked up.
That is fucked.
You should, even if you're sleeping fucking rough, even if you're having the worst.
You do have to kick those people out. You got to kick them out. If they're sleeping on the street, you got to kick them off. If they're disrupting the normal flow of society, you got to kick them out. Sorry. I mean, like, and I'm saying this as someone who's worked with.
This is San Fran, which is notorious for fucking like using people up, like condoms, like.
I mean,
I'm thinking like with homelessness, with most places, yeah, but with San Fran, it's so bad there. I'm wondering.
I'm somebody who has actively worked with the homeless, fed the homeless. Everybody knows this if you know me. I've worked with the homeless very deeply and interpersonally when I was a younger person. But this sounds like they were claiming the San Francisco streets as their property. I could be misreading it.
The way that it's phrased, I take it to mean that they are going to sites where people have got like semi-permanent, like little hooches.
Maybe.
And they're like ripping up their sleeping bags and shit. Just tell them, like, here's a note, get gone by nightfall.
Gotta go.
Or we move your shit. And you can go collect it from the police station.
Yeah. The city is still allowed to clear the streets for emergencies, health, and safety reasons, and to temporarily clean. No. That is what it is. They're claiming the San Francisco street is their property. Emily Cohen, Deputy Director for Communication and Legislative Affairs at the San Francisco Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing, said in an email that the city isn't expanding shelter capacity for the summit. It did set aside funding and add roughly 30 shelter beds as winter approaches. So what did they do with these people? What did they do with all of them? Because there were thousands of them.
They had to bus them someplace up. Well, think about it. How many of those internment camps from the 40s were in California?
Yeah. I mean, they say they've got 300 beds, but there are over 7,000 people. So that's not going to work. The Interfaith Winter Shelter, which has a site at Anatoma and 8th Street, is scheduled to be open during the summer. And Summit in the city is expanding shelter capacity at 3 adult congregate shelters, she said. So, but how many beds are we getting? Not enough to house 7,000
and that's explicitly only for adults.
Yeah.
There are homeless youths.
Children, yeah. But nowhere near enough for 7,000 people. So what did they do with these people? That's what I want to know.
They just loaded them in trucks and shipped them out to another district.
They shipped them somewhere. Shipped them somewhere else. Now I want to hear.
And that's the good ending for that, and not just people trafficking.
I want to hear Gavin Newsom's response to this.
The only thing I want to hear from Gavin Newsom's a suicide note read a cappella.
True. But this is kind of funny. Oh, I do, because it is the thumbnail. I need to talk about the one thing that it's in the thumbnail because I don't know how far we'll get into it, but I want to make sure that we get to it.
Sorry, everyone. I've reached that stage where I'm just cantankerous.
Oh, here we go. Enlarge and biggen this bitch. Okay. Sorry. Sometimes it's weird.
God, he doesn't like Gordon Gekko now. I can't see that.
You're welcome.
Okay, this is as big as I can make it. All right. Here's
What? Wait, hang on. What the fuck is Beetlejuice in the background? Why is he so tall now?
All right. So here's Gavin Newsom's response to questioning about this. Oh no, I better play. I would be upset.
I know folks say, oh, they're just cleaning up this place because all those fancy leaders are coming into town.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's true.
Yes.
That's true.
We just witness Gavin Newsom say the truth?
Unbelievable. Yep,
everyone take a moment. Take a lap.
Everybody, let's give Gavin Newsom a round of applause.
That's the first time he's ever told the truth
of a
ever.
Democrat being able to tell the truth.
Wow. No. He's a Democrat. He's had the clap enough.
Yeah, true.
It's true. But it's also true for months and months and months prior to APEC.
Look at Beetlejuice fucking trying not to laugh.
A much-needed effort to clean up San Francisco, coming with a dash.
Jimmy Fallon fell off.
That's all we need. I just wanted the part with.
Can we go back to that news anchor who looks like Jimmy Fallon got hit with a death ray?
Having different conversations.
Look.
From the side.
He looks like Jimmy Fallon drawn from memory.
Francisco coming with a dash of skepticism because it's picking up.
He looks like Pastor Richards from Vice City.
Asia Pacific
God.
Economic Summit there
That takes
this
you back,
week.
Jesus Christ.
This
So
city has
that
long been
also on the right, that
high
well-known
crime,
Scottish
spreading
off-brand
homelessness,
Tarjay.
public drug use.
Tarjay, which
Wood
actually
is
is weirdly a good segue to talk about Tarjay and the thumbnail I made here, which is Target's new Christmas
Oh my god, this is the Black Santa
decorations.
thing.
Ah, the butt cracker.
So
Yeah, like
Okay.
making the nutcracker gay, is that really like the man who puts nuts in his mouth? Is that really what you want to go with? Also, that the right to be's fucking
it's gay, it's
response.
also trans. So here's the thing: if you don't
Crush nuts
recall,
either way.
is that just this last summer, Target got in trouble for having tuck-friendly underwear for children, so that they could tuck their, genitalia to look like they didn't have male genitalia. And now, even after all of that, and there was a huge boycott on Target, people were like, no more Target for me after this disgusting shit. They come right back out, and I would like to say it's at least nice to see that no one appears to be buying the rainbow diversity flag.
Why would you bother
nutcracker.
getting that version and not use like the free to use rainbow flag? Because the one on the hat, which is the original hat flag,
Yeah.
is free to use. It was
But
never
this one is
patented.
not.
That
This
one
one's
is
copyrighted.
Yeah, it's copywritten by some prick. And all I got to say is, if you're the
So
kind
they
of
had to
person
pay
who
to
copyrights
use the
flags
flag.
for a living, if you're that kind of a vexillologist, maybe you should hang yourself from a lamppost
So just to be clear, Target had to pay extra money to be able to have
to
this,
license that flag.
so that this nutcracker could be holding this particular flag. Again, it appears that the dog and Yeti and unicorn nutcrackers are doing a
Where's
lot better in
Ski
terms of
Free's
sales.
fucking money?
Nobody's buying this thing.
I mean, the Yeti
But
has a certain
then
charm.
there's this. Now, I think this is funnier because really you made the transgender
The nutcracker.
nutcracker. That's funny.
It's
to
got
me.
a beard. You're not fooling anyone.
No, again, you're not fooling anybody.
Also, they made him
still-
brown.
They still give him
That's
a beard.
that. They made him
just-
brown.
Nutcracker. Look at the other nutcrackers though here. Like look at the one down at the bottom. Like nutcrackers are usually like a wooden brown because it's a fucking.
There's a brown
wooden...
one on the end on the left too.
Yeah. They're wood
But like,
colored.
if you're in a if you're in a family and you of the darker persuasion, that's fair. Do you?
No, it's not.
I give-
Life
I
is not
give-
fair. You were
I give a shit.
you were handed a rough hand.
But look
That's
at
a hand in the
all
market,
of
Spoon.
these. Look at all of these.
I
like the
want
way
to see that. I want to see this character in a Tony Hawk game.
These are also $5. This is just a bunch
That's
of
fucking
felt.
robbery. It's shitty felt. Like,
It's just a bunch of shitty little felt.
also, what happened to Black Santa that he needs a wheelchair now?
It's a good question. But you can see there is a white Santa also in a wheelchair.
He's kind of yellow.
Yeah, or maybe he's more of a yellow Santa. Right. We wouldn't want to put white people
But
in
Asian people
anything.
can't grow facial hair like that, so it's not Asian.
True.
Also, there's a dog.
Yeah, it's a little dog. Is the dog in a
What's the dog
wheelchair?
doing?
Oh no, what the dog doing?
I like
yes.
the way that I like the way that you make it black and then instantly disabled.
Well, they did make the white and or yellow one also disabled. To be fair, but
I love how
oh
shittily
my
made
God.
the fucking wheelchair is.
It's so bad. It's just.
I mean, it's
so
better than it is
shitty.
in D&D these days.
But
But
the fact that
goddamn.
it's $5 for this,
I feel like I
it's
could have better uses for
$5.
$5. I could get like what 4 balls for that.
you at least get food. This is awful. This is a hideous. little-
Yeah, honestly, I'd rather get like a bunch of chocolates to hang from the tree.
Yeah. Why would
Also,
you do this?
you can't hang this anywhere. You can't hang the Black Santa from the tree.
Well,
People
it's
get the
not
wrong
meant to be-
idea.
It's not. Well, it's not to be hung anywhere. It's
Here we
meant to
are.
be-
Here we have the traditional Mississippi wind chime edition of Santa.
It's meant to be like placed on like a mantle or something, but because it can't.
It looks like shit though.
It's
Yeah.
awful. It's truly terrible quality. Charging $5 for this.
He
Here
looks
we
like he
have
got the present, not giving it.
Yeah, like look at the present
yeah,
there.
he's got-
It's
it's for
complete.
him.
It's a completely flat present. What the fuck is it? Is it a paternity test? Is it a job application? Somehow I don't think so.
How does he get down the chimney
It's a paycheck.
in the wheelchair?
It's obvious. You like hit the top of the wheelchair, hit the top of the chimney, and you like grind on the top.
Oh
of it
my
for a
god, I
couple
know
of
what it
rotations
is.
And you spin
no,
down.
I know what it is. It's a reparations check.
I'm from California. I went to California just for this.
Oh my god. Okay.
That's why they're so
Alright,
happy.
so-
It's because the only way they could ever fucking get that is if Santa were to give it.
Okay, I gotta figure out how to prioritize what tonight. I want to talk a little bit about.
How about a normal sleeping pattern?
Let's
Not in this household, I can tell you that much.
I
I haven't had a good night's
read
sleep
a little
in
bit of this,
upwards of a year. I
hang on.
want to die.
What's more fun?
Is that your end of your wish, Bill?
No, I can't
No,
do that
it's
one
a
while I'm
gun
gone,
and a
'cause
single
I'm gonna
bullet.
I'm gonna have to pee again, unfortunately, because my bladder is the size of a pea. I have to pee because my bladder is the size of a pea. What would be fun?
How is that fun?
anything.
What the fuck is wrong
It's
with
not
you?
fun. It's really annoying. Okay, we're gonna talk about the Israel stuff here in a second. Just real
Hey, I get to get us demonetized.
So
Why do we have to talk
Marvel
about the Jews?
is suspending Captain America 4 because of Israeli superhero. Here
Hebrew
you go.
Hammer?
No, Salva.
Cringe.
She sucks. Don't worry about it. I'll be right back.
So wait, hold on. The Jews are actually cucking out a movie because it might offend Palestinians? Didn't you say you want to like glass all of Gaza, but like the movie is where you draw the line of offense? Really?
Also,
Jesus
like, why would you
fucking
have an Israeli superhero not like the Hebrew Hammer, who's a way funnier character?
Because it might be
At least
too on the nose.
The Hebrew Hammer. Well, if you've seen the character in question, she has literally like stars of David all over the fucking costume. Anyway, it's actually a bit less subtle than the Hebrew Hammer, who is literally just a big Israeli flag.
The idea of them having a Jewish character and it losing money would be fucking hilarious, though, just for romantic purposes.
Like, let's be real here. Like, Marvel, like, Disney's on has been on the verge of collapse for a while now. It's held aloft by the whole Disney Plus thing, and they're not
And ESG
telling
money.
people what their views are. Like, Disney has been on the verge of collapse a couple of times recently, and now it's been the worst it's been in a while.
Which is good. It can fuck off.
But it won't, because they'll find some way to fucking finesse it.
Yeah, obviously. But
Why can't you have Why can't you have a film about a proper a fucking Jewish superhero? Where's fucking Kitty Pryde standalone project?
No, you're not gonna do it, Kitty Pryde. Here, the shorthand of this is that.
Remember that time Kitty Pryde called another X-Man? Sorry, not another X-Man, called another superhero the N-word?
Yeah.
Based.
The character's been controversial since Sabra was introduced in the 80s, according to Newsweek, but with the war that started after the Palestinian terrorist group Hamas launched a barbaric attack on Israel.
They're democratically elected. You should treat them as such.
Of course, Sabra would be considered offensive by Palestinians, Arabs, Muslims, and their supporters, given the complexities of nationhood and nationalism in the Middle East. Deepak
Honestly,
Sharma,
if you had
professor of
if you had Captain in Palestine and Sabra just throwing hands in the backgrounds of every single scene, I'll actually watch it. It's like the film is normal, but in the background of every scene, Sabra and Captain Palestine are just beating the tits off each other.
So apparently the movie is like 99% finished, but now they have no idea what to do. And by the way, if you don't know what
Sabra's really on the nose.
there you go. I told you, Bill.
Big old Also, the one on the right is just Jubilee with a costume change.
Yeah, you can see the images here. She's like Captain America in that she's covered in Stars of David, much as Captain America's covered
It
in
looks like
American
a
flags.
fucking Soviet chick.
What's
just
with
saying.
the actress though? Jesus Christ!
Yeah, interesting
Eat a
pick, I
sandwich.
guess.
Stop wearing gingham and make you look like an asshole.
I like that dress. I wear that.
Gingham dresses are only worn by two kinds of people: wannabe trad wives and pedophiles. There's a lot of overlap between the two.
You look like a dishcloth from the 1940s.
Yes, gingham. That's what gingham was.
Yeah. So I just thought this was funny. We'll get into that more in a minute, but I do want to just briefly also talk about how, before we get more into the Israel-Palestine stuff, about how the Marvels has flopped. Nobody cares. And you know, Spoon, you and I talked about this at length, about why did this movie fail? They kept saying, particularly Brie Larson, this bitch.
Brie Larson looks like a tranny trying to pretend to be Amber Heard.
It
It's
is
not a
weird,
good
isn't
look.
it?
Oh my god.
So the movie got 47 million.
What's with everyone with the
box office
Donnie
revenue.
Darko masks?
Because that's the musical planet, I think. I haven't seen it.
Why do they all look gay?
Because it's
Musical
the
Planet.
musical planet, dude. But here's the thing. Brie Larson, when she was in, or when she was talking about A Wrinkle in Time back in 2017, said, "I don't need some 40-year-old man to come and watch my movie. To come and watch a movie. Fuck you. Piss off. Don't watch my
When
movies."
asked like yours, they won't.
No. And now it's finally, the chickens have finally come home to roost. And this is the worst performing Marvel movie ever at the box office. Good, because for years now, Marvel and Disney and all the people involved with it have been saying, you don't like these female driven, these female led projects? Well, it's not made for you. So don't come watch it anyway. We don't need you. And now all of a sudden, no one shows up.
And they'll call you racist for not
And
watching
now
the
you're
thing that
racist
they've
and
been saying
sexist.
you
Yep,
shouldn't watch.
now you're racist and sexist for not going to see it. I thought you said it wasn't for. I thought you said it wasn't for us. If it's not for us, then we're not going to show up. And now you're like, wait, no, but you have to you have to watch it anyway.
The bit that she pissed me off is when she said with the reviewers, it says that I want to know how this affected like people of color and all the shit. And I'm like, bitch, if you actually give a shit about how it impacts those people, then how many reviewers who are white and male shit on it because you don't care for their opinion anyway? So why the fucking hell do you care then?
Oh, how does it affect women? How does it affect people of color? Well, I don't know. Well, why the fuck do you dye your fucking hair blonde?
Just
What's the oppressor's fucking uniform?
It's just absolutely ridiculous. Like
Why are you continuing to prop up the fucking Captain Marvel franchise where the most powerful person in the MCU is a blonde woman?
You got what you wanted, didn't you, Brie Larson? Brie, this is what you wanted. You said if you don't like it, don't come watch it. I don't need you. And now they're not showing up anymore. So you got what you wanted, and now you're crying racisms and sexisms.
Quite a better film. You got what you fucking deserve.
You got what you fucking deserve.
By the way, can I just make a point? How is it that these stupid bitches, and I will call them that, how is it that you think you're strong, independent?
Don't blame the girl playing Miss Marvel. Yeah, she's a woman.
No. Fuck that. The bit that I get annoyed about is these people say, "Oh, we're strong.
Okay.
We're strong, independent women." If you're so strong and independent, how is it that you fold at the first time of any fucking criticism? Oh, you don't like me. Like you're racist and sexist. Like, it's not about narcissism. It's just you're fucking retarded.
No, Brie Larson is a narcissist. I can say that with some absolute sincerity.
No, but you also look like a complete moron.
Yeah.
Because like here's the thing,
less money than Morbius.
Well, no, it made more. It did make more than Morbius.
Yeah, but
that's the Hulk.
And the Fan 4 reboot.
Yeah, but
it made less than made.
Like, here's the thing, Aiden. If you criticize somebody, a normal person would take the criticism on board and learn from it. Their response is, "No, you're racist and sexist." So you're basically too retarded to actually learn from criticism. Congratulations, you're mentally handicapped.
They don't care, and you know one thing.
I know they don't care. They don't have the capacity to care because they're fucking morons.
One thing that I actually talked to you about earlier today, Spoon, was that remember that so this film's budget is
over $200 million.
It's over $200 million. Now, when you judge
like
how
4
much
years
a
of
movie,
research,
when you judge,
and that does not include marketing.
Oh my god!
Marketing is usually doubling, so it probably costs closer to $400 million. Now,
oh my god!
You also
you could buy a country for that match.
What you also have to move.
I hear Venezuela is great these days.
What you actually have to move into this is that we've known for years and years now that Marvel in particular, but also Disney just in general, and all of these big companies, they buy tickets to their own movies to prop up
budget.
With their marketing budget to
really
prop up their sales. Yes.
Oh my!
And they give them out for free. So
that's what people said. Like, oh, there's only like 5 tickets left, and they go there, and the place is empty.
So understand that this $47 million that this movie has made, it's very likely that millions of that.
It might be almost entirely their own purchases.
Came out of their own marketing budget, in which case it would put
their marketing budget. What was it? How much did you say it was worth? This film?
You can normally say the movie was $200 million to make.
So $200 million of marketing budget. Let's be conservative. Say half of it is like just tickets scalping.
Just put a fourth. Just put a fourth.
Yeah, fourth. Then nobody actually bought tickets to this.
Yeah.
And it's entirely some fucking
that's not true. Some people did go to see this.
And those people went to an empty theater.
Yeah. Yeah.
At this point, Disney's gotten so bad, they are the only purchasers of their own product.
Damn.
They are self-perpetuating through through lying by an omission.
Yeah, because again, this is even this figure is a lie, because Disney gives out free tickets as part of their marketing budget. So part of this 47 million has to go into the likely 450 to somewhere between 450 to not 450, excuse me, 350 to 400 million that went into the entire budget. Somewhere between 350 and 400 million dollars went into the entire budget, including the marketing budget. It could be over that. We don't have the exact figures, but it could be that this, like, a significant portion of this, like a quarter of it, is stuff that was given out to influencers, given out to people for free to try and pump the numbers, because they did that with Star Wars. We know for a fact they did that with Star Wars. So what's the cost of a ticket? In the United States, I think the cost of a ticket, it depends on where you are, but it could be anywhere from like for a movie, like $12 to $18, depending on where you are in the States, per ticket. We're talking like this stuff's not cheap, and that's before. Okay, Bill's gonna go next door to make his mom a cup of tea, I think, but that's before you talk about, like, you know, the theaters need to make money on this, and you know, this is why people don't go to the theaters anymore. First of all, this stuff goes online instantly. And secondly, when you go to the theaters, the tickets cost $15 on average. Let's put it around an average of $14, $15. And then a bucket of popcorn, that's another like $5. A drink, that's another $3 or $4 because it's all massively overpriced. So for someone to take their family out to go see a Marvel movie, right? Let's say you've got the average American family, wife, husband, 2 kids, that's going to be, let me do the calculation there. So $15, let's say $15 for the adults is $30. Let's say the kids get a decreased price, probably of $7 each. So an additional 14 for 2 kids. Whoops, 14. And then you try to add in the cost of a bucket of popcorn for everybody. We'll put in, like, for a bucket, maybe it might be like 8. Plus drinks for everybody, that's 2 times 4, which is 8, another 8. So we're talking about $60 minimum, I would say, to take a family of 4 to go see. I'd say that's probably an average. $60 to go take a family of 4 to go see a movie, and so that's a lot of money. It's a lot of fucking money, particularly when you can stay at home and watch media now because almost everything's online. And it's, why would anyone want to take their kids to see this garbage? You know, I was watching that Anna, that Star Wars girl, and her review earlier, and she said that this movie is essentially like a 1990s girl flick for like teenagers. Bucket of popcorn's $15. No way. Wait, really? Okay, so let's say it's probably closer to I think probably then in that case it's probably closer to $100 to take a family of 2, or a family of 4. To see a movie. If you get snacks on top of it, you get like candy or whatever, yeah. To watch a movie that barely meets the hour and a half line. Did I say drinks for 2? Are they that? See, guys, I haven't been to the movie theaters in so long. Last movie that I saw in theaters was Days of Future Past, which was, I was talking to Disper about that actually. I was like, holy shit, I didn't realize I hadn't been to the theater in fucking 10 years. 8 years, something like that. Fuck. But like, yeah, so that's my recollection. But okay, so it's all way more than that. So then I think it's probably well within the rights to say that it's $100. It's $100 fucking bucks to take a family of 4 to go see a movie like this that barely reaches 90 minutes. And it sucks. And again, I agree with that Star Wars girl said, which is that this is like some shitty like rom-com kind of girl power thing from the 90s. And yeah, guys, I don't go to the theaters. I yo-ho-ho everything because I don't care. I mean, I do care, and I'm interested in it, sort of, but I don't pay for this stuff. Cost $43 to see Dune, popcorn and drinks in Canada. For one person? Yeah. Damn, dude. Nobody wants to pay for this. Nobody wants to go see this shit. Everyone hates it. It's horrific. Well, when we wait for Bill to get back, because I do want to watch that video, Spoon. I got a couple things that I'm going to go through real quick. Spoon? Oh no, am I alone again? He'd leave too. He doesn't leave me to... Fine. If he fell asleep, I'll be pissed. So I'm gonna go watch his video here at the end. Was waiting for that to be appropriate. Pink teams up with PEN America to give away 2,000 banned books at Florida concerts. Except for here's the thing, Pink.
Yep.
She's gonna give away all these banned books whenever she's in Florida that are written about race and racism and against LGBTQ authors and those of color.
Again, based.
That's what Pink's gonna do. She's gonna give away free books. Free books. So all the children can get books about that have been banned by Florida. Except for here's the thing, Pink. None of these books have been banned. None of these books have been banned. Not a single book has been banned. They've just been removed from the school libraries. You can still go buy the book. They're just not in the school libraries anymore. And here she is saying on Twitter, the following are some of the titles that have been banned from schools in Florida. Let me know which book is pornography. To Kill a Mockingbird, The Hate You Give, Forrest Gump, Catcher in the Rye, The Hill We Climb, The Girls Who Code, Atlas Shrugged, 1984. You don't want people to read that one. These ones aren't going to be good for you, Pink. You don't want people to read these. That's not helpful to your politics. The Kite Runner, The Bluest Eye, A Wrinkle in Time, The Diary of Anne Frank, The Fault in Our Stars, etc., etc. Thank you, Community Notes. This list has been proven incorrect. These books are not banned in Florida. In fact, some are on Florida's required reading list. Fact check, fake list of banned Florida books circulates widely online. Uh-oh, you dumb bint. You just reported fake fucking news. To Kill a Mockingbird? Nope. None of these books, a bunch of these books, Diary of Anne Frank, these books have not been banned. Nor Catch in the Rye, maybe Catch in the Rye maybe should have been, but I don't think any book should be banned. But in terms of like whether or not it's in the curricula, what all Florida has done is removing things from curricula, not banning the books. Not banning the damn books, but you're too stupid to understand that because you've got a political agenda, you dumb bint. That's what it's about. You don't really care about the truth, and you just like read some freaking headline. Here's something horrifying. This is a nurse who is under fire and is about to potentially lose her nursing license because she said that men don't have penises, or that women don't have penises.
While I was being cross-examined by the BC College of Nurses and Midwives lawyer, Barbara Finley, she halted me at one point when I used the term trans-identified male, which I had been using throughout my testimony, and sort of threw a fit and said I shouldn't be allowed to say trans-identified male. It's misgendering. The correct term is trans woman, and she.
You're trans-identified male, but as a nurse, they're a male.
Wanted the panel, and she wanted me to be told by the panel that I had to use that language. So then my lawyer made a response to that, essentially talking about compelled speech and the fact that it's not discriminatory to refer to males who believe or want to believe that they're females as trans-identified males. So then the panel stood down, I think, for 15 minutes or so, and they came back, and thankfully they ruled that I didn't have to use that language, but they strongly encouraged me to use it so that I
This is Canada. This is Canada, guys. It is compelled speech. This is what Jordan Peterson was talking about. Compelled speech. You have to use our fake fantasy shit, or else you'll lose your fucking ability to practice medicine.
I essentially wouldn't hurt the feelings of trans-identified males. And as you said, I just continued to use that language, trans-identified males or males, throughout the hearing because it's reality-based and the least confusing way to refer to the people I'm talking about who are males invading women.
Yes, it is the least confusing way to refer to them. I'm so tired. And by the way, I'm not the only one who's tired of this. You know who else is tired of this? Gen Z. Gen Z's fucking tired of this. Now, this is a really big study for the American Survey Center, so like there's a whole bunch of stuff in here that I'm going to scroll down, scroll, because there's the part that I want to get to. But if you're interested in this survey, I highly suggest checking it out. But this is where we get to the interesting part. Gen Z support for same-sex marriage drops. This is between 2021 and 2023. Now, we can see that millennials have only increased because millennials are cucked. But Gen Z, in 2021, 80% support gay marriage. Now, fewer people in Gen Z support gay marriage than do millennials. They're getting closer to Gen X's level of support. This is changing. People are tired of this shit. They're tired of it. And, you know, sometimes I do think God does not work in mysterious ways. Sometimes I think it's pretty obvious how he works, and I love when this shit happens. So Megan Rapinoe, who has been a insufferable bint female football player, who's constantly bringing politics into everything. This was her final game, the last game of her career in football, and she got an injury and they lost, but they still gave her a little standing ovation.
Devastating for her if she weren't able to continue. Oh, and this is a player that we know has battled some injuries as of late in her career, and there she goes down, just unattested. On the top of your screen, off to a bright start. And as you mentioned, Jackie, that would be devastating. And right now, the reaction do look like she might be coming off, hands in her head.
I mean, if she's in pain,
really slow to get up.
To be fair. I'm not gonna be too rude. Sorry, I don't
What a sad side. Laura Harvey having to reorganize things straight away, talking to the really experienced Lauren Barnes about what she might do here, as it looks as though Megan Rapinoe, very, very sadly...
Is it Rapinoe? I've always thought it was Rapinoe. Uh-oh. Look at this, of course, gay pride stuff for Rapinoe.
Why?
Rapinoe. Cuz...
Well, the players have only just done their warm-ups, and it could well be Bethany Bolser that
so
comes on.
She got
this
outed
is a sight
immediately.
That absolutely nobody wanted to see. There's a stretcher
and she can't play for the rest of the game. She walked off the field. Okay, bye. Guess what she said afterwards? This shit.
And this is a long one. Although I'm gonna get the Aaron Rodgers treatment, whatever that is. So I'm gonna be calling him or whoever did his surgery because we need to speed this up. But yeah, I thought about it a little bit. I mean, you know, I'm not a religious person or anything. And if there was a God, like, this is proof that there isn't.
Nope. It's proof that there is. I would say, really, can you believe that? The fact that, could you imagine the vapidity? Like, you're a pretty big egotistical person, Spoon. I don't mean that to fault you or anything, but you've got a pretty big ego. Come on, we all know this. Spoon, wake up.
No, I'm here.
No, you're not. You're falling asleep. Wake up, because I gotta watch your fucking video.
No, I'm thinking.
You've got a big ego. Yeah.
Where are you going with this?
Do you think that if you fail at something, it's proof that God doesn't exist?
No, because I'm not that egotistical, and that's insane.
Even, again, you're an egotist, and even you're like, what the fuck? That's insane.
This is up.
No, it's not fucked up. You're fucked up. Holy shit.
So, yeah, it's just up, you guys. Like, 6 minutes in, eat my Achilles. I mean, what the
Yeah, deal with it.
My God, woman, your mouth is depressingly deplorable.
I really had a
Learn to behave with a sense of charm. Jesus Christ.
You're barely keeping your shit awake. But Bill's back. Jezebel shut down. Hooray.
Who?
Bye-bye. Jezebel, the horrible feminist website, has been shut down. Haha. Thinking of God not existing, I think the fact that a site called Jezebel being shut down is proof that he does. Goodbye, Jezebels. Now, this is okay. I want to watch just a little bit of this. Bill, hop back on when you can, because then I want to watch Spoon's video.
You know that.
I'm just gonna play this. Actually, no. Spoon, I'm gonna put this in the watch together because I think you might actually have things to say about this. So,
God,
watch together. Everything else is in the watch together. Do you have some coffee or a cup of tea? Because we're gonna go for like another 45 minutes. Okay.
What?
Come on.
Yeah, what Bill said.
He put a hole in his seat. Come on. I got a thing to show you.
Why-
I got a thing to show you that
why?
are gonna wake you up. Because they're fucking interesting. No, they are. Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. 14. All right.
Hello there.
Hello.
Much appreciate everybody being here. All of you are way too stodgy.
Tell me when you got the thingy up.
Okay.
Watch together.
It's on screen.
In this room, very
Go
low
get
energy.
some coffee. Go
I
get
just
some
wanna let
coffee.
all of you know
Some
that.
tea.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of all pronouns, the Z's, the Zers, the hims, and hers,
I'm
I would
gonna
like
make
to
this
thank
a little
you for
faster,
tuning
'cause-
in today for this exciting in-person conference on
This
modern
is a
day
conference
debate. My name is Andrew
about
Wilson.
atheism versus
there's a few ways this
secular-
debate could go.
secular
The topic is
humanism, I
Christian
should say.
ethics versus secular humanism.
And you're gonna
which has a
fucking
better
laugh,
foundation.
guys.
The
I
funny thing
swear.
is, I already won that topic because, as Matt explained to Jay Dyer, he has no justification under the skeptical belief structure to give an accounting for any meta-ethical presupposition he may have. He just kind of grants himself stuff. He grants himself logic. He grants himself
guy
reason.
that he's
He grants
arguing
himself an
against is
entire
like a
worldview, even though
famous
he's using an
atheist
unjustified starting position
philosopher.
for it.
This
So
bald
I'm not
dude over
honestly
here.
all that interested in doing the God not real dough debate.
You'd
because
have to,
one, it's
you'd have to
boring.
not believe in God to wear a suede
It
coat.
goes like this. I don't see enough evidence and remain unconvinced there's a God. Then I say, but you use a theistic worldview of justification like there is a God to grant yourself logic and everything else. So instead of that, I'm just going to grant Matt's entire worldview. 2/3 or more of the planet.
So again, just to say, like he's a theist, but he's saying, "I'll just grant you your shit. I will grant you there's no God." But let's talk about the problems of secular humanism that exist. If we agree, let's just agree that there
So
is
I'm going
no
to give you
God,
carte
okay?
blanche, benefit of the doubt.
Yep, carte blanche. Even though this is supposed to be a debate about will secular humanism better humanity, which is
No.
that's the contention. That's the debate they're having. Is secular
Have you
humanism-
seen Humans? I would not have anything to do with them if I could help
Yes,
it.
the exact debate is Christianity versus secular humanism, which has the best ethical foundation. So, Andrew comes out here, Andrew Wilson, he is saying off the bat, I will just grant you there is no God. So let's look at what has worked best functionally in society, secular humanism or Christianity. I want you to watch this guy's face, what he does with his little notepad here, and watch him fucking crumble. This is Andrew's opening statement, and we're not going to watch that. You can see how long this video is. Maybe we're not going to watch more than about 5 minutes of it because it's about how long it lasts. Guess what?
An hour.
No, it lasts about 5 minutes. Just get ready for it.
This entire planet are all operating inside of a shared delusion that they were created by a sky daddy who loves him some slavery and murderousness. He thinks it's funny to kind of cosmically with people. That's his deal, kind of his whole thing. That's Matt's worldview. So now Matt's right,
it is,
and the question
though,
becomes,
Matt.
should we let them to continue to believe in this nonsensical Stone Age madness, or do we stop them from engaging in it? My contention is, even if God isn't real at all, that people acting as though he is still superior to whatever nonsensical egalitarian worldview Matt can come up with. See, Matt
Cut rate Wendigoon.
He believes.
Fucking little own brand Wendigoon.
We both coughed. I did not
Fucking
catch that when I
Wendigoob.
first watched this. I've already watched this clip, but I didn't catch a low rate Wendigoon in the front row.
Acts as though
Fucking
logic is real,
foreskin
math is real.
walker.
Everything is real based on his presuppositional belief that they are real. You see, human flourishing, the cornerstone of Matt's ideology and that of secular humanism, is totally meaningless. Flourishing by whose metric? From my perspective, for instance, attempting to lie to people who claim men can be women isn't human flourishing.
Look at his face. Look at his face.
From Matt's perspective, it is.
He
Why?
looked into
Why
the
should the
camera as
collective
if
of
to
humanity
say,
lie and say
he's right
men can
behind
get
me. isn't
pregnant? Why should they say that men can have periods? Things which are categorically and obviously false. That preserving
That's
homosexuality in
secular
society is good for
humanism,
human
though. He stopped
flourishing,
taking
even
notes
though they
entirely.
are reproductive dead ends.
Oh.
And that
Comes a new
Western
page
society and
for some reason.
egalitarianism is superior to those evil theist society, even though the Western nations can't even reproduce their own populations, but instead have to replace their population with foreigners from those theist nations that can reproduce.
Yep. Look at the
Let's start with a
again.
basic societal
Will
question
he
recently
switch to a new
asked of the
page?
West, who has now
No.
embraced a scientific and non-theistic approach to governing. Super basic question every kindergartner knows. If you don't believe me, go watch Kindergarten Cop. The question posed to the Western nation is, can a man be a woman? All right? To the question of if a man can be a
Oh,
woman,
no, new
they say
page.
the answer is yes. And the way we will decree they
Running out of
can
notepad there,
be a
Chief.
woman is by simply saying that woman now means male.
It does.
Problem solved.
That's the whole thing.
Thank you, Secular.
That's what they're saying. Woman now means male. That's what that
what
is.
What an idealistic view of the world.
I know.
For humanists, thank you so much. Nope, not kidding. Why, you ask, would people be this over-the-top stupid? Well, it's simple. The good is the good, man. We have to do what's good for human society and human flourishing. And if you don't call these deranged lunatics something they obviously aren't, they might self-terminate. So in order to avoid...
New page.
Yeah, well, he's very upset about calling trans people deranged lunatics, because if you don't, they will self-terminate. But that is true. Where is Andrew wrong yet? That is the entire contention. That's the entire contention of why we have to play pretend with transgender people, is because if we don't play along with their delusions, which we all know are delusions, then they'll kill themselves. That is the actual reason why all this transgender shit's happening.
Child, we don't care if you live or die.
That we need to make everybody on planet Earth lie to them. This is human flourishing.
That's human
Just
flourishing.
redefine shit, pretend it's true. How laughably absurd this worldview is. Matt will often say, I remain unconvinced. Well, Matt, I'm also going to use your standard. I need for you to 100% convince me beyond a shadow of a doubt that males can have babies. What's the answer going to be? No, Andrew, you big stupid. Males can't have babies. Men can have babies. Because we just defined man to include females, dummy. Well, Matt,
Yep. This guy, he don't miss, man. He don't miss.
I'm convinced. I'd like Matt to convince me that if you are a male and you are having sex with another male, which would not be allowed in my version of a secular humanist worldview, how is it that
this guy, he's on point. He's got a great.
How many new
statement.
pages does this bald fuck need?
Just saying, this is his opening statement. This debate has just started. Like when I started this is his opening argument.
Okay.
Now
like you went in for failure. You've got a suede blazer on. You look like if Rob Halford ate the rest of Judas Priest.
that you're not just basically having sex with a guy with a wig on? I really want to know the answer to that question. Not just me,
but by a man who looks like Steve Shives from an alternate universe.
People who aren't lunatics also want to know why It's Ma'am isn't a complete and total crock of garbage. Because I remain unconvinced that it isn't a total lie, and that these people don't just pervert the language.
His phone is like as old as mine. That's how old as fuck that is.
Well, wait till you find out why he's picked up his phone.
Include their own perversions
call an Uber.
Flourishing at the end. Matt has said he wouldn't make a law stopping 9-year-olds from having sex with each other. Not kidding.
Yep, real thing. He said he would not be in favor. In another debate, this guy said he would not be in favor of a law that would prevent 9-year-olds from having sex with each other.
Now, I know this is going to sound a little bit totalitarian, but I would in fact create laws that made it a crime for a 9-year-old to have sex with their 9-year-old.
No, I don't know who you punish, but what
the parent, because that means that child has been diddled.
That's what Andrew says, is that you punish the parent in that instance, yes.
I would hold the parents criminally liable for allowing this to happen in my evil authoritarian society, where I don't even let 9-year-olds have sex, or the parents go straight to jail for negligence. Now, I think that's better for human flourishing. I think maybe parents would be far less likely to let their 9-year-olds do that if they went to jail. Stupid me.
Yep.
Next, I would in my authoritarian society decree that all simulated sex acts in public were criminal offenses and would make sure that all people went to prison for the crime of indecency, which...
I in terms of the shit that happens in these freaking pride parades and stuff where they're literally humping each other and fucking each other with dildos on the street.
I've seen people getting fisted on the street in those parades. But what concerns me more is that there are 2 versions of Chrome on that toolbar, and I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know either. But the fact of the matter is that those things where you see people getting publicly fisted, there are children at those events because they're on the street. Yes, it's public indecency, and you should be arrested for that. And
that's
I'm a
just
libertarian.
public education.
Right. But as a libertarian, even I think like, no, that's indecency. No, bye.
Doesn't assist with human flourishing.
I have to support pride parades because I'm a supporter of rifle teams in schools because I have one.
I have to constantly fight with my more libertarian sensibilities, where it's like versus my Christian.
Libertarians don't have sensibilities.
Yeah, no, where it's like you can do whatever
2 versions of Chrome.
Yeah, he does. That's weird.
Why?
That's weird.
That
it's
makes me think something nefarious is going on.
True. I mean, no, it's like, okay, I don't care, generally speaking, what people do when they're in private. I'm changing my mind on this now, actually. It is a very slow change for me because my core beliefs are libertarianism. And so I'm like, I don't really care what you do as long as you're not bothering anyone. But they're actively bothering people when they do this shit in public. You are actively bothering other people. So no,
it depends on your belief in certain aspects of metaphysics.
Yeah.
If you think that hypersigils do something, then maybe we should stop Grant Morrison from making comics. Stop him making crap ones.
It's basically what you believe for you, and then you realize, oh, how I would like to live, everyone else can't, and now I have to make a choice for the collective.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then people say, oh, that's you're an authoritarian. It's like, no, it's because the rest of society is fucking retarded. I'm smarter than everybody else, and they're not smart enough to have the liberty that I do.
Children should not be exposed to overt sex acts. It's not complicated. That's my position. Sorry.
I also agree. I also agree we should banish public education. I agree.
Okay, here's the thing. Is it a controversial thing to say that Elagabalus is objectively a shittier emperor than Marcus Aurelius?
Obviously.
Then there we go.
There we go, yeah.
Secular humanism can basically be whatever the hell you want.
Quantify what's a good society.
It doesn't really need the principle of freedom or the starting axiom of freedom and peace in order to postulate whatever it wants. It's sloganeering.
Yeah, that man's
slogans.
Uber.
They don't mean anything. Okay? Why do 9-year-olds need to be able to have sex in order to advance humanity? Why?
Exactly. He's so on point. He's so on point. So
This is the opening statement?
Yes, this is his opening argument.
That's a long freaking opening argument.
Yeah, well, you're given like 5 minutes for an opening argument in a lot of these, but don't worry.
5 minutes?
It's not going to go much longer than this. Don't worry.
Why do we need to lie about a person's sex in order to advance humanity? Why are these things necessary for human flourishing? Why are decency laws bad? Why would Christian ethics stop flourishing when the theist mandate is to reproduce, and the secular mandate is let's just all have sex and have fun, bro? That sounds way worse for human flourishing. In fact, I would say not reproducing is the worst possible thing for human flourishing, because if there's no humans, how do you flourish? So, I guess, in essence, step 1, I remain unconvinced. Step 2, I need to be convinced, so I'm no longer unconvinced. And step 3, but God not real though doesn't matter here. I've already granted it. This still demonstrates how stupid.
Deep. But it is not really. I mean, this is not that long of a statement. Again, like this.
No. I mean, the guy on the right's got 8 pages of fucking notes, and none of them are more than half a page.
Yeah, he's not actually writing full pages. I guess he's like trying to like delineate
he's
them.
doodling.
But don't worry.
Just a bunch of pages.
Like I said, it's not much longer, guys.
How stupid this ideology actually is. With that, I'll yield my time, and I'm happy to get into it.
Yields his time.
Hey, James, I just sent you a message.
To the moderator.
We're going to kick it into an open discussion, so 50 minutes and...
50 minutes.
No, I don't think so.
So now will be 50 minutes on the clock.
So, I'm not going to sit here and dignify the preparation that I went through and what people were here for.
You're so indignant.
Keep interrupting me.
I am. Okay. You're so indignant.
Would the moderator like to step in so that I can finish what I'm saying?
Please, Matt. Please. How dare someone have an opposing worldview?
I'm not going to sit here and dignify what was supposed to be a debate about Christianity versus secular humanism, which one's better for the world.
Yes.
With someone who clearly...
That's what he just gave you an argument about. Well, about how secular humanism totally disrespects the natural order, and how it's not actually even about atheism or anything like that. It's about doing this disgusting shit to society.
Showed up with an agenda that has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, it does.
Someone who refers to
walk out and stop being a bitch about it. Jesus
Just
Christ.
wait.
As deranged lunatics who will self-terminate if you dare to question them.
How am I wrong, Matt?
Someone who misrepresents a quote from a debate where I said I wouldn't make a law about 9-year-olds having sex being legal with respect to the 9-year-olds, not that I was in any way in favor of it and that I was actually opposed to it, which I addressed during that debate. But moreover, this is not remotely an honest interaction on the front of whether or not secular humanism is valuable. Because this...
Yeah, because he just destroyed you.
Yeah, because he just mauled you.
He mauled you in his opening statement, and you have no way of coming back from it.
I'm a big proponent of just cutting to the bullshit. Like, this person knows he can't argue the point, so he's going to leave. He's going to bail, like in...
When he presented his position here, has nothing to do with secular humanism. From the
no
get-go.
No one turns up to a debate in a suede blazer expecting to sit the course.
This is the thing.
Because you'll cook under those lights.
Everything he just said has everything to do with secular humanism, and you're having a little bit of a melty.
I'm given what Matt thinks.
Matt's position.
I came in with the Secular Humanist Manifesto. I came in with positions that aren't that aren't merely my positions.
Oh, well, as long as multiple...
Well, other people have them, therefore it's correct. This is always a leftist paradigm, isn't it?
Yeah,
other
that's like Walsh's tactic.
Yeah, other people agree with me, therefore it's
like
correct.
Appeal to authority of the masses.
Losing a debate to a man with an underbite.
I know.
People hold the position.
This guy's not serious, and I'm leaving, James. If you want a refund, you
well, good day, sir. And I'll cover your refund, Mr. Matt.
He just said he'd cover my refund.
I would cover his refund. No.
Look at this. You won. You won. Congratulations, Andrew.
Didn't even crack into the coffee till just now. It was still hot.
What did he take all those notes for then?
And all of the things that he's doing right now. He's already said he will cover my expenses.
I'm just drawing dick butt.
Oh, I love that the only thing
he was literally writing down what his rebuttal would be before he left.
But then
that's why they're all short, because he's rewriting his little like leaving speech.
That must have been why it was so short, right? But then all he has to say is pay me, pay me, pay me, pay me, pay me. Because I don't want to. I don't want to respond because I can't respond because this guy just fucking devastated me. So pay me.
This debate is over. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Jackass.
Whoa! I
You just call him a jackass?
Again, imagine losing to alternate universe Steve Shives.
Imagine that. So now this
Like,
is
if this man is somehow listening, I apologize for that jibe, but the hat and beard combo don't suit you. You should probably go for like a mustache.
So here's what we're gonna end on.
Oh no. Look at this cryptid-looking ass logo.
Okay, so Spoon. All right, this guy.
What are these thumbnails? They're worse than yours.
Rude.
Oh, fucking calm down, 2016 Shadowversity ass fucking thumbnails.
All right, so this guy has made a 14-minute long video where he's called Spoon, the aristocratic utensil, sexist, racist, hypocrite.
Wait until he sees me. I make Spoon look like Mother Teresa.
So I put this for the end because
it's gonna hurt.
This is glowing endorsement of my channel.
Okay.
From what I had heard, every comment was like, "Well, this guy sounds good. I'll go watch it."
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
and that's why we're bigging him up now, so that we can we can get him out there into the world, get him to be a bigger channel, so we can big up Spoon's channel by proxy.
The reason I saved this for last is because this guy's got like 300 subscribers. Okay, do not go and bother him.
No,
he is bothered enough as it exists.
This is a light-hearted ribbing. This is coming from a place of enjoyment. Be nice. Enjoy the show. Don't go fuck with people. That's rude. We don't punch down this chat. We only punch up. That's why I say, quite frankly, Sargon's D&D game shit. Just gonna say it right
now. We're just gonna have a little laugh.
Why'd you let Dev on board? I'm just gonna ask.
At this guy who is now. I have to. Is the playback speed still on 1.5? It can't be, or 1.25. It can't be because this guy's very difficult to understand. He talks like Linkara. Yes,
he's also a spattering mess.
I'm a light bringer.
Don't let him take his jacket.
He has a higher pitched voice than all of us.
He's got some. Okay, neon suspenders. I know. I talked about this with Spoon before we did the stream. That's why we saved it for the end. Is don't give him the views.
Spoon is glowing stronger.
We just wanted to have a little lighthearted ribbing of this dude because this is very funny.
It makes me sound fantastic, by the way.
It also makes Spoon sound fantastic.
The fact that this makes Spoon so smug must hurt this man on a fundamental level. Sexist, racist, hypocrite. What is your view on this?
Well, this guy leaves comments on Spoon's videos all the time. He's clearly got a bit of obsession. I looked through his entire channel.
What the fuck is this? I'm way more racist than him, and I don't get a fucking lick of the brass ring anywhere. No one gives a fuck.
He mostly makes videos about like pop culture.
Bill, you're more than welcome to come on my channel and say some based shit.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh yeah.
However,
I'll still tell you that fucking podcast, you, me, and Disparo, just fucking throwing hands.
Before we begin, I have to give a little bit of a caveat. Is that when I looked through this guy's channel to see what he was about, I found out he's
from your
West
neck of the
Virginian. Woods. He's a West Virginian. Oh my god! It's what is this?
The mythical blue West Virginian, the one who's the source of all the region's problems.
This is he's like anti-me, and so let's watch anti-me.
Does he eat a lot?
Maybe he's.
Is he morbidly obese?
I don't know. His avatar isn't. Let's find out. Let's watch.
Before he starts the meeting.
Oh, so we're all looking good start, it seems. He's literally in like the Linkara fucking spaceship. Nothing has any perspective. What the fuck? Why is that keypad so big?
No, I just want to say, if Bill is this amused already, his voice is gonna make Bill lose his mind or try and kill people. gonna be one or the other.
Play it. Let it play. Play it again.
Let's go. Okay. Play it,
intro?
damn it. No, just play the freaking whole vid. Just stop it. Play it.
Calm the fuck down. It's playing now.
Okay, then keep playing it. Stop pausing it. Whoever's doing that.
Hello, everybody. It's your favorite West Virginia out in space here. And
How
as
does he?
a rule, generally speaking,
You're saying, Bill?
How does he sound so British?
But he's in West Virginia.
I don't like to talk about other YouTubers on this channel outside the occasional
Lies.
Spirit Science
But
thing
you-
a while
you
back.
are right now, so
And
okay.
that's mostly because I don't generally like YouTube drama. And
Okay,
as
but
a
you
general
are.
rule, if there's some YouTuber who
So
I
we're
generally
responding to
hate
it,
or
so
has something
sorry.
Yeah, let me just explain something to you. It does not help when you say hypocrite in your fucking title, and the first thing you say is, "I don't like to start drama, but I'm gonna start fucking drama right now."
Also, what is this color? What? Okay. Art style aside. Okay. Hornshell glasses rims on a pink skin set, on brown haircut.
Oh my god.
Dark navy denim jeans on a dark navy background.
It's just, guys,
In front of us,
understand-
in front of a non-perspective cyan table, in a perspective floor.
I want to give him power.
I will say this with impunity. This legitimately looks like it was drawn by Hitler.
I want to empower this man. Look at the state of this. I want to empower you, my dude. I want you to have more power. I want you to have way more subscribers.
He's not gonna get it through me though.
Oh,
He's gonna get people mercilessly shredding him.
I can't. It actually.
I'm faced with something so deeply autistic that I kind of am on board for it.
Exactly. Like, okay,
It's like when I used to watch like that guy with the glasses content, and it's kind of giving me the same vibes.
Yeah,
And
this
by
was
by
produced-
vibes I mean I'm having an aneurysm.
Guys, this wasn't produced 15 years ago. This is a week old. Okay, just like
This
let you know.
legit. I'm gonna crack about it looking like the Lightbringer. No, this is literally like Chris Chan tier shit.
I like the way that his pupils are green. Like it's not even black pupils.
Oh my goodness. Okay, this again, guys. Just let you know, this was made a week ago.
I would criticize.
AI would have produced better than this. Just use AI. Use fucking ChatGPT.
Let's just get through it in like literally a
Like,
second.
why would you then have Spoon's like background next to you to show how bad your artwork is? Okay, by the way, okay, before we continue,
gotta go back to
Spoon, before we continue,
things you said,
what
yeah.
the fuck's with the boat?
Yeah, what is with the boat? Spoon, like when you show like you're like do like there's a bunch like forums. That show. I told you I didn't like
there's
the
like
boat.
a fucking like Civ 4 like boat artwork piece
When, like,
that
the- like,
is
there's,
so
like,
out of place.
Four
It
different
makes
images that pop up at the start of your.
one's a boat and it's so out of place. It's fucking
The
weird.
boat looks weird. I
Oh,
told you
you
that when
mean
you
my
made it.
the Art Deco pieces?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bill and I.
The
agreed
boat's
the
really
boat
out
was
of place.
weird.
I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah. Bill and I agree. I told you when you made it that the boat was weird.
Okay, listen, you two autistic fucks.
Yeah, I'm autistic. Fuck
How
off.
fucking close are you paying attention to the intro that you see the boat and you go, "This annoys me"? Get a fucking
the
life, you
last
two
one.
twats.
It's literally the longest one out of all of
It's the
them.
one that you see the longest, and that's if you put it like first, it wouldn't stand up.
Is
stand out as
anyone
much.
else but you two fucking idiots bothered by that?
No, we're just pointing out that it's weird. Looks like you're going to sail the high
It
seas.
feels like I could use like one extra one that's something a bit more interesting than a boat.
Okay, the reason is because it's a car, it's a train, and a boat that transports.
Mhm.
Yes, that's the reason why.
Well, you should just make the last one the Bob Simple tank.
Make it a tank.
Get fucked, man.
The Bob Simple, the God's own chariot.
I'm thankful enough that I will forget this fucking critique of my intro by tomorrow. You
Look, we're
bunch of
giving you a
bastards.
better critique than this
The
guy's gonna
Bob Simple,
do.
God's own chariot. Third world.
Are we sure
if you're
this guy
going
isn't
with
a troll?
transportation, then really it should be the fucking Toyota Hilux.
Are you sure this
Yes.
isn't a troll? No.
Yes.
I actually think it's not.
No, I'm 100%.
If it's a troll, I'm supporting it. If it's not, I'm supporting it. I want
Okay.
this man to
Yes.
thrive. I want him to have a good time. I want him to
So-
discover what AI artwork it is so he can stop living like this.
So here's the thing, Anonymous. when Spoon sent this to me, that was my immediate response. I'm like, this is hilarious. This is the funniest fucking shit I've ever seen. Like, this is obviously like a troll.
Okay,
And then I went to
the
his
man's.
channel.
We've listened to literally 19 seconds of this poor cocksucker's
I know,
work.
but I'm just gonna
Please let the man speak for himself.
1 second before we get into that.
He can't.
Just to assuage the concerns of the chat. No, I went to whatever. I went to this guy's channel and know all his videos are like this, and he's very serious. So if he's a troll, he's a very deep troll. And he sounds like Linkara. So let's let Linkara
what is this guy named, by the way?
His name is shoot. What is it?
That's what I'd like to do with him.
Will Norman Bargo. He's got his full name in there.
Waste of a first name.
I also think he might be either. I don't think he's a child, but I think he's probably severely autistic.
Probably indicates he probably is.
But as an autist, I'm allowed to talk.
I had to think of something horrible to say to like deflect off a Spoon onto me, so I can get some fucking free publicity.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's just let it play.
Bill,
for a
you're
bit.
popular whenever you talk, so I don't think that's really a problem for you.
Yeah, but I don't talk very often. I only have the Tuesday game. No one turns up for that.
Yeah, they do. Let's
You
just let it
can
play
come on our
for-
channel anytime you want, just talk shit. It's funny as fuck.
I'm always happy to attend. Yeah.
Good
Of
times.
course, we love you. We love having you here, Bill.
And yes,
I'm
we will get Desper on here at some point.
Oh yeah, I'm happy to be the devil's ringer. I'm all things to all men. I'll do whatever the fuck.
All right, let's go.
Something I would criticize, there's usually some other YouTuber already doing it, whose audience is built around that, it has a much wider reach than me and all that jazz. So generally speaking, I'm just content to whatever stupid YouTubers I have to see get taken down by someone else, or at least exposed, or, that kind of thing, or criticized, or however you want to word that. However, this one probably
Does it sound
due to
like
his
he's saying
size,
this whilst
hasn't-
walking along the street?
I don't know.
It's kind of like I'm walking down the street on my way to the corner shop to buy cigarettes. Kind of.
I mean, that's what I always used to do when I lived in West Virginia. But yeah, he's got a very significant. It's not really a lisp. It's that Elmer Fudd voice. He's got the Elmer.
He's got
Fudd
Jonathan Wass syndrome. Sorry.
syndrome. Yeah, where he can't quite, and unfortunately, he can't pronounce aristocratic utensil, which is why he's not going to call you that, as we'll get to here soon.
Doesn't really seem to have gotten that treatment yet, and quite frankly, his takes are so bad, his opinions and arguments so questionable, that in all honesty, somebody had to do this, and well, no one else seemed to, so I guess it's my job now.
That might be an indication that no one has a problem with it except you.
Hey, don't look free publicity in the mouth.
No, this is great free publicity in an amazing way.
I think this is great. It's amazing. I fucking love this. This is.
I can't. I know. This is art. This is Kino. Okay. This is.
I'm on. Okay, as a massive, horrible racist who believes that the Jews should be exterminated, I endorse this channel. Hitler, the Holocaust didn't happen, but should have done, and I endorse this channel.
Okay, you're saying that because you're a fan of this channel. Okay, I see.
Yes, of course.
All right. Okay.
The YouTuber
I would never endorse the Holocaust unless I was a fan of this channel specifically.
Jesus Christ.
Of course, if you click on the video, the aristocratic utensil. I believe I'm saying that right. If I'm not, I'm sorry, but
no, you're not saying it right, Chief. I'm sorry to say. Oh, my sides!
And quite frankly, his takes are so bad, his opinions and arguments so questionable, that in all honesty...
Hold on a second, he didn't even say argument, right? Go back to that.
Size hasn't really seemed to have gotten that treatment yet, and quite frankly, his takes are so bad, his opinions and arguments so questionable...
Did he just say arguments? That's like the thickest fucking Brooklyn accent I've ever heard.
I'm gonna fucking die.
I didn't even hear that until now.
Spoon, how has God blessed you with this kind of detractor? Oh my god. Let's see. Oh man.
Wait till Bill gets back.
I'm gonna die.
that, in all honesty, somebody had to do this, and, well, no one else seemed to, so I guess it's my job now. This YouTuber
God bless you, man. God bless you.
God bless you. God bless you.
I'm
God
a fucking dirt-worshipping pagan, even I'm sorry. Thank Yahweh himself for this. Holy shit.
God bless you as well, ma'am.
Of course, if you click on the video, the aristocratic utensil.
Sweet Jesus. We can't get past the motherfucker's goddamn accent. Okay, we need to. Okay, no matter what happens, just let it hit play and let it run.
Just let it go.
Let it run. Let it run.
Crack utensil. I believe I'm saying that right.
No, just.
If I'm not, I'm sorry, but for the entire video, I'm gonna call him Spoonhead because that's what I like better, and it's funnier, and I can say that easier.
That's a Cardassian slur. You're not allowed to use that.
How dare you? Yes, he's being racist against the Cardassians. It's just because he can't pronounce a aristocratic utensil. A aristocratic utensil.
I may say that in one of my videos.
Those of you in chat who have been calling for the uwu from Spoon for all these years, little did you know there was in fact a channel for you. This motherfucker is the man for you.
Oh my god, let's go.
Oh my! Send me the link to this motherfucker's channel so I can follow it. God damn. We need this cocksucker to get so fucking. I want his
numbers.
I want him to succeed.
I do too. Go subscribe. I'm not joking. Go subscribe to this guy. This shit
I want to hear.
minted.
I unironically want to hear from him a video about Bill Twain.
This is minted with the sauce, lads. This is minted with the sauce. Go fucking subscribe. Holy shit.
Spoonhead is a monarchist, and that's fine. I don't particularly like the philosophy.
That's the thing he doesn't take umbrage with, is you being a monarchist. Like, he's a monarchist, I guess.
I guess.
Even he's like,
Well, me Linkara, I guess. You know?
Oh, yeah.
But he's also a really bad monarchist, a raging sexist. Pretty sure he's racist. I'm 95% sure on that one.
I am.
And overall has some of the worst argument skills I've seen on the internet.
Okay, I've said this before. If you're going to make these claims like this, you have to prove that you're better than I am. If you don't, you look like a fucking retard.
I mean, I don't think he needs help in that regard.
Yes, and the fact that you can't pronounce my name tells me this is not going to end well.
No, and again, okay, so this guy... Okay.
I'm glad that we got into this on, Broken Crown number 90. This is this is a victory lap episode.
I want to be clear about is that this guy very well might be like a teenager. Okay, I don't know. But
if he's 28 living in his parents' basement, you know what? Yeah,
but if
you do you. This is so entertaining. I don't give a shit. You can do what the fuck you like.
This is
amazing. I don't care if you smoke crack for a living. Just do you. I want you to never change. I want you to stay the way you are.
Yes.
And by the way, I don't like black people.
There is no way he would be able to expect this kind of response from us.
This is my new favorite channel, and I cannot stress how much I think that China should be a glass ocean.
He wanted. You know what he wanted was us for us to get seriously.
Oh my god, this is amazing! I love it so much.
Go!
This had the opposite. This had the opposite effect you thought it would have. I love that. This man is my favorite YouTuber. He is the only influencer who deserves money.
Let's go.
Which is saying quite a lot. So ultimately in this video, we're going to go over
he's blatantly outside as well.
Debunk some of his points, and of course, show how he is actually a raging hypocrite. Also, before Spoonhead or one of his allies tries to make a little point here.
Oh, allies.
Allies? You don't have allies. You're fucking Dutch. You don't have allies. You have
people you've conquered.
Not even conquered. People you've made alliances with who hate your guts either way.
Yeah. I love it. So this is amazing. I love it.
I am a white, straight Christian male, just like Spoonhead himself. So any attack he tries to use on any of those against me will...
Starting off with the vegetarianism. Like, well
it was
done.
what really weird thing from originally bring up is just to go straight into idpol, like be like, well, you can't attack me because I'm a white straight Christian just like you.
Christian.
No, Christian, but why would why?
First
why,
of all, straight with that accent, love. I'm sorry to break this to you.
We wouldn't attack you.
Yeah,
on
a
that
little
stuff.
bit gay at the very least.
This guy's so silly. We would never attack you on any of those vectors, dude.
You don't get
weird.
okay. Here's a rule of thumb: you don't get a palate that cleft unless you've been abused as a child, and you don't get abused as a child like that unless you're gay.
Oof. Damn.
Because that's how people who get abused that badly end up.
Oof. Let's go back to it.
Will, of course, fail because, well, we share the same thing. So don't even try that. Although, funny enough,
I share nothing in common with you. Don't you fucking insult me that way. You fucking peasant
I am
boy.
direct descendant of William the Conqueror, so, you know.
Oh my
Oh
God.
no!
Bill.
Now I've soured.
Bill.
What the fuck did he just say about?
He said he's a direct descendant of William the Conqueror.
So is fucking what's that cunt's
Oh my
name?
God.
I wasn't expecting this reaction from you, Bill. It's been pretty good.
Okay, Danny Dyer, everyone's favorite man, auditioning for a gay mechanic with brain injuries, is a direct descendant of William the Conqueror. William the Conqueror apparently sowed his oats more often than a fucking farmer.
Yeah,
that cocksucker was like Genghis Khan for the Western European world.
That's some like weird autistic shit to be like, oh, I'm descended from William the Conqueror.
You listen here, you little white collar shit. My family was put here by William the Conqueror, and I have a grudge to settle.
Yeah, he's got a grudge. Yeah.
950 years of misery on this brick. I will fucking bury you.
I really hope chat's enjoying this as much as we are, because this is the funniest fucking shit. Oh my God. Oh, I'm gonna have to get. Fuck. Okay.
King me.
All right. Women.
Okay, I'll get the molten gold.
Women.
King me. If you want to be kinged, I'll get the molten gold. I'll pour it my damn self. Here you hit the ground with a clank.
Here's my favorite personal segment, women. Let's go. Here's how Spoon's mean to women. Now, what I find curious is that this guy doesn't know that you host a podcast once a week with a woman.
Yeah, he said king me, not woman.
Yeah. No, but this is his segment, which is called Women.
No.
We're going to debunk today is his hatred of women. Or more accurately, because he really just hates women. Like, his thoughts on women are very, very low. You know, raging sex.
Hey, Spoon, do you hate me?
Hmm?
Do you hate me?
All the time.
Same.
Yeah, but yeah, true. But I mean, like, never mind. That didn't help. At the same time, Spoon, you and I are like best friends. So.
Yeah, or so you claim. Or so the
or
Germans
so
would have
it's
us
true,
believe.
you ding
He's
dong.
just using you to get to me. You slut.
And all. And, like, he openly calls women lesser than men, which...
True.
Because they are.
I don't think I need to explain why that's bad, but I will, because we're all people, funny enough.
No, but not all people are equal.
No, we aren't. We aren't. Not all of us are people.
Yeah, and not all people are equal.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You, me, men, women, doesn't matter.
Some of us are French.
We're all humans. We have a basic level of being a human.
And
but
so what?
No, we aren't. Italians exist. Spaniards exist. Greeks exist. The larger Mediterranean area. Fuck me, Punics exist.
Have
Not
you
all people are
seen
equal.
Sub-Saharan Africa?
Oh my God! No, we can't. Okay, hang on, guys.
The Punics.
Listen,
The Punics.
guys. We can't come at this dude as if he has any level of actual political acumen. Because I don't know whether he's a child
I'm
or
having
a
such
retard.
fun with it.
There's
Yeah,
something
Bliss.
wrong with him, though. There's clearly
I'm
something, like,
so incredulous
incorrect
that
with
he
him.
pulled up like I'm director of William the Conqueror. You and every fucker else. Like William the Conqueror was apparently like the king of the Shaggies. He was the Lemmy Kilmister of his age.
Oh my God.
Everyone is descended from this cocksucker.
Yeah.
How the fuck is Danny Dyer, a man who can count his chromosomes on a fucking football team? Like, how the fuck is he descended from William the Conqueror? William the fucking Shagger, more like. Jesus Christ.
All right, but here's the thing.
He sewed his oats with a fucking 12 bore.
Again, it's very funny that he gets so mad at you about this spoon without knowing that like your best friend is a woman, and that I agree with you on everything. Yeah.
Take that away because they're weirdos and probably never grew past that kid stage where it's like, ew, cuties. I don't want
kid stage in with this fucking setup.
You know, with this art.
Like, bruh, AI exists in the modern age. You can upgrade. You can use anything. Like,
hey, Spoon, are you afraid of my cooties?
I am
terrified.
Well, yeah, terrified.
I can smell you from here.
Mystified. I'm rude. I'm sorry, I'm losing my fucking.
This guy's avatar looks like a fucking 80s disco teenager on meth.
It's so bad. It's
what?
MSP.
Yeah, what?
It's literally MSP.
He looks like a Vice City protagonist, like OC.
Yeah, he does.
Why is the keypad so large on the wall?
I don't know.
Why is it like?
Look how big his hands
Why
are.
is it a penis height? It looks like a series of glory holes.
to be around girls. They just never grew out
I
of
also
that.
don't want to be around girls or fags.
At all. He comes off exactly like that, just with more words and a British accent. And it gets even...
Oh, British, you hear that, Spoon?
Uh-oh.
He's triggered two people's fucking racial fucking hatred.
No, he's been activated. Oh no, the racial animus is about to come out. Oh no, it's about to. Oh.
I think God has been mean enough to him already. I don't think they need my help. He can't pronounce my fucking name, let's be honest. He's not going to know geography.
Spoon.
Yeah, well, it's spoon. Look, he doesn't spoon. He doesn't know where South Africa is, let alone Ireland.
Awesome.
Worse because like he only has two pieces of proof to make his point, and both of them are terrible. One is
he's a fucking proof.
Learn to pronounce words for the love of God.
I'm the one having fun with this, and Spoon's the one getting angry.
We're gonna get in trouble for bullying on this. I don't care. We're just laughing.
No, we're not.
No, I'm on board. I want him to flourish so I can personally beat him from my band.
We started this segment by saying, go subscribe to this man, allow him to flourish. This is amazing content. I want to see more of this. This is
And then he said he was descended from William the Conqueror, and I wanted to put my thumbs through his eyes.
No, I want more of this. This is...
As he continues talking, I have higher level slurs building in my soul.
is that he'll bring up that men are on average physically stronger than women, and it gets even worse because he'll be around girls. They just never grew out of that. Like, really, like, at all. He comes off exactly like that, just with more words and a British accent. And it gets even worse because, like, he only has two pieces of proof to make his point, and both of them are terrible. One is that he'll bring up that men are, on average, physically stronger than women.
Yeah, true.
They are.
Which falls into the fallacy of an average is still an average. It doesn't mean every member...
How is that a fallacy?
No, it's... Okay.
Spoon, real talk. Would you be way happier if women were on average stronger?
No.
No.
Even though they're buff?
Yes.
My dude. Because you're really concerned about women. Hello, women. The reality is that, statistically, an average means the average. Now, there are also something called...
Aiden's allowed to talk about this because she occupies the absolute lowest denominator of female strength.
But there's also something called a standard deviation. A standard deviation is this bell curve that extends between a mean. Now, we find that women, generally speaking, have a far lower amount of physical strength than men do. For example, on IQ, we find that women have a far more narrow IQ than men do, and that more women tend towards the center, the normal IQ of 100, but men have a more broader IQ, which means that you have men that have a very high IQ and men that have a very low IQ. But women's physical capacity is far lower statistically than men's. This is an unarguable fact. It is a reality of statistical science, and you can't argue it. I don't know why you're arguing this, friendo. I'm finding your video the funniest shit I've ever seen, but unfortunately,
Why's he showing planets in the background?
I don't know. You know what you should be showing there is that if you
Why is he showing all your best videos in the background?
If you had some
like showing you you're not racist because you're showing a black elderly woman as one of your like topics.
When he's talking about a base
praise.
Black grandma who was like, you know, talking shit about like black people who were being very ornery and disruptive. Here's the thing, my dude.
If you're going to talk, being themselves.
If you're gonna talk about statistics, if you're gonna talk about data, you have to be able to provide the evidence.
Data.
You don't have it because you don't know what you're talking about. And I don't know if you're a very young person or what's going on, but you don't have the evidence for this. You just don't. I'm not showing it because
I hope that he keeps making. I hope he keeps talking shit just purely so we can keep featuring his stuff because it's.
Me too. This is
it's
amazing.
Such a delight.
It is a pure delight to see someone producing like 2008 level content response videos to Spoon. It's unbelievable that this even exists.
Is also from the
I gotta say, like, as much as Descent from William the Conqueror. It's amazing, the strides for we made it in in multiculturalism, considering that your content looks like it was made by a Puerto Rican in an afternoon.
Bruh. No, it looks like it was made by a child. So maybe he is a child, but he doesn't sound like a child. He just sounds like an autist.
So hold on a second. Let me get this straight. This is I hate women. So I'm quoting a grandmother who says, "You are nothing without a man."
Yeah. And that's what she said. It was a grandma who said that.
Yes. Okay. So how am I sexist for quoting a black grandmother?
He's watched the whole video. You can see that.
Yeah.
But he somehow
the fact
doesn't
he's
get it.
not edited that.
Yeah, that's interesting. He's clearly
watched
the whole
video.
Clipped either.
He's clipping directly from his feed.
But I would have thought that if he was just going to judge you on this, he would have not watched these videos. But he's clearly watched that video. It's fascinating, right?
Our group, and second of all, what is about physical strength automatically makes that individual better than
well, we know what your weightlifting limit is, don't we now? Chief?
Yeah, now we got it.
Oh, don't worry. You're only whippersnapper. You can still lift.
What does physical strength make you better in? I don't
lifting
know.
Things.
Defending.
Lifting things. He's
okay. Star system rules. It's a flat bench, a squat.
This kid.
And
so cute.
flat bench, squat, and I forgot what the other one was. And the power clean. Go to your local supplier of building materials, buy a big block of granite, and go do that. You'll be as strong as the rest of us.
Go outside, find a tree branch, and do pull-ups on it.
Go out into the wild and touch fucking grass.
Go become strong. You're a man. Go
lift
strong.
the boulder. Your sad head voice will go away.
And then you won't have to worry about
he reminds me
upsetting you on YouTube.
He reminds me of Jimmy from Ed, Edd and Eddy.
Oh God, yeah. Oh yeah, he's very.
Don't you talk shit about Jimmy that.
Yeah, that's rude towards Jimmy.
He had a brace. He had some actual reason to sound like such a spacker.
Strong. Sure, if you need something to be lifted or some other physical activity, you want that guy.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really imply a moral judgment or a higher value of character. Another point.
Yes, it does.
I didn't actually say it does.
Yes, it does though.
I can't picture him as anything other than Jimmy, but just him saying, "I'm him."
I am him. Here's the thing. Yes, it does. As a woman, I know you called Spoon a sexist here. So as a woman, guess what? Yes, it does provide a higher moral character upon a man who's able to pick up a heavy object because I can't pick it up. Yes, that is a value of men. Being able to lift heavy object is a value of men over women. Sorry, dude.
And we can use that to do things like build civilization.
Build civilization, yeah.
When a fucking hurricane's coming to the island and you have to take down a lamppost because it's about to be blown over, you need one person with a sound spinal column to lift the fucking thing.
Most women can't do it. Your mom probably could, Bill, but
No, we did that and it had to be me taking the weight of it.
Yeah. But
my mom's built different. She's not to be considered. She's an outlier. you delete her from the fucking equation when you're taking the shit.
Dude, that's why women and men are physically different. We actually have complete different muscular structure in terms of how we build muscle and how we maintain muscle. So yes, there are serious reasons for why
which also alters throughout the races, by the way.
Why it's important for men to be more muscular than women, because men are the ones who build the society. Women are the ones who protect young children. That's what we're supposed to do. And
not fucking nowadays, it isn't.
No, but I'm saying genetically and evolutionarily, you dingus.
Point he often uses is quotes from Queen Victoria or the anti-women suffragette movement.
Okay, keep going. We can't keep starting every 5 minutes. This
Which
man's
is
like,
not very good points.
can
to be
we
honest,
start
for
a
2 reasons.
fundraiser for this motherfucker's palate?
Queen. Okay, so what did you say about Queen Victoria?
Higher value of character. Another point he often uses is quotes from Queen Victoria or the anti-women suffragette movement, which is not very good points, to be honest, for 2 reasons. One is that...
I like the way he doesn't actually bring up the fucking points.
No, he doesn't mention the quotes because he can't.
Well,
can we start a fundraiser for this cocksucker's body, please?
They want you to live a long and healthy life where you can get berated.
I love you. I love this lad. I love him so
Like
much.
this is someone who would.
This is art.
This is the guy who shows up to the fucking like what's that gym like branch that has like donuts on standby?
Planet Fitness.
Planet
Fatness. Yeah, like like this guy who rocks up to Planet Fatness and like whinges that he's still fat. No, like me and Spoon like at least trying. Spoon succeeding. I'm just trying.
This guy. Let's go.
Live in a society that constantly told them they were lesser than men, so they absorbed it in, so they'd probably be biased to some degree. But even worse.
By the way, can I point this out? I find this incredibly offensive to women. That women can't look at men and go, yeah, men say something objectively true, and then they just go, oh well, just if I agree with this, like it's like the internalized misogyny argument. Like, do you think women are so stupid that they can't look at men and go, yeah, men are objectively correct about something?
Yes.
Well, he's also saying that like that Queen Victoria is wrong.
I mean, she was definitely right.
She was completely correct. As a
Queen
woman,
Victoria,
hey, Queen Vicky was right, dude.
Was mainly fucking like motivated by the loss of Prince Albert.
Yes, in later years, but yeah.
Almost every single major queen who made a name for herself as a able monarch was someone who was motivated by the loss of a loved one.
Or who
Olga's entire career was motivated by the loss of her husband.
Yeah.
Was like, guess what? That
now I'm gonna go on a
when you
campaign.
lose the person who's the other half of your fucking soul, like that's something that motivates a person.
Yeah, motivates women in particular. You steal away her husband, you kill him or whatever.
You lost 3/5 of your soul.
And it's just like, yeah, there's 3/5 of my soul, motherfucker. Now I have nothing left other than to destroy you. But this guy, he doesn't know anything about. I mean, every time I'm sorry, I'm trying to go back to the screen. I'm just like, what are we looking at?
I wish him the very best.
I do too. That's what I'm saying.
And
guys,
as I say that as someone who's a rampant racist.
No, guys, please do not be mean to this guy.
Now I know he's what. Now I know he's a Norman as myself. So
Yeah,
I have to drag
Allegedly.
him down with me. So now I know he's one of my people.
Exactly, he's one
Therefore,
of Bill's people.
much like myself, he is white, unlike the rest of Europe.
All right. So what I'm just want to reiterate, guys, do not go be mean to this dude.
This is a white man, a pure strain white man. You're to leave him alone. He's under my protection.
If you would like to give him a sub to support him, I would suggest that.
I demand it of you.
I actually demand it as well.
Shut the fuck
you
up,
enjoy
woman.
this, I agree with you. If you then go subscribe to this dude, because this is the most hilarious fucking content
This
I've ever
is
fucking seen.
this is the German Naruto theme of YouTube channels.
Yes,
This is the most red-pilled video in existence.
He's got like 350 subs.
Let's move that up to a couple of 100,000.
Let's get it up to 1,000 at least. Let's see. Let's share this guy's stuff around. This is amazing. This is
Let's
peak
taint
YouTube.
him
This
by
is-
association.
This is peak YouTube content. Let's go.
Let's turn his comment section into a nightmare.
If his whole point that he constantly make that women are not logical beings that can't have
Correct.
rational thought.
Correct,
No, they
based,
can't. They
based,
can't.
based,
Yeah, true,
based,
true.
based.
True.
I
Agree.
can't believe he said this.
I
He's speaking
true,
truth to power.
Yes. True. Correct. Accurate.
Which he says that would why are you using their logic then? Because by that logic, it's
Because Queen Victoria was raised.
No.
from
Let him
birth
cook.
to be
Let him
a
cook.
fuck-
Let him cook. Let him cook.
No, he doesn't. Yeah, I've already.
Let
said
him
it.
cook.
All right.
like it's like that. It's like the statement of this statement is false. It's that you can't trust it either way. So he's not even making a good argument. It just doesn't work. He also has this weird.
I don't know what the fuck he just said, by the way.
He's saying that you shouldn't have cited Queen Victoria as proof that Victoria as proof that women are not good rulers, because Queen Victoria was also herself a ruler. But what he doesn't understand is that Queen Victoria was raised since birth to be a monarch, unlike women in democratic
It's not like Queen Victoria was the last monarch who wasn't a literal Nazi.
Yeah.
Weird obsession that women have, like, the men have more body standards than, like, women do in, you know, society.
What did he just say?
I have no idea what he said there.
Bill, can you translate?
Can anyone translate what he said there? Okay.
Women have higher body standards than men did.
Body standards?
Weird obsession that women have, like, the men have more body standards than, like,
men have
doing,
higher
you know,
body standards than women do.
Men have higher body standards. Okay. That's not.
He's just cycling through random videos of yours. He's clearly watched all of your content, which is a bit concerning.
Which is bizarre, right? Because he leaves comments on all of Spoon's videos, which is really funny. Oh my goodness. I do feel like
I would pay money to see him trying to watch through my content, because all my content is like 4 hours per episode.
I do kind of worry that we're picking on like a 10.
I'm not picking on him. I'm like legitimately like.
No, we're
I'm probably more
promoting.
closely related to him than anyone else.
Yeah, and we're promoting him. This is very funny.
Bill, if you claim this kid, you can't insult my
big mess
genetic
with
line.
multiple groups and all that jazz.
I still
But
can.
like, women still have a lot of bystanders, and pretty objectively more than men.
Women still
Like,
have a lot of bystanders? Wait, what? Hang on, go back.
Women still have a lot of bystanders, and
Women what is that
I
mean?
think that is the
Trying to
verbal
say body standards.
I think so. That's equivalent like a sentence that was rewritten, but not rewritten correctly.
Okay, I didn't understand. Women still have a lot of body standards. Okay.
pretty objectively more than men. Like, a lot.
No.
So that's not even a good point. Overall, he's just a sexist, and it's just weird,
Correct.
man. I just don't, like, I really hope to some degree that he's never been with a woman, because I feel...
Well, Spoon, the ball's in your court.
Well, the balls are in your
I'm terribly
corner
sorry
now.
to disappoint you, kid.
Let's
but women
see
have
how
been
they
intimate with me.
spin. Well, Spoon, you sure are a virgin, aren't you?
Spoon's
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
I've never felt a touch woman. No woman has ever spoken with this accent ever.
You lucky bastard.
I'm basically a monk. Apparently.
Base.
I love how people like this are always like, well, you don't agree with my weird feminist shit, so you must be a fucking goddamn
It's cuts to Spoon, who's like in like a monk's like full cassock and but stripped down to the waist, like all the various like like local women like feeling his abs, like no, silence whores.
Kizza, I'll get to your stuff at the end of the video. We're watching this right now.
Really bad for that woman.
Sorry, Kizza.
Videos that illustrate this point well, he does, showing off this. Operation Save the Lesbians, male standards are insanely high. Good, keep it that way. And
Okay, yeah,
Good.
I'm okay. Yeah, why is that bad?
Yeah.
that way, a rant. Oh, and the video, ladies haven't thought through this at all. Just look at all those videos for good proof of how he's a sexist.
He's watched all of them.
Look at this, yeah.
He's watched all of your videos that I have.
He's
Fuck you,
watched
Bill.
all of your videos, and he still doesn't understand what the fuck you're talking
I
about.
work a lot.
It's fine.
How did this? Wait, but here's what I want to ask: How did
I've
this
spent
happen?
half hour I play Darkest
How did
Dungeon.
this happen? How did this guy end up somehow like introduced to your channel? Because like the rest of his content is largely not political. It's all like about Marvel and media stuff, and yet he makes this video then here out of nowhere, which is political. What did you do to him? How'd you hurt him?
His last name is Norman Bargo. For fuck's sake.
I think if you were to look later on, then you'll see what I did to him.
All right, because I know it's in the
We're only
comments, but like
4 minutes into 14 minutes.
We gotta
Don't
get
worry,
into
we
this.
can keep
No,
watching.
we're fine. This is
Oh,
hilarious.
damn.
Don't believe me.
Race.
Base.
What we get into is his racism, which is a little bit more concealed, as in he doesn't make
Wait
full
until
videos
you
explain-
see me.
Why does your character look like someone that's
Okay.
hanging from a tree without a
Oh
rope?
my god, I gotta go to the bathroom again. Go ahead. I told you.
This man's avatar
back. Go ahead.
legit looks like what's his name?
He looks
Jesus.
like he's looking at my avatar going like, I could never be as based as that. That actually is what his character looks like.
Longingly.
Yeah.
Explaining how how exactly that one group sucks, but he is almost certainly a racist. Because, like, listen, okay, you know, culture and society is a very complex thing, and most
No, it isn't. It's really not.
people will say this society or culture is better.
I can tell
and
you
that's
by
no
what you're
true.
saying.
I have my own biases too. You know, I mean, I'll say this.
My biases are not based on a bias or a prejudice. It's just based on objective fucking reality.
He looks like pro Jared drawn in MS Paint. That's what it is.
Oh my god, it's fucking true as well.
It's pro Jared.
This nation is better than that one, as quick as the other guy. But the thing at the end of the day isn't that he has an opinion on culture and society, is that he links them to race.
Based. It's also true.
Again, I'm way more aggressive than you in race stuff. And like no one gives a shit about me.
No, Bill, the reason is because I appear tempered because I'm on this platform. If you were to speak to me one-on-one, or like if you were to just, when we're not streaming, yeah, it probably, we would be a lot more even.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Good times, though.
Like, in a very weird, obviously messed up way. Like,
Me, you, and this motherfucker in a podcast would be amazing.
I think we would traumatize the boy.
Yeah, well, he's got to learn somehow.
Well, he's going to end up in a fucking prison cell.
So are we. I'd rather be in a cell with him than someone's going to bum me. I'm not, listen, I ain't ended up in a cell with Bubba. I hate to break this to motherfuckers. I've done too many squats over my life to end up like that. I ain't living that life.
Oh my god, I'm fucking dead.
Like, for example, in the video I'll say, you know, down here, that he only says, like, compares that, like, a random, like, structure in Africa, compares it to European structures or Asian structures, and then uses that as a judgment standard against the intelligence
Okay, hang on. So what video is he talking about? Were you talking about the Great Mosque of Jenne?
Yeah. The freaking the glorified sandcastle.
So if people don't know about the Great Mosque of Jenne, it is considered like one of the greatest pieces of African architecture.
That's because there isn't fucking anything else to compare it to.
Because there isn't anything to compare it to. And
the Malian Empire was short-lived.
And the Great Mosque of Jenne has to be rebuilt literally every single year because it's made out of mud.
I like how you went with that and not the Malian Empire, the richest empire on the planet.
But that's the thing that's right, the richest empire that ever existed in history.
I think he went by what I was using.
Because that's
I was going by this. I went by the structures.
He won't bring it up though.
No, but Spoon was going by the architecture, and it's interesting that this guy. Well, not interesting because I mean, like, it's not. This guy's not serious. He's a fucking clown. Which is
I used
really,
the oldest Japanese temple, and I think I used a castle in Bavaria.
He's a very silly person. But the Great Mosque of Jenne, which is considered by many people to be the greatest piece of African art. Now, did he already bring up the pyramids? I've already watched this video, so I can't know if he did or not. Okay,
we're not even halfway through. We're like barely a third of the way through.
The pyramids are built by not African cultures, Arabic cultures. That's very different.
Pre-Arabic, to be fair.
Well, pre-Arabic, but still, it's a very different culture of people.
Call them what they are, Punics.
Sure. So the African cultures, their greatest, I would say, architectural.
Only.
This is not just me. Accomplishment is probably the Great Mosque of Jenne, which is made out of mud and has to be rebuilt every single year because it's made out of mud. The Great Pyramids of Giza were not built by sub-Saharan Africans. They were built by who we would call modern-day Arabics. Okay, difference there in terms of genetic haplogroup. Just saying.
Of all Africans, it's like, no, that's not how that works. Like,
yes, it is.
It doesn't even make sense. Like, it's one example of underplaying the accomplishments of other cultures. Like, do I even need to bring up the pyramids? The pyramids? Do I need to bring that up in Africa?
Egypt is not
in Africa. I mean, Egypt is in Africa, but Egypt is not sub-Saharan Africa. Yes. So that's where this is where they get very confused. This is.
So you're saying that the Africans enslaved the Jews?
It's always the cutest thing to me when Americans, he's either an American or Canadian of some sort, think that Africa as a continent that Africa as a continent is completely homogenous, without understanding that there's sub-Saharan and and Arabic groups that are completely different haplogroups in terms of genetic diversity. They have no capacity to understand this because they just like, oh, Africa, it's just one continent, therefore everybody who's there is the same.
Oh god, this guy by the way, as a point, this man shows his face in videos.
Whoa, no
in
way.
his shorts.
Oh my goodness.
I'm guessing it's not pleasant by your reaction.
He's a squarehead with a bad haircut.
Oh, were you expecting like some hulking Adonis?
No.
No, he's just kind of like the average fucking like Norman-blooded child. He's a literal child.
How young do you think he is, Bill? Are we picking on a child?
He looks to be like maybe 17 at best.
What is it from his older videos? How old's the video? I don't know. If you're gonna make videos like this where you're calling out other people, I think we're allowed to laugh at it. You know what I mean? Just saying. And if you're a child, I'm sorry. Like I'm trying to pick on you.
As a Norman myself, if you're claiming to be descended from William the Conqueror,
he also literally
as your bannerman, I'm allowed to give you shit.
He's 20, says Kizza.
Your house is weak.
Yeah. All right.
So checkmate there. But second of all, it's a classic example of underplaying the achievements of other.
Listen here, kid. I don't think you'll be able to play chess. You're more than likely to eat the fucking pieces.
Cultures or races or however you want to do that,
and
overplaying them of Europe. You know, I like Europe a lot, European culture, at least until America showed up. But like,
I want to punch him
what
for
does
that
that
fucking
mean?
comment.
I like European culture until America showed up. What does that mean?
It means he thinks America was great or he thinks Europe was great up until America showed up and supplanted it.
But America is European culture.
He's like,
he's boasting.
What does that mean?
He means he thinks America's better than
He's got a Discord, by the way, and I'm really tempted.
Join it. No, don't bother.
Do not join his Discord.
Don't bother him. Don't bother him. Don't show up and say hello, Goyim.
It wasn't. Europe is not the center of culture. It's not like this.
He's boasting about being a descendant from William the Conqueror. He's going to deal with our bannerman. That means he's associated with me. That means he's more racist than you are.
By the way,
society. Europe was late to the civilization game as far as we can tell.
Europe.
Europe was late to the civilization game. Do you know where the very, very first civilization that we can find in all of human history, where did it first appear? Indo-Europe, in terms of the, oh man, Jesus Christ, my brain can usually think about it. The, Indo-European,
Is it the Basque Uyghurs?
No, not the bigger people. That is usually always in my brain, but right now it's not because I've been too distracted by this. It's in Turkey.
What, Istanbul? Constantinople?
No. The proto cultural civilizations. The
Noans?
Göbekli Tepe.
Oh, the underground city.
Yes, Göbekli Tepe. Göbekli Tepe, but it's not just Göbekli Tepe. There's a whole bunch of these. Not just Göbekli Tepe. There's a ton.
The Salio-Danubian branch were way earlier than that.
By the way,
I've not found anything earlier than Göbekli Tepe. That's 8,000 BC.
Can I just point something out here that shocks me? Is he mentions the Renaissance and Europe is a later civilization game. Just tell me.
Thank you, Chad. By the way,
tell me, was Rome before the Renaissance?
Yes.
How was the African Renaissance?
Yes, exactly. So please explain to me how Europe was a late bloomer when it comes to civilization.
No, what we find is that the heart of civilization starts in Indo-Europe, right? It's Egypt, it's Turkey, it's that kind of area. That's where we find the first elements of advanced civilization.
I'm a Kang as I get run over by a fucking Indo-European in a fucking chariot.
Exactly. That's where we find the earliest aspects of really advanced civilization. Places like Göbekli Tepe. But it's not just Göbekli Tepe. They've
you
actually
just like
found
saying
even
that word,
now.
don't you?
well, because now I remembered it. But there's earlier actually sites that archaeologists have found now that actually date back before that site that are even older, maybe up to 10,000 BC, that were in the same Indo-European
Well, we know,
era.
before even the
It's
Native
all Europe,
Americans
though.
were the fucking the European settlers of the American continent, who then moved onwards from the American continent to the Japanese continent, who founded the Ainu.
Yes, which is the Ainu, which if you want to look through the...
And guess what? We aren't Europeans aren't trying to claim Japan. We'd say like,
No,
yeah,
it-
here's the Ainu. There's
look-
like 1,800 of the motherfuckers alive in
Look,
total.
it's not... This is not racial. There's something weird about this. If you want to trace back the history of human civilization, it comes from Indo-Europe. It comes from the Turkish area. That's true.
16,000.
So it comes in terms of like advanced civilization comes out of the Turkish area of Indo-Europe. That's where it comes from, and then it spreads out from there, from these early like kind of fortress towns outside of that, and it spreads everywhere. The idea that Europeans were backwards or something is a completely bullshit nonsense idea that is it's a leftist falsity that somehow the Europeans were backwards until they conquered the whole world, because that's how they always phrase it. It's like Europeans were so backwards they didn't even know how to use it.
Have a chance to do what they did, which is conquer literally the whole
until they
fucking
conquered
planet.
the whole world. Right? It's like
So
they
they
were just a bunch
literally
of
held the
freaking-
whole planet in their fucking grip.
Yeah. But up until then, they were a bunch of monkeys. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Europe suddenly...
And then they went back to being monkeys instantly.
Yeah, right, of course. It's absolutely fascinating to watch like the leftist...
Manifest destiny over the whole galaxy.
Yeah, the ahistorical, uneducated sort of mindset on this of trying to figure out what the fuck they think about anything because they don't know
Let's just
anything
go
about
on with it.
anything.
Let's go on with it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like in Africa, the Middle East, Asia, and Central America had existed long before our first real European kingdom showed up.
Nope. Nope, not even a little bit.
It's like when people try and say like, oh, Europeans are weaklings. Like, oh, it's not like the entire Aztec Empire existed in a time period when Oxford University
I was
existed.
gonna say Aztec Empire.
The Aztec University was so fucking like
Aztec
the
Empire.
the Aztecs were later and died earlier than
Yes.
Oxford
Than Oxford.
University.
But this guy has
We
been
have
so...
schools older than the entire Aztec Empire.
But this guy's been so indoctrinated by leftist nonsense, and he's never bothered to look into it. He just believes it because he's a silly person.
Let him cook.
Let's let him cook.
And even when you had kingdoms like Rome, which were of course incredibly impressive, they fell into the Dark Ages and stayed there for a long time where they wouldn't.
Thanks, Germany. Typical German behavior.
And even when you had empires like Rome, well, they just fell into the Dark Ages. I don't know the culture that created.
Literally caused by Hungary and Germany.
Let's talk about how Rome comes directly out of Greece.
Rome, which some would argue was more advanced than we are in certain aspects.
Which Greece, who invents math, and then Rome continues upon this exact same trajectory. But man, they fell apart. So therefore, the Aztecs, who didn't exist for
they fell off.
1,000 years, they fell off. Therefore, this guy's hilarious. He should start a career in fucking comedy. This is the funniest shit I've ever heard.
Again.
Innovation and culture in a lot of ways. That was more the Islamic world or even Asia. Europe really didn't shine to prominence.
Real talk.
Nope, the Islamic world took and preserved what had been created by Rome.
And
They didn't invent it. Sorry.
Asia was kind of mid at best.
Mm-hmm.
Like the nations they raised were glorified slums.
The what's most important about talking about the Islamic Empire? The Islamic Empire did not improve upon the mathematics of Rome. They preserved them. That's the best you can
From
argue for the
Alexandria's
Islamic-
burning.
Yes.
Which they burned.
Which they burned. So the best you could say for the Islamic Empire is that they
They held together.
preserved some of the mathematical evidence that they themselves burned to the ground. Congratulations. Working out for you well.
Europe really didn't shine to prominence in a truly special way until around the Renaissance. Now, granted, Europe has always had its own traits, but...
He literally just mentioned the Roman Empire a few moments ago, and then you tell me Europe didn't have any kind of boom until the Renaissance? Like, really?
Because he's...
What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense.
We can't... Let's not be too hard on him, I guess, because he's very ignorant, obviously.
I want to see where he's going with this.
Intrinsically better than the rest of the world is just an incorrect statement and racist.
Why is he mentioning this in front of why is she single?
Anyway, videos that show this point very well are the inconvenient truth about affirmative action. And a few others.
And then we've moved into affirmative action somehow. We've moved straight from the Roman Empire into affirmative action. What the fuck is this?
Not a good look.
But that's like the prime video to show it off.
Alright, culture.
Now, this fourth part, culture, is more broad, and it's going to cover a whole grab bag of different points that kind of all have to be explained.
The fourth part? What was the first three?
Fourth?
Okay, real talk. Why does he keep showing random planets?
I don't know. That's Mars, I think,
That's
isn't
where
it?
his mind is, probably.
I don't get it.
In outer space.
Like a Linkara.
So, I think this guy probably has pretty severe autism, if I'm going to be honest. Now,
No, severe is like, I don't even move.
Before you get upset,
severe is like, if I don't eat ice cream today, I don't talk.
I'm gonna have a melty. Then let me not, because there's no melties in my mouth. Now let me tell you this, my dude. As someone who is an autist, you gotta chill on this shit. No, actually don't. No, keep going, because this is hilarious. But
yeah, let him cook. Let him cook. I am, as a racist, I endorse this man.
Yeah.
As a racist, sexist.
Everything at once, but I think it's but I think it's helped. Just trust me on this one, okay? So obviously he's a monarchist, but his reasons for why people should do monarchy are kind of insane. First of all, he doesn't actually give a good argument. His only argument for why monarchy is good is a king will always protect his people, is always invested.
He's coming back to the abs picture. You know that?
I feel like
he likes it. He likes that picture of Henry Cavill.
And who wouldn't?
I mean,
that's not Henry Cavill.
That's not Henry Cavill.
Not Henry Cavill?
No.
Looks like I've drawn my glasses on. Looks like
Henry Cavill's like way broader in the shoulders than that because he's a fucking he's not under.
Yeah. All right. So the problem that he has is that when you talk about monarchy,
no, he's not. That's just how Jezebel built sometimes.
You say that it's because the monarch will protect his people. Well, we have spent hours and hours and hours and hours on this podcast talking about why the monarch
like 2 feet
is
broad at least.
Why? But we have spent hours and hours and hours on this podcast, and you've spent hours and hours on your own channel talking about why the monarch is motivated to protect his own people. But can he understand that? Probably not. The monarch is incentivized.
He should understand it. He's clearly autistic enough to enjoy Hoi 4.
He's watched all these videos, but he
can play at least Europe of an Universalis. He has no excuse not to understand
that autistic not be able to play Europa Universalis.
Any crack into a European history textbook should show that. Like, do we need to count the number of petty wars, conflicts, and corruption in the royalty across the world?
Yes.
How about we count the number of petty
Let's talk about Hussite wars, where 5 crusades were sent against one group that the Catholics disliked, and they won.
How about we talk about the number of petty wars and pointless conflicts the United States has gotten itself involved in?
Let's talk about Rwanda.
Let's talk about Vietnam. Let's talk about
Rwanda,
Korea.
Afghanistan, Iraq.
Yeah, exactly.
Mexico.
Weird.
Like, Africa's seen more civil wars than you can ever fathom.
to quote Rachel Zegler.
I hate that voice so much.
I know, it's so fucking insufferable, isn't it?
Sing-song, like, you put a sing-songy voice in it, you assume it's going to be like anything other than the worst experience England's ever had.
What a cunt. Anywho.
Easily prove that point false. Like granted, there's corruption in other forms of government, but you can't just make blatant statements like that because they're just...
Yeah, you can.
You can.
Yeah, you can.
I don't even support it, and I'm agreeing with the monarchists.
Yes, you can.
Just false. It would be like me saying republics never have corruption. They are always good, and the politicians always love their people. That's just...
Well...
No, that's what you wish republics are.
That's what you wish republics were, I think.
He keeps cycling through all these pictures.
It's so weird, right?
All these thumbnails.
It's just not a statement.
Yeah.
I like the way he's basically just like showcasing all of my best content.
back up because
this
it's
is
false.
the best of
And
sequence.
this brings me to another point, is that his hatred of republics, like he hates republics/democracies with a fiery passion. If you don't like that form of government, you know, whatever, to each their own. But like,
Based. Well done.
Which is weird that he's like
This
hates his own, but he's about
this
to
whole
like.
video has been so weird.
It's so bizarre. Again, this feels like it's crazy. Like he's like, well, to
I
each his
hate
own.
republics and democracy with a passion. True.
But to each his own. So you're allowed to do that, but also here's why you're a bad person for doing so. Okay, this video is fucking amazing.
Like, his reasons just get kind of dumb. Like, he just goes on how the only corrupt, and also another weird corruption inconsistency he makes is that he says that they've only existed for around 100 years, which is just false.
When the fuck have I ever said that?
No, you've never said that ever. You've said that the modern republics have only existed for about 200 years, but that they're not.
I think I've
based
said
on-
like the corruption that stems from Woodrow Wilson has been around for like 130 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
he doesn't know who
I've
Woodrow
never
Wilson
said
is, which that's
no,
100
probably
years
not.
ago though. He doesn't know who Woodrow
Yeah.
Wilson is. I don't
Bit
think
over 100, yeah.
probably.
False. America has been around for 200. There's the
There you go, case
Never
in
said
point.
that,
Yeah.
But he's never said. But you've never said that.
I swear.
so.
Yeah.
He's
City
just. How does he watch these videos and then get so confused?
to Venice, there were the ancient
probably watching
Greek
this right now.
city-states. There were several other things across the world that could be called republics
hope
at
he's
various
watching
points.
this.
So they aren't
Me
something that was only
too.
invented 100 years ago. They changed forms, of course, but that's still not true to say they're new.
That's still true, not true. Okay, which one is it? Sorry. Just try to.
The level of autism
Homie,
here is
try
like
to
overwhelming.
please, like.
He's measurably gone up in subscribers since we started, by the way.
Let's go. Let's get this guy. Let's get these numbers up.
I wonder why.
Also, he keeps saying that republics only corrupt the nations they're in and never lead to prosperity and
That is true.
all that jazz, which is also not true.
Let's
because
get
you have
this man
countries like
AI
America,
background.
who went from at best a regional power when it was born to a full-on global superpower of unquestioned.
Do you know why that is, homie? Friendo, do you know why that is? Because America was an unconquered entire continent that a bunch of Europeans who had superior
Who else had
firepower
gone for it?
just landed on.
Who
And
has gone
they
for it?
had-
What, Leif Erikson, who said,
Yeah.
let us never return to this place, it's full of war and nightmares.
And a bunch of Englishmen showed up with a bunch of guns and some Dutch.
Oh, good heavens!
Oh, good heavens. With a bunch of fucking guns, and were able to conquer it. And then they had no competition. So that's, of course, why America has done as well as it has. It's not complicated. This is not difficult to figure out. Like, this is basic history.
Questionable might.
Okay,
So yeah,
a
and it
good
was
friend of
republic
mine,
the entire
Womack,
time.
has posted a picture where, like, under AI, and it looks significantly better.
So your argument is not true. Also, this bleeds into a different point where he just really hates America. Like, seriously, his hatred of America goes well and beyond I've seen other YouTubers who hate America, to the point of pure absurdity. Like, dude, you swear that every American personally pissed in his Cheerios. Like, seriously.
First of all, I know for a fact this is at least a shredded wheat, if not Weetabix household.
Here's the thing also.
What's your favourite cereal spoon?
This is, again, what's
Hey,
so funny.
porridge.
This guy
Porridge, good man.
This guy hates you so much without realizing that your co-host is an American.
Yes.
Who is also
and
a
I don't
monarchist
hate
who disagrees with it.
Americans. I hate the American system of government because it's
As
shit.
do I. As an American, as do I. I don't know how he
All
missed all
based.
this in his little attempt at research here. It's quite cute though.
Spoon, are you a savoury porridge or a sweet porridge fan?
Oh my god! Answer the question correctly.
Probably neither, actually.
Which do you
What do you
prefer?
mean by this?
What do you mean? Savory or sweet porridge?
I mean, the only thing... Say porridge again.
Porridge.
Are you going for like a bland porridge?
I basically put cinnamon with it. That's it.
I'd say that's a
It's
sweet porridge.
Yeah, it's a sweet.
What?
honey
No, let's call it
is
middle. That's a spiced porridge.
It's a spiced porridge. All right. Okay.
Oh
So
my
it's
god,
hard-
the AI does look so
Like-
much fucking better.
It does.
Yeah.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like Womack, cold Womack out there. Just like outright.
He does look
so,
like fucking Skeletor, though.
No, kind of looks like a blasphemous character.
Let's continue.
He looks like if
Also,
the,
you
you know
keep
he looks
using that-
like who's the
It doesn't know how to deal with what
He looks like
thinks-
Jack Spicer from Shaolin Showdown.
It's supposed to be a chair next to him, but it thinks it's like the AI thinks it's a chart.
Yeah, like the AI looks at your fucking setup and just went, "What the fuck is this?" And it's just like spooning background. It's like, by Allah, I slit you with my shoe.
He looks like Skeletor Willem Dafoe.
Generic joke that America don't know the rest of the world, but we sure seem to be able to find you guys when you need us to bail you out of a war.
Listen,
yeah, I really wish we would stop doing that.
Let's him cook.
Okay, listen here, you stupid motherfucker. The only reason you fucking dumb cunts know any country is when your tanks roll through it.
Yeah.
You are the ones who go around fucking with your fat fucking fingers in every country.
Of that, apparently.
Yes, we do not want you. The main reason we have wars in the world is because you fucking wankers.
Yep.
How, like, we haven't had a Boer war in a while.
This is the thing that he's after. He's like, no, America needs to be involved in more wars. We're the ones who have power. Like, this is crazy. Again, I assume this person is very, very young. I just found it funny that he made this video against
I'd say he's about 16
That's
years old.
obvious.
Yeah.
If you look at his other shit he's shown himself, he is like
apparently he's
22 at most.
Apparently he's 20. So this is a young person. Let's not be too mean to him. Again, go be nice to
Can't
him.
be old in 20s.
Apparently he's 20.
He looks like a fat chipmunk.
But don't be... I've not looked at a picture of him, but like, don't be mean. Guys, don't be mean.
What do you mean, don't be mean? He's calling me a racist, sexist hypocrite, and I can't be mean.
Yes,
Fuck you.
That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said about you.
Said to you. Yeah.
Yeah,
I wish I had that kind of praise. Everyone just calls me fat.
But ultimately, all this also he has this weird idea about.
Bill, you're a horrible racist. There you go.
Oh.
Oh, look!
Don't
now
get
Bill's
up.
gonna hook up with Spoon. I'm gonna lose
Don't
him.
give the fan art motherfuckers ideas.
Left and right
fiction.
Any
It
port
just
storm?
doesn't make sense. I mean, the whole concept of left and right politics is kind of silly as it is.
That's true.
I agree with that.
That is true. But you don't understand. You don't understand why it's silly.
Sometimes he don't miss.
But it's
Purely
but he doesn't understand why. He's just
Yeah,
like,
but like
just
what's that
saying
old
shit.
adage like truth from mouths of babes?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. He said
Let him
something that was
cook. Let him cook.
Cook. I watched this whole video already, but go ahead.
Subject to point where the middle is, and it shows great here because he just sets everyone who basically oppose him as a leftist, and then you can say everyone who's a leftist is false. It's literally just the same argument. People who say everyone who disagrees with me is a Nazi. It's the
Not really. Not really.
That's not really what I do, but I
No,
will say that
people who agree with me tend to be Nazi.
But I will
Not
say
really,
most
Henry.
people who disagree with me are to the left of me because I'm far right and I'm
Yeah,
a monarchist. So yeah, that's kind of true.
And I make him look like a fucking tanky.
Me or him?
Me. I make you motherfuckers look like tankies by
Yeah,
comparison.
Bill makes
fuck up, Bill.
Bill makes both of us look like.
If I don't, I'll alter my trajectory to be that way.
I mean, I'm the most fucking. That's what makes me always laugh when people are like,
I'm Tabritsky pilled.
You're an extremist because you're a monarchist. I'm like the most.
You must have amnesia. You forgot that I'm him.
It's like I'm the most unextreme person ever. It's just I prefer monarchy, but I'm a libertarian.
I'm the most extreme motherfucker ever.
Which makes me not be willing to do anything ever because libertarians will not do anything ever, which is why we suck.
I
But
gave
I'm
you
also
to the
a
darkness and I'll let
I'm
the
a lad.
archangels take you.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's controversial to go. People are stupid. They don't know what the hell they want. They know nothing about statecraft. And I would like someone in power who actually has an incentive to rule the country well. I don't know why this is somehow considered extremely revolutionary and terrifying to people. Like, to me, the idea... but here's the thing.
Like the way things are, Spoon.
That's because they're fucking retards and they don't know better.
Exactly.
But if you went to the past, like, let's just say you went to, like, Jean Dumas, like, in the, 17th century France.
Say you went to George Washington and showed him the current state of America. He would be fucking
Yeah,
horrified.
but that's not the point I'm trying to make here. If you went to, like, a French royal absolutist and you say, look, we run a country by putting a president in charge every 4 fucking years and we have universal suffrage, and you showed him fucking TikTok, he would say, you let these fucking retards vote. Jesus fucking Christ, you people are insane. And they would be correct.
Yes. Well,
So-
women shouldn't vote.
Yeah, and if I were to just look at how stupid our societies are and how unbelievably incompetent and corrupt our government is, like the idea that this system works is insane to me. Because it doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Hey, hang on. Kizza just said the words, Bill, you're a centrist compared to me. Listen, Kizza. There's a lot of shit there's a lot of shit I'm not allowed to say on stream.
Yeah.
Those are fighting words.
I know ancient slurs you haven't even invented yet.
Let's finish this shit so that I can read the super chats. We gotta finish this video, then I'll read the super chats and we can head out.
Same thing. He's doing the same thing, just in a different order. And
I'm not doing the same thing. Fuck off, kid.
No. You're not doing anything. That's the thing.
He is but a babby. Let him cook.
That's the thing. Just real quick, Spoon and I are not doing anything in terms of our monarchistic stuff that anybody the fuck else is doing for the most part. Like, there's a couple other people. We had Scrump on earlier, which was very nice to have Scrump on. But there's like a dozen of us. We're an extreme minority. So when people like this freak out, it's really funny because there's so few of us who are promoting this very obscure ideology at this point, or obscure political philosophy. I would say more correctly is political philosophy. When people get all mad and do stuff like this, it's so funny to me, particularly when it's in this format. But you know, we're not dangerous. I love when people on Twitter and stuff call me dangerous. Yeah, Bill's dangerous, but I'm not. We would just like to dissolve the state and install a monarch and just completely remove all capacity for him to be accountable to the people.
Yeah, but there's motherfuckers' bones.
But again, Spoon, there's like a dozen of us. There's no.
Apparently, I need to go throw hands with Kizza tomorrow. Okay, Kizza, you know I have the 5e D&D game tomorrow, so don't fucking step up like you're trying to throw hands.
Go rock up into England and go have a fight in the garden with Kiss.
Yeah, you throw hands, fucking come to Guernsey. I'll fucking kick your ass.
However, the reality is that there's very, very few of us, and we don't pose any threat to the actual system. So that's why this is the kind. This is the kind of.
Bill and Dank should do a show together. I have met Dank, and I worry that he's frightened of what I represent.
Well, Dank asked us that question when we met Dank. Well, excuse me, when we hung out with Dank for the first time. We went to dinner with
Dank at two places.
Pulled me aside.
Chicago pizzeria.
Pizzeria.
Dank where he ate 2 slices, the mad lad.
But Dank pulled me aside, and he was like, "Oh, Aiden, your husband, is Aiden an actual neo-Nazi, eh?" I'm like, "No, he's just a little bit."
Ever do
as
that
you lied to him.
But you're not a neo-Nazi. You're just some kind of. You're a man of.
I'm not a neo-Nazi. I would never follow an Austrian.
That's why I said he asked if you were a
I'm
neo-Nazi.
way worse than that.
And I said no. He's like, "Oh, Aiden, your husband isn't a neo-Nazi." And I'm like, "No, dang. This is like 4 years ago, by the way." I can't believe you took him to
the tilted kilt. Jesus Christ.
No, we did take Dank there.
Yeah.
I thought we just took Nugget. Oh no, we took Dank there too.
We took both.
Oh god, we went there
and
twice.
we went there on like the sports day when no one was in the fucking Scottish kit.
I forgot did we take Dank there? I thought we just went to Nugget there.
Both.
Oh shit.
It was Nugget on the day when they were in Scottish gear and Dank on the day that they were in sports gear.
Oh fuck, I forgot we did that with to Dankula. Poor Dank. Oh my goodness. But yeah, he did ask if you were like, he did ask me, he pulled me aside and he was like, "Your husband's like a weird, like, neo-Nazi, right?" I'm like, no, he's
just a neo-Nazi, not the weird.
No, he's just Bill.
Significantly worse than most neo-Nazis.
He's just Bill.
I don't even consider German people to be white.
Everyone. He just hates everyone. It's all right. Don't worry. He doesn't just hate.
Henry Cavill is an honorary white person. That's how bad it is.
Henry Cavill is from one island over from.
Yes, that's why he's honorary. He gets a pass just because he's hot.
Let's finish this damn video. Oh my god, this is getting too crazy. We gotta finish this.
If I was a monarchist, I would.
Okay, if you were a monarchist, what would you do?
If I was a monarchist, I would distance myself far away from this guy because he's a terrible image for you. Because he has such a poor understanding of culture and history.
No, actually, that's not true. You've explained and expressed no
You've seen so many videos from him, you can't fucking divorce yourself now.
At
He's watched more. Again, he's watched like twice as many videos on Spoons as I have, and I've been following him fairly religiously.
He's watched so many Spoon videos, but oh my god!
To show that he isn't an educated individual, like he so likes to act he is.
Let's act. Okay, I actually wanted to pause specifically when he said that. Spoon, you know I've talked about this many times. You would never claim that you're an educated individual, would you?
No. Educated people tend to be really stupid.
Thank you. Exactly.
Education's a mark of fucking disdain.
Spoon has never claimed to be an educated individual. No. Spoon has claimed to be an intelligent individual, which I think he is. But Spoon has never claimed to be...
Education for people who can speak Latin.
Yes. But Spoon has never claimed to be educated.
So see, Johnny Ringo is an educated man. No, I know. I really hate him.
Oh, and videos that easily show up this point are Why Society is Losing Its Mind, A Missing King, and Dear Americans.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, here's why you're
Now, for the last part, which is the part that really ended up making me make this video, is his intellectual dishonesty and his hypocrisy. To get to the intellectual dishonesty, quick, is how he actually structures his videos. A lot of his structures are started off something like, if I would argue around the start, they're usually based around a more reasonable point, because despite all my insulting, he can make a good point every now and again. He does occasionally speak truth. The thing is, he uses that truth to manipulate his audience. He'll say something that is true, and then blur the line of that between his subjective opinion at a point that does not work or make sense.
You mean...
What is this fucking wall of text?
This is something that he posted on Spoon's videos. This is a comment that he posted.
Using forced dark mode.
Yeah, dude, you're being... I usually use dark mode. Dude, you're being a massive sexist. This weird women are lesser nonsense, which is not spelled correctly, is just wrong.
No, it isn't.
Is modern society perfect? No. But we are many worlds better than a nation where women are second-class citizens!
Disagree.
And also, 3 things. 1, democracies and republics are not a lie or a fantasy. Yes, they are. They have existed for hundreds of years. Hundreds is spelled wrong. In many cases. Just because that they've existed doesn't mean that they're not failures. Sorry, dude. You need both sexes for reproduction. It's almost like they're supposed to work together and be equals.
That's not equality, you twat.
Hello. Hi. Can you hear my voice right now?
Yes.
I'm a woman.
No.
And I agree with Spoon. And I don't agree with you. It's not just Eve's fault for the fall of humanity. Yes, no, it's entirely Eve's fault.
Eve was the one who took the fucking apple, you moron.
It's funny you should mention this. I literally retweeted something about this recently.
Jesus.
Which one?
Dude, I hope that he watches this. I hope that you do watch this, homie. Because as a woman, you're incorrect. You're incorrect about every single thing you said there. Sorry, dude. Sorry. Are you trying to simp? I don't know who you're trying to simp for, but as a woman, nah. No thanks.
And then he just goes to straight out lie territory, basically tricking his audience into thinking that, oh, because he said this one thing that is true, it must mean the rest of what he says is true. And he doesn't do it in an intellectually honest way.
So how do you respond, Spoon?
No, I dismiss it because your opinion holds your opinion. I don't think your opinion holds any weight, which is true, because it's objectively true. I've heard it was only argument was my sexism, blah, 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 equality, take a number, get a 9 kid, you're nothing special. Yeah, because that is effectively...
I think this guy started a YouTube channel. No, he's been doing YouTube for a while, actually. But he did make this video because apparently he got into arguments with you in comment sections. Which is, how did he find your videos in the first place? I don't understand, but whatever.
Very scummy about it. And it doesn't help that he also, has a massive ego, which, I have an ego myself sometimes. But,
I know, bizarre.
I know I have a massive
ego.
I'm insulted by my lack of people calling me out. What the fuck?
Part of Spoon's identity is that he has a huge ego. It's like part of his identity.
Yeah, it's like...
That's just a given.
Yeah, obviously. Fuck, he does.
To the point that he doesn't believe he can ever be wrong. And, dude...
I mean, that is objectively true. If I don't think I can argue something that I could be right on, why am I arguing it in the fucking first place?
Exactly. Because you don't argue for things that you don't actually believe in.
Yes.
He's arguing for things that maybe he doesn't actually believe in, so that's why he's confused by this. I don't know.
Dude, anyone can be wrong. I've been wrong. I'll probably say something accidentally wrong in this video at some point, too, because I'm not perfect.
Jesus fucking Christ, that is...
Well, look how you stretch this out. Oofs.
That's fucking loaded. I mean, simp harder, but that's pretty funny.
There are no women here that will sing your praises, and I will put the one above the other because they have eyes.
God, it's past 1 in the morning.
Individual.
Let's finish this up.
But the point at the end of the day is that he obviously can be wrong, as I will cite through all the things I just did. But here's the big kahunas.
But you've never shown how he's wrong. You've not once shown how he's wrong. Jesus.
Big thing is that one of his biggest.
I'm not doing this to get some woman's attention.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you are. And your attempt to undermine what I'm saying by calling me a simp makes no sense, and it also fails because it doesn't show why what I'm saying is wrong. And saying you have eyes does not prove your point, both
Actually,
because
it does.
it's not an explanation really,
It
and
was about
can be refuted by the fact
men
that
or women. Like men are objectively
yeah.
stronger. Like that's
Yes,
actually is
obviously.
true with eyes.
yes, it's not just with eyes, but it's with data as
With
well.
data, yeah.
And it can be refuted by the fact that your personal experience with some men or women doesn't necessarily apply to all men or women.
Yes, it does.
Picking an outlier does not exclude,
The
does
generalization.
does not overcome statistical averages, my dude.
Thing he'll say from the I have the video proof when he said it is from the video why just some guy goes just some stupid is that he'll intellectually debate people, he'll discuss things
Okay, it's not my experience, it's observable reality. You can say whatever politically correct nonsense. You should have read this, by the way. You read this, Spin.
It is not my experience, it's observable reality. You can say whatever politically correct nonsense of equality all you want, it's pure politics. It's got nothing to do with reality. My mind will not be changed, especially not by the likes of you, so please bark at someone else who cares.
You're
this jazz, right?
just mad.
Except he won't. He's a hypocrite and a liar when he has to act, when people actually question what he thinks or gives reasons or...
Okay, let me explain this to you, you fucking dweeb, okay? I have an IQ of 145, hypothetically, let's say. If you have an IQ of 80...
Really?
Okay, it's hypothetical, it's a joke. Yes, okay? If you have an IQ of 80 and you bark at me, I'm not going to throw information at you because you are like desolate land and I have high quality seeds. It's not going to germinate.
You can't understand it.
Yes.
You can't understand it. And that's the...
And if I see this kind of fucking behavior, then I know your brain is not fertile for reasoning.
Yeah.
Yes, simple as that. So I don't waste time.
Yeah.
Demand
and I know
a
this
point
because
from him.
I see this all the fucking time.
Yeah, he's a
Nitwit.
Not even a midwit.
Midwit.
He's a
Nitwit.
no. It's what's the other term for it?
Nitwit, dumbass, imbecile.
Nitwit. Okay, fine, sure, but it's that. Oh shoot, what's that thing? My brain's not working right now. It's too late. He's an idiot. Yeah.
Doesn't do it. Just go straight to the insults. How do I know this? Because I commented under several of his videos, either asking for clarification on things, asking a question, or demanding some kind of explanation.
Oh, it's oh crap! It just popped up in my head and then it disappeared. It's I talked about it earlier. It's that phenomenon where people think they're more intelligent than they actually are. That's what's happening. He thinks he's very smart. Dunning-Kruger. Thank you, Bill.
Explanation as a commented should, and if you actually look at them, he doesn't actually give an answer to any of them. He just goes straight to insults.
Because you're stupid.
Because you're stupid, yeah.
He goes straight to petty arguments or
You started by also insulting Spoon, dude, so what do you expect?
That's any person who says that, any point that someone gives against him, he just...
I get the impression he's butthurt I didn't respond to his comments the way that he wanted to.
Yeah, he
made it his fucking video.
Well, hey, dude, you got a response. Here's your response. Here
And
it is.
you made Bill laugh, which is something even I can't do.
And in fact, dude, a woman responded to you. Uh-oh, what are you going to do now?
Dismisses
you might give him
through
cooties.
some weird argument.
Well, I'm just saying, because he's, saying that you're an incel or some shit. Which you're not, obviously. Oh, but jeez, what a silly person.
Tries to dismiss by, calling me a simp or something like that, or saying this or that.
You are.
And at the end of the day, that's not an intellectually honest debate. It's making up a point about your opponent.
You are not allowed to make a video like this and then end
It's
it
hilarious.
with
It's the funniest shit I've ever
trying
seen.
to debate intellectual honesty. Get the fuck out of here,
This
kid.
is so funny as the whole presentation.
Tone deaf as shit.
I'm glad we watched it, but it's the funniest
Saying
shit
that,
I've ever seen.
because of this point I made up, you are now somehow, all your points somehow don't make sense, even though you didn't answer any of the points.
So you just admitted it as a point that you made up,
Yeah,
and you're
you
upset
made
that
it
I'm
up.
not And you're upset that I am not debating the point that you just made up.
That you invented in your head. Sorry, homie.
And this shows that he's not intellectual. He's not a rational individual.
No. The fact that Spoon won't debate or engage with your made-up bullshit that you invented in your head does not mean he's not an intellectual, which I don't think Spoon has ever claimed to be.
No,
Spoon, in fact, has claimed to be anything but the opposite. I'm the intellectual, dude. This is why we're like on this podcast we're a team, right? That Spoon's like the rational on the ground person, and I'm the freaking weird academic. Spoon's never claimed to be an intellectual. In all of my time of knowing you, dude, you'd never have.
Yeah,
so I don't know where the hell
cringe.
this is coming from. Yeah, it is. Oh, it is cringe. I mean, but
No offense, Aiden.
no, it's all right. It's fair to be honest.
He's not someone who's clever or thinks he's smart. Or he thinks he's smart, but he's not someone you should look up to. He's not someone you should think as a critical thinker. He is not someone who is a wise individual giving wisdom, or someone who's thought about the way of the world and has come to his own opinion. He's just a jerk. And quite frankly, he probably just wants the idea of an absolute king, just so he can sit at the top of the throne, no one...
What? We're always back to this every single goddamn
Spoon
time.
has literally endorsed me as king more than himself. And I am barely conscious.
This is the thing that's so insane. Every time it comes back to this is that, oh, you and I are monarchists because you want to be king or I want to be queen. No, we are monarchists because we recognize that we are not capable of being
The whole point of monarchy,
aristocrats,
of why we're monarchists, is because the public is stupid and we don't know, and we would like someone better suited for the job, and the public is not the one to decide because they don't fucking know anything. We want political deactivation in the fucking public.
Mm-hmm.
So I've said this repeatedly when someone said they want to be king, like, oh my god, the weight and responsibility. I'm not trained for that. No,
nor am I.
What the fuck?
I don't want to be king or queen. You know, you don't want to be king. It's just
Fuck
the thing.
no.
And that's what that totally breaks the brains of people who want to
Democratically wired.
Who go against our monarchistic ideology. They go like, oh, but that's just you want to be king. No, I sure don't. I don't want to be queen. No, I don't.
I think it's because
like to be a subject, and I don't find that to be in any way offensive. The idea of being you're always a subject of any regime.
I think it's because in their mind they view democracy as like, this is a way that I exercise power. And
that I'm not a subject, but you're always a subject, homie.
Yeah, but I think it's in the case of if I can't exercise my vote, I will somehow be governed worse. And this isn't actually fucking true, but this is like the gimmick of democracy. And we are more, our position is more, no, that's a complete farce. And it doesn't fucking work. And so we would like a system that actually has a better chance of working and has a track record of working, which is the monarchical one. So we would rather go back to the one that fucking worked.
Okay, exactly. Let's finish this up. I agree with you 100%, but Jesus Christ, this is so stupid. This guy, I do, however, find this guy hilarious, and I would really like you guys to sub to him because he's very funny.
Questions him, and everyone has to listen to his order. I don't think he's actually really thought that far. I'm more subscribing that's what his deep philosophy is. Even he's probably not fully aware of. And
oh, you're not aware of it. You're not aware of anything, Spoon.
No,
you're just a stupid fucking idiot. All right.
Ultimately, this is why. Because it's scammers like this, charlatans like this.
You're a scammer. Now that's the interesting part. He straight up called you a scammer and a charlatan. He called you a scammer and a charlatan. What do you have to say about that, Spoon? Are you a scammer and a charlatan?
I don't think I'm going to address people that can't even pronounce my name.
True.
Will say whatever they want to get what they want. They will manipulate the truth to show their point, to try to prove how they are correct, and you should listen to them and only them. He's really a scam artist, really. He's not, like I said, he's not very wise.
How have you scammed anybody? Ever?
I don't even know how that's possible.
Yeah, I don't know how it's possible either.
Person. He's definitely no refined gentleman. He's just a...
How dare you fucking come at me with this language? You fucking peasant boy. I tell you what, kid. Once you can shed those fucking bitch tits that you have, then you can fucking talk to me.
Oof, damn.
individual claiming to be one. And ultimately, that's all he is. And I'm sure he'll come up with some pathetic insult to get back at me. But you know what? I've always won. Because, well, just look at the proof.
He's always white.
You've already won.
He literally
dude.
did he just say literally that he is always white?
He's always right.
When he said
Is
white.
what I'm trying to say. Okay, yeah, but that's because he's got a speech impediment. And also, secondly, how the fucking hell are you gonna say I'm the one with a massive ego, and you're like, I don't care what he thinks. I've already won. Like,
already won.
on
Like,
what
this
fucking
is
planet,
ridiculous.
kid?
Okay, this is very cute. I do find this cute and and funny that someone would make a video like this. I think this is very amusing. I've had a really fun time watching this.
I'm
I think
amazed
we
he
all
spent
have.
14 minutes. First of all, the kid needs to learn how to speak properly.
Yeah,
Because
he's got
my-
a speech impediment, but you know, and we have made fun of it a little bit. But yeah, sorry.
Because unlike you, I can actually give proof to prove my argument.
But you haven't given
Funny.
a single,
Dude,
you haven't given a single base of proof for
you
anything.
did not even once in this
Not
entire
anything.
fucking thing, even clip, where I've said
even a clip,
fucking
yeah.
anything. You just posted videos and then just ramble like a
You
fucking
just,
loser.
you just posted thumbnails.
Someone's in the chat, I'm crying. Dude, does it sound like I'm teary-eyed right now?
Dude,
Really?
dude, he just posted fucking thumbnails and is like, I fucking owned you. I destroyed this kid. It's so cute. I think this is a very cute video.
It's adorable.
It is adorable. I do think this is very fun. I really wanted to watch this video just because I thought it was very funny. It's really hilarious. He sounds like Linkara, and I think it's very cute that he thought he could own you. Let's finish it.
How that works out, isn't it? But ultimately, that's just my opinion. What's your thoughts? Do you think Spoonhead's in the right? You think I'm in the right? You think I got something wrong, or did I get it right in the money?
Well, you
Ultimately,
asked-
I want to hear
he
your
asked
thoughts in
you.
the comments down
He
below.
asked you guys.
And as such, I will...
Let him know, I suppose. However,
You can go
it's
to the
late
video
as
and comment
hell.
on it.
Don't bother him.
What do you mean, don't bother him? He's fucking bothering me. If my fans want to go over there and just torch the shit out of his comment
Bother
section,
this guy. He's like a kid or something.
Kid gloves on, boys. Kid
Okay.
gloves on.
Okay, I'm gonna read the super chats.
you can have kid gloves on but still punch like an adult.
Where was I?
Just a right straight with the sock and bopper on.
Come on, give me a break. That was a good line. That's fucking funny.
Let's see. I believe this is where we were. Is it general grievance for 5? Wait. Oh no. That's not true. I gotta go back. Sorry. Oh shoot. Okay. Oh geez. Okay. Lance for 5 says, in the interest of a more productive asylum process, I nominate John Kramer for border czar. Anyone who passes his test
Ooh.
clearly adds value to America.
Oh my god.
That would be amazing. Slosher
Oh,
pretends
no,
says,
I disavow. I'll be heading out for the night. I'll leave the rest to you motherfuckers.
all right.
Check it out.
Slosher pretends says, Snow Mexico is so screwed. Israel wants to take 500,000 Palestinians. We're depleting people so our healthcare system doesn't collapse as is. I'm considering fleeing to to Mexico eventually. Yeah, Canada is so fucked. Thanks, Trudeau. Thanks, Castro. Jesus Christ. Thank you, though, Slosher. Hasselhopper for 10 says, landlords deal with a ton of dreck, too. It's not mine. Why should I care? Grease down the drain, leaks and rot, left to fester and all sorts. Many renters couldn't maintain a home if they bought one. Yeah, it is astonishing. That's why I loved my old landlord. DRT Skink for 2 says, pasta is pasta. I don't need all this Italian BS. Cool Summers for 5 says, Bill, I can't visualize and I gloss over nothing. I think you mean if you're a Democrat or a lefty, because that's who is also lying to them. I'm not sure what that was about, but interesting. General Grievance for 10 says, is this podcast thing uploaded to audio platforms? If not, could it be? No, we only upload it here because it's not. It doesn't often require a visual aspect as this video has, or as this stream has. I know the visuals are pretty essential, but it's easier to manage audio only because I'm driving a truck like 10 to 14 hours a day. You know, I could think about it, but unfortunately, I think the problem is that we so often rely on the visual aspect of a
You
lot
can put
of
it
things
on
that we watch.
Spotify and try.
We could put it on Spotify, but I don't know if it would be. I don't know
Legal.
if it would work, right? Now, I have often my favorite podcast often listens to or watches actual visual videos. It's Your Mom's House, and they often watch visual stuff, and I still find the audio version funny. So I guess that I'd have to think about it, and I'd have to figure out how to do it. But thank you, General Grievous. Thank you so much. And for another 5 says, oh, and don't call it a lorry. I'll fly across the ocean and slap the shit out of you both. Just kidding, but not really. Apologize for nothing. I look. I'm still an American at heart. I'll call it a truck. I'll call it a truck, not a lorry. It is getting more difficult to not do that. By the way, I've lived here too long. Slosher for 5 Canadian says, I'm debating seeing Napoleon. I like Joaquin Phoenix and Ridley Scott. Yeah, I've seen the advertising for that film, but it's obviously propaganda that tries to disprove the great man theory. Yeah, I've been interested in seeing that movie, but or that project, but I don't know.
Okay, this kid claims to be 20, and he says he has
yeah,
he has plenty of female friends. Like
that's why I was okay with this.
I don't believe that.
He's supposedly 20.
Also, if he has any good-looking 20-year-old friends, I guarantee you, if they speak to me, they wouldn't have a problem with me.
Yeah. Kiss it for £5 says, Eden, this whole thing is a major false equivalency reaching Vosh levels. Also, the theists think girls are women and support noncery. Yeah, of course they do. I don't know what you're talking about with the false equivalency. Kiss it for another 5 says, Andrew ignores the fact. Oh, we're talking about the this was the debate part. Andrew ignores the fact that the vast majority of this cancer was promoted / created by the religious, and Andrew is too ignorant to realize this fact. I don't know if that's actually true, and I don't actually think any of that's correct, because I mean maybe some of it is. Aiden, you went full retard on the MDD video. What's MDD?
I don't know. Non-disclosure?
I don't know. MDD, not N.
Oh, MDD.
As in monkey.
Oh.
MDD video. All the points Andrew made is false equivalency and exposes complete ignorance of philosophy and history. So you agree with the guy who just walked off, Kizza?
Well,
I don't know. DRT is king for 5. Because I don't understand. I don't know. I think that he had pretty good points, and the other guy couldn't rebut them or rebut them. So I'm not sure what you want me to say. Modern day debate. Oh, that's what you. I don't know what that is. Is that what that? Kizza, the reaction is that Andrew won that discussion because the other guy just left. He just walked off. DRT is king for 5 says, and also Andrew is the theist here. I'm shocked by your wanting by your position. DRT is king for 5 says, I agree. I don't know why Dev is allowed in any public setting. I don't know why what Sargon sees in that Trog, why Sargon has any plain non-humans. I think that he has a Dev now in their new D&D game. I mean, it's good for them. I don't mind whatsoever. They're allowed to do whatever the hell they want. I wish Dev and I could be friends again. I truly do, because I like Dev. Because I like Dev.
Oh my god, woman. The chat before said you stop fucking doing that.
Okay, whatever.
Cringe.
I don't dislike Dev. Even though he hates me, it's fine. Iraqi oil money for 10 says, I'm an hour behind. Those immigrants going to Detroit for jobs are real. A couple of years ago, the warehouse was mostly black. Mexicans started coming out of nowhere, and now it's like 80% Hispanic. Yeah, I'm sure it's a real thing. Kizza in the chat says, no, Aiden, he made a bunch of false statements, which was not connected, and Matt was correct to walk out as it was a bad faith debate. Kizza, I don't know. The clips from modern day debate.
How was that a bad faith?
We watched the entire thing on the stream, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I didn't see anything he said that was bad faith, besides the fact that he talked about how 9-year-olds could have sex with other 9-year-olds, which he did say in a prior debate. So, because I'm not sure what the issue was there. Now, I think maybe that wasn't the greatest argument. I would agree. To bring up a prior debate, I agree that that's not the best kind of argument. But he did say that, did he not? Sorry. I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. Horwitz 5 and Horwitz for 10 says, Pardon me if I step away to rewatch the Malewage scene from Robin Hood Men in Tights. Oh, geez. I love Robin Hood Men in Tights. It's a great movie. And Feinberg and Horwitz for another 10 says, the Princess Bride. Thanks, Am sang. Oh, he got corrected. Okay. But yeah, okay. I love the Princess Bride as well. Lance for 2 also says, give Caesar what belongs to Caesar. I also agree with that. And with that, it's very late for us. So I think we're going to end for the evening. And you can see me tomorrow. I will be, and Bill, and I will both be on Geeks and Gamers Tabletop tomorrow, I believe, unless it's canceled. I think it'll be fine.
I'll just said hello.
Oh, yeah, I will. Geeks and Gamers Tabletop
I'll
tomorrow.
Message him on Twitter later.
We always fucking do. I just thought I was going to message him this morning and I didn't do it.
Yeah. He's actually a lot smarter than you.
Then what?
Because on these videos, like he's more focused on the subject.
You and I both agree that
he's hiding power level.
There's some power level hiding there. Anywho,
he actually advised me to hide mine.
Yeah.
Why?
So
me like slightly flexing my power level is what has got my channel the fucking views it has.
Yeah,
but he's like saying like you're flying dangerously close to the wind.
Fucking. Then stop displaying his. Okay. All right. Bye bye, guys.
He's not showing his. He's fine.